Chapter 822. The main purpose of this trip was to figure out the origins of the 7 thrones and see if merging them into one could form the state of cycle. After that, he could upgrade it into the will of cycle to fight against Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chen opened the letter and read it carefully. His expression changed continuously. The letter recorded some of the evil king's past experiences and his comprehension of the martial Tao. However, most of it was a kind of despair for the great Tao. As a powerful expert from the ancient era, he stood at the very peak. However, the higher one stood, the more reverence one would feel for this world. The more one understood, the more one would feel insignificant. The evil king used a very certain tone to express that there were definitely stronger existences above sovereign martial emperor. The peak of the martial Tao was not limited to this. However, the evil king could not enter. Some of the people who advanced to that realm also left mysteriously. The letter did record the 7 thrones very clearly. It was a cultivation technique that the evil king obtained from the Mirage Immortal Palace called the cycle art. One had to comprehend 7 wills: massacre, ruin, destruction, grief, pain, despair, and death. Finally, one had to comprehend the true essence of each and merge them to cultivate the cycle art. The strength of the cycle art far surpassed that of any heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Every time one succeeded in cultivating a will, it would transform into a throne. The evil king left behind 7 thrones, which meant that he had successfully comprehended all 7 wills. However, he had not merged them, which meant that he had not cultivated the cycle art. According to the letter, the merging of the 7 thrones required a tool. Furthermore, this tool was still in the Mirage Immortal Palace. For the sake of finding this tool and becoming an existence that surpassed sovereign martial emperor, the evil king activated a forbidden land in the Mirage Immortal Palace that even he could not clear. The letter ended there. However, Xiao Chen could roughly guess the contents of the letter. It was nothing more than the evil king failing to clear the forbidden land and escaping with his life. Then, he suffered an incurable injury and died. Xiao Chen closed the black letter and could not relax his frown. He did not see the glory of a sovereign martial emperor in the words at all. They were all filled with reverence for the great Tao, the pursuit of martial arts, the yearning for the unknown, and an indescribable loneliness. This gave Xiao Chen a deeper understanding of sovereign martial emperors. 10,000 years ago, the Qing emperor had been the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era. He had been unrivaled in the entire Kunlun realm. His heart was probably even lonelier than the evil king's. Would his reverence for the great path be as heavy as the evil king's? The great path was difficult. Was there really a peak? This was the first time Xiao Chen had such a question. Putting away those temporarily useless feelings, Xiao Chen summarized the information that was useful to him in the letter. The 7 thrones could indeed merge. It was not much different from what Xiao Chen had expected. After merging, the 7 states would form the state of cycle. This was a supreme concept that surpassed high-level concepts and pointed directly at the great Tao. However, in order to fuse them, one would need a tool. For now, Chen Feng did not know what that tool was. The only clue he had was in the Mirage Immortal Palace. It had been many years since the Mirage Immortal Palace had appeared. Even if it did, given his current level of strength, it would be hard for him to protect himself in the periphery. All the problems returned to the starting point, advancing to Martial Sage. Without advancing to Martial Sage, everything else was just empty talk. Xiao Chen hoped that when he returned to the Haotian realm, there would be news from Yingqiong. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to advance to Martial Sage within a year. Xiao Chen had only been in the Kunlun realm for a mere 2 years, and his cultivation had already soared from Martial Monarch to peak half-sage. However, he was still slightly weaker than the geniuses of the other races. Not to mention the others, just the matters of the 3 holy masters meant that Xiao Chen had spent more than 3 years in the half-sage realm. After tidying up everything, Xiaoqin did not intend to remain in the primal chaos domain. He intended to directly teleport to the central province and return to the Tianwu domain first. Just as Xiaoqin opened the door, urgent footsteps came from the corridor. An ordinary-looking man dressed as a waiter walked over. "Might I ask if this is the Haoyan sect's young master Xiaoqin?" the waiter asked after he approached. Xiaoqin sensed that the other party was indeed an ordinary person, someone who had not even condensed a martial spirit. He replied calmly, "That is me. Did someone ask you to bring a message?" The waiter did not answer directly. The smile on his face did not change as he said, "Indeed, someone asked this lowly one to bring a message. However, would young Master Xiao be able to prove your identity first? This is my Haoyan sect identity token. It should be enough." Xiaoqin handed over his identity token. He felt somewhat suspicious. He wondered which major faction he could find so quickly in the primal chaos domain. The waiter checked the identity token and said, "Ah. It is indeed young Master Xiao. This is a letter that Missing Qiong asked our organization to bring to you. Please take a look." Xiaoqin felt excited. He received the letter and read it. After a while, he revealed a smile. The flaming sun fruit, the three holy masters' grass, and the heaven dragon flower finally made some headway. When Xiaoqin raised his head to take a look, the waiter had already taken his leave. Xiaoqin burned the letter and rushed down the stairs. "Xiaoqin, why are you smiling so happily? What is written in the letter?" Ao Zhao asked out of curiosity from the immortal spirit ring. Without stopping, Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "We are not returning to the Haoyan sect. We are going directly to the profound domain to look for Ying Qiong. She has already found the 3 main ingredients for the breaking sage pill." Ao Zhao giggled and said, "That is indeed something to be happy about. Congratulations." Xiaoqin smiled and did not say anything. Just as he was about to go down to the first floor, his expression changed slightly. Suddenly, he pulled back and hit himself in the corridor below. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xiaoqin smiled gently and said calmly, "I met an old friend. Do you still remember Zhong Zhenghao? He is on the first floor of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Hunluo City, the evil person who took away the broken mulberry sword." Ao Zhao's expression changed. She asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that he will seek trouble for you?" Xiaoqian's lips curled up slightly. "Afraid that he will seek trouble for me? Right now, I am the one seeking trouble for him. I have long wanted to touch him in Hunluo City. It is time to take back the remaining piece of the mulberry sword." On the first floor of the inn, Zhong Zhenghao, who exuded a baleful aura, wore sackcloth robes and ate expressionlessly. Based on the expression on his face, he did not seem to be having a good time recently. Compared to Hunluo City, there were many experts in the primal chaos domain. The cruelty of the environment far surpassed that of Hunluo City. The evil cultivators of the mortal race, ghost race, deity race, biting race, and corpse race all gathered here. With Zhong Zhenghao's cultivation as a peak inferior grade martial sage, it would be impossible for him to obtain a status like that of Hunluo City. After leaving the inn, Zhong Zhenghao headed for the outskirts of the city. Along the way, he frowned a few times. However, he did not say anything. He continued walking until he reached a rather desolate area outside the city. "Sir, after following me for so long, isn't it time to reveal your true self?" Zhong Zhenghao released a baleful aura, and a murderous intent filled his eyes. Strands of heavenly sage laws came out of his body and started absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Zhong Zhenghao said expressionlessly as his aura reached its peak in an instant. Whoosh! A figure flashed in the air. Xiaoqin floated down and landed on the ground. He smiled gently and said, "Sir, you have good eyes. Do you still remember me?" "You? Doubt flashed in Zhong Zhenghao's eyes. He quickly recalled, and the doubt in his eyes vanished. Greed flashed in his eyes as he said, "So, it is you. Are you here to deliver the myriad heaven divine fish to me? I have really troubled you. I ran to the primal chaos domain, yet you still followed me. Sorry, I am here to take your life." Xiaoqian took out the universe flags and formed hand seals. He quickly activated the formations of the 72 universe flags. The flags fluttered and quickly stabbed into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the area within a 5-kilometer radius was isolated by an invisible barrier, ensuring that Zhong Zhenghao could not escape. Zhong Zhenghao's expression did not change at all. He coldly eyed Xiaoqian's actions, and the greed in his eyes intensified. He said, "Universe flags. These things are extinct. Brat, you really have a lot of treasures in your hands. Hee hee. I can use you as a sumptuous snack. I have not gained anything in the primal chaos domain recently." Zhong Zhenghao's figure moved, and an overwhelming baleful aura spread out. He punched, and the black heavenly sage laws behind him formed a demonic figure, making him look incredibly sinister. The accumulations of the older generation martial sages were extremely terrifying. They had more than 100 years of cultivation. Even in terms of cultivation techniques and states, they could not compare to the geniuses of the younger generation. A profound cultivation base and seasoned combat experience could make up for these shortcomings. If Zhong Zhenghao ran into another genius half-sage, he would not be able to escape defeat as a peak inferior grade martial sage. Unfortunately, he ran into Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian did not take a step back when facing this overwhelming punch. He executed myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, and punched. Bang! The demonic figure behind Zhong Zhenghao crumbled, and he retreated 100 meters. His qi and blood surged, and his expression turned strange. In his fight with the old man with the family name Lu, Xiaoqian already had a clear understanding of the strength of a peak inferior grade martial sage. He could definitely defeat his opponent with deities descending. Not giving his opponent too much time to be shocked, Xiaoqian drew the lunar shadow saber. Instantly, thunder roared, and the immortal will of thunder surged out. After knocking back Zhong Zhenghao with one punch and suppressing his aura, Xiaoqian unleashed the might of his will and completely suppressed his opponent's aura, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Xiaoqian used the lightning tribulation saber technique, attacking move after move. Rumble. Thunder roared endlessly, and the might of Xiaoqian's will pressed down. After 100 moves, Zhong Zhenghao started to look inferior to Xiaoqian's chain of attacks. Xiaoqian did not fear clashing head-on with Zhong Zhenghao's moves. Zhong Zhenghao had his trump cards, but so did Xiaoqian. The 3 moves of the dragon subduing/completely suppressed his opponent. Zhong Zhenghao's killing moves instantly crumbled. This was especially so for the final move, double dragons playing with pearls. Xiaoqian could not dodge it, and it struck Zhong Zhenghao's body. As for the lightning tribulation saber technique, a saber technique with a might no weaker than a heaven-ranked martial technique, it was executed casually by Xiaoqian. He was very familiar with it. It was like he was executing an ordinary saber technique without pause. After another 100 moves, Zhong Zhenghao felt that his internal injuries could no longer endure, and he wanted to retreat. However, Xiaoqian relied on his rank 2 sage body and looked much better than Zhong Zhenghao. Chapter 823. Zhong Zhenghao executed a secret technique and soared into the sky. He wanted to leave the battlefield, to stop fighting with Xiaoqian. Bang! When Zhong Zhenghao reached 1,000 meters away, he ran into a formless barrier and was knocked back down. Horror filled his face. When Xiaoqian saw this scene, he smiled coldly and sheathed his saber. The electricity in the sky gathered together and formed a purple lightning talisman. Xiaoqian pointed, and a purple light flew out. The immortal inscriptions on the talisman spun. Zhong Zhenghao, who had fallen to the ground, had no time to react. The talisman easily broke his weak protective quintessence. With a "puci" sound, a bloody hole appeared in Zhong Zhenghao's chest. He roared in dissatisfaction and walked over to Xiao Qin. In the end, he only took 10 steps before he collapsed. The purple talisman returned to Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness. Then, he waved his hand, and the universe flags turned into beams of light and landed in his palm. This was the first time he used the universe flags, and the results were pretty good. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and took out Zhong Zhenghao's universe ring. Xiao Qin found the broken half of the mulberry sword. Xiao Qin could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that Zhong Zhenghao would smelt this broken sword. If that was the case, there would be no point in finding it. Xiao Qin took back the broken half of the mulberry sword for Ao Jiao, nothing else. Ao Jiao revealed herself and played with the broken half of the mulberry sword that Xiao Qin handed to her. She revealed a nostalgic expression in her eyes. Compared to before, that sorrowful expression was nowhere to be seen. The matters of the Thunder King were already in the depths of her mind, becoming memories. She could reminisce about them but not feel sad. One had to look forward. Hee. There are many good materials in this broken half of the mulberry sword. Are you really going to give it to me and not smelt it back? The broken half of the sword flew around in Ao Jiao's hand. It was like she had an extra arm, she was very familiar with it. Xiao Qin curled his lips and pretended to be angry. He said, "Strange, am I such a selfish person in your eyes?" Ao Jiao giggled and said, "Hee, stupid master, you still have some self-awareness, huh? I suddenly feel that I have to change my mind. If I reforge it, I might be able to obtain 1 or 2 more materials to upgrade the lunar shadow saber. Dream on. How could I give you something that you gave me back? Besides, it was originally mine." The two of them bickered happily as they quickly left this place, heading toward the city of the profound domains in clan. Naturally, Xiao Qin could not rely on his own strength to fly to the profound domain. Given the vast borders of the Kunlun realm, even if it was not a boundless sea, he would not be able to fly to the profound domain. At the very least, one would need to be at the level of the blue-robed emperor to be able to rely on their own strength to travel unhindered in all directions. This had to do with the spatial structure of the Kunlun realm. Once the speed reached a critical point, it could not be increased any further. He had to tear through the void. Otherwise, the faster he moved, the greater the resistance and the greater the consumption. No one in the martial sage realm could withstand it. After circling around for a while, Xiao Qin finally returned to the Tianwu Domain Central Province. Due to the impending demonic god blood sacrifice, the peak factions of the primal chaos domain started to reshuffle. They were all prepared to take advantage of the chaos to make a fortune. For the sake of the impending chaos, they all expanded their territories and frantically replenished their strength. Several cities with transportation formations fell under strict control. Xiao Qin had to spend some effort to find a way to get a spot. He spent a large sum of money to obtain a transportation formation. There were some stories that happened, and he saw the true dangers of the primal chaos domain. This was a chaotic land where the 5 major races and some ancient races gathered. As an inferior grade martial sage, Xiao Qin could not be too unbridled. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. This was indeed a paradise for rogue cultivators. There were no scruples, and there were no dignified guardians. Whoever had the bigger fist was the truth. The strong grew stronger, and the weak grew weaker. The survival of the fittest was a cruel daily scene. After seeing the horrifying accumulations of some of the major factions, Xiao Qin felt somewhat worried. If the demonic god blood sacrifice came, the demons would choose to attack the Tianwu domain. There would be the army of the demons in front and the evil cultivators taking advantage of the situation behind. To the Tianwu domain, this would be a huge disaster. However, there was still some time to prepare. According to the information that Xiao Qin obtained, the demonic god blood sacrifice this time would take place at least 10 years later. However, 10 years was not a long time. Based on Xiao Qin's experience, he had already been in this world for 6 years. Based on the age of this world, he was already 23 years old. To Xiao Qin, the events of 6 years ago were still fresh in his mind. As a sovereign noble clan, the Ying clan had been in the profound domain for tens of thousands of years. Their faction could be said to be spread throughout the profound domain. They were not much stronger than Bushan Palace. However, they were not as strong in terms of peak experts. After Xiao Qin arrived in the profound domain, he flew all the way to the Ying clan's headquarters, Qin City. This was a city even more majestic than Haoyan City. Based on this, the name of the Sky Dome Realm's Great Qin Nation should have something to do with this Qin City. Although this city was the Ying clan's headquarters, it was open to the outside world. The entire city was very prosperous. In terms of commercial development alone, it could leave Haoyan City in the dust. After putting on a black cloak and entering the city, Xiao Qin headed straight for the largest inn in the city, the Heavenly Water Restaurant. When Xiao Qin arrived at the inn, he informed the waiter and was immediately led to a private room for distinguished guests. "This guest, please wait for a while. The young miss will be here soon," the waiter said respectfully to Xiao Qin in the private room. After waiting for 3 or 4 months, Xiao Qin was not afraid of waiting any longer. He waved his hand and dismissed the waiter. Since he had nothing to do, he took out the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber and looked at it. Xiao Qin was already used to the feeling of being killed. Now, when he faced this painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber, he could remain as still as a mountain, not panicking at all. He could only deal with the person in the painting in that mysterious space. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Qin heard footsteps. He put away the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber and waited quietly. "Young Master Xiao, it has only been 3 or 4 months, yet you have become so cautious. This is not like you." Creak. The door opened gently, and Ing Qiong, dressed in phoenix robes, walked in with a smile on his face. Xiao Qin removed his hood and said calmly, "The other 3 sovereign noble clans view me as a thorn in their side. Now that I have come to the profound domain, I have to be more cautious." Ing Qiong sat across from Xiao Qin. His alluring figure exuded a boundless charm. He revealed a meaningful smile and said, "The descendant of the Qing Emperor, the first rank of the human proud son of heaven ranking. It would be hard for you not to attract attention." Xiao Qin did not want to linger on this topic, so he went straight to the point. "You breached the contract 2 months later than the agreed time." A mischievous expression appeared on Ing Qiong's pretty face. She smiled craftily and said, "This is not considered breaching the contract. If not for the fact that you wanted to collect 2 sets of ingredients, I would have prepared them for you long ago." According to the unwritten rules, if one breached the contract, they would have to pay a certain price to make it up to the other party. Clearly, Ing Qiong did not want to suffer such a loss. Xiao Qin did not bother arguing with her. He took out the other half of the great rock spreading wings painting and said, "Take it out, then. Refining the breaking sage pill will take some time. I do not have much time to waste." Ing Qiong did not beat around the bush. With a flip of her hand, 3 brocade boxes appeared in front of her, floating quietly. Then she flicked her finger, and the brocade boxes opened. Instantly, a dense medicinal fragrance wafted out. Xiao Qin extended his spiritual sense and easily determined the authenticity of the ingredients. The flaming sun fruit, the 3 holy masters' grass, and the heaven dragon flower were all real. "Good, you did not lie to me. You are indeed capable. You can bring me the 3 main ingredients now," Xiao Qin said indifferently. However, Ing Qiong smiled faintly and did not move. She said, "Bring me the other half of the core painting piece first." After that, I will give you the 3 main ingredients. Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows and said, "What's wrong? You don't trust me." Ha! Why would you trust me? There was indeed no sense of trust between the two of them. This girl had already tricked Xiao Qin once in the Star Grave. Naturally, he would not let it happen again. Although the other half of the core painting piece could not allow Xiao Qin to become a martial sage, it was still very useful. Enrich was worried that Xiao Qin would go back on their agreement after obtaining the other half of the core painting piece. For the sake of secrecy, she did not bring many people with her. Given Xiao Qin's methods, even if he wanted to kill her, he would not be able to keep her here. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. After thinking for a while, he said, "Very well. Since that is the case, how about we push the things in our hands to each other at a constant speed?" Enrich did not have any misgivings about this. She said, "That is exactly what I was thinking." Xiao Qin gently raised his palm and pushed. The core painting piece giving off a faint light slowly moved towards the other party. Enrich did the same, slowly pushing the 3 brocade boxes towards the other party. The 2 brocade boxes were less than half a meter away from each other. However, the speed of the 2 items was like that of a snail. After a few minutes, they barely crossed the halfway mark. The treasures of both sides overlapped in the air. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they crossed the middle, they would be able to take what they wanted. Bang! Just as the 2 of them focused on each other, a figure suddenly knocked over the door to the booth. The expressions of Xiao Qin and Enrich changed at the same time. They quickly put away their things. The person who knocked over the door was an old woman with a high cultivation. When Xiao Qin checked, he felt that she was at least a medial-grade martial sage. Enrich's expression appeared even more flustered than Xiao Qin's. He helped the old woman up with a sullen expression and asked, "What's going on?" "Young miss, leave quickly. The people outside are all dead." "I cannot last much longer either," the old woman said as she coughed and vomited a mouthful of blood. Clearly, she suffered severe internal injuries. Whoosh! A figure flashed outside the door, and a yellow-robed old man appeared. He smiled coldly and said, "You want to leave? Do you think that is possible?" Enric's expression changed. He exclaimed, "Third uncle, why is it you?" The person who came was actually Enric's third uncle, someone who held a high position in the clan and was extremely strong. The old woman struggled to get up and pushed Enrich back. She said, "Leave quickly. Don't bother about me." Enrich struggled in his heart for a while before he roughly understood what was going on. He turned around and leaped towards the booth's window. Chapter 8:24. Along the way, Xiao Qin suddenly thought of Xiao Qin. He glanced at his seat, but it was empty. After the old woman entered, Xiao Qin immediately left silently. Seeing this scene, Enrich could not help but curse in her heart. To think that this lady was still thinking about him. Unexpectedly, this fellow is even faster than a rabbit. Whoosh! Enrich leaped out of the window. This place happened to be behind the Heavenly Water restaurant. It was quiet and secluded. Normally, few people passed by. The moment he landed, Enrich saw Xiao Qin standing in front with a frown. She quickly chased after Xiao Qin and ruthlessly smacked him. "Aren't you very fast? Why aren't you running anymore?" Enrich said in a fit of pique. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly and did not reply. He only looked around. Enrich followed Xiao Qin's gaze and saw a masked man standing on the roofs of a few nearby buildings. They were all dressed in black with a venomous purple scorpion embroidered on their chests. Only their eyes were exposed, and they held weapons in their hands. Their gazes were cold, like they were corpses. Enrich took in a deep breath of cold air. She stared at the poisonous purple scorpion and muttered, "This is my clan's saint-level death-sworn warrior." What a grating fan. You really dared to attack. Xiao Chen's expression was extremely unsightly as well. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. There was a total of 5 black-clad men. Their cultivations were all medial-grade martial sages. If there were only one of them, Xiao Chen would not have any problems escaping. If he worked together with Enchanting, they might even be able to defeat one of them. With 5 medial-grade martial sages working together, furthermore, they were deathsworn paid for by the Ying clan. There was no need to think too much, they would not be able to put up a fight. If each of them struck Xiao Chen with a killing move, no matter how strong his physical body was, he would turn into a meat patty. However, he did not feel much fear at all. He had the Will clone of the Haotian Great Monarch, and he could summon it out automatically in times of danger. With that, he would be able to crush the 5 of them easily. However, that Will clone could only be used once. The Haotian Emperor had expended a lot of energy to create it, so he couldn't give him a second Will clone. It was his final life-saving trump card, and he would never use it unless he had no other choice. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. He smiled gently and said, "Miss Ying, I've really been implicated by you this time. Let's leave it to fate. I won't pursue this matter further." Obviously, this group of people had come to kill Enchanting. This was an internal dispute within the Ying family. This kind of thing was not rare. In order to fight for the position of successor, the various factions of the family would sometimes go to extremes. If this happened to a sovereign noble clan with a long inheritance, the benefits involved would be even greater. Such a method made even more sense. If they split up, the pressure on the 2 of them would be much smaller, and their chances of escaping would be much higher. After speaking, electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet, and he leaped forward. However, a fragrant wind blew from behind. Before Xiao Chen could dodge, he felt something press down on his back. A pair of arms bent gently and wrapped around Xiao Chen's neck. It was Enchanting hugging Xiao Chen from behind. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, he had just used the explosive power of Thunder Dragon steps to break through the encirclement of the 5. 5 strong attacks carried a berserk wind as they surged towards him. Every one of these attacks was extraordinary. If they landed on his body, he would not feel good. Xiao Chen maintained absolute calm and executed Thunder Dragon steps at full power. Electricity flickered, and he moved 3 kilometers in 1 step. The 5 black-clad men chased after him unhurriedly. Their figures leaped up and down as they executed all sorts of attacks, coordinating with each other as they attacked Xiao Chen continuously. While fleeing at full speed, Xiao Chen still had to change his position to dodge the attacks from behind. Furthermore, he was carrying a woman on his back. His Thunder Dragon steps descended another kilometer. Xiao Chen could cross only 2 kilometers in 1 step. The 5 people behind him chased relentlessly, sending out lethal martial techniques. All sorts of resplendent multicolored lights appeared in the air, causing space to fluctuate and form ripples that spread out. The buildings in the city were all turned to ashes by the shock waves. The mastermind seemed to have planned this long ago. Along the way, Xiao Chen did not see a single person. He guessed that this large area had been sealed off. To be able to do this, it had to be the true upper echelon of the Ying clan. The other party was determined to kill Enchanting. The people behind chased relentlessly. When Xiao Chen dodged, he was no longer as calm as before. He brushed past them several times. "Miss Ying, speaking of which, how long are you going to hug me? If you still don't come down, I will really throw you off." Xiao Chen felt helpless when facing the beauty behind him. He had never seen such a carefree girl before. The other party's voluptuous figure pressed tightly against him. Any man would feel disturbed. Xiao Chen endured it very bitterly. When Enchanting heard this, she could not help but hug Xiao Chen even tighter. She said anxiously, if not for fear of exposing your movements, this lady would not have brought only 2 guards out. You have to take responsibility for anything you say. Naturally, Xiaochen did not believe the other party's words. After dodging another attack, Xiaochen said with a cold expression, come down. If you still don't come down, I will not be polite to you anymore. Immortal smiled faintly and moved her body gently behind Xiaochen. Xiaochen could clearly feel 2 voluptuous breasts rubbing against his back. In a moment of carelessness, Xiaochen nearly lost control of his quintessence, causing him to fall from the sky. Hee hee. Young Master Xiao, let's see how you are going to be rude to me. Immortal tilted her head slightly and blew a breath of hot air on Xiaochen's face. She said, it does not matter whether you believe me or not. In any case, today's matter is because of you. If not for protecting your secret, I would not have brought only 2 guards. No matter what you say, you have to take responsibility. Don't leave me behind. Xiaochen took a deep breath and slowly descended from the sky. He floated steadily and landed on the ground. He said calmly, come down, then. I'm afraid of you. I will ensure your safety today. Immortal shook her head like a rattle drum. She said, not coming down, not coming down. The moment I come down, you will leave me behind. How can I be a match for 5 medial-grade martial sages? Xiaochen smiled helplessly. He grabbed Immortal's wrists with both hands and slowly pried them open. He said softly, come down. Since I promised, I will definitely ensure your safety. For some reason, Xiaochen said these words. Perhaps it was because of his sincerity, or perhaps it was because of Xiaochen's character. His words sounded very convincing. Xiaochen gently pried Immortal's hands open. Then he put them down and said, stand behind me. Don't do anything. After that, Xiaochen turned around and looked coldly at the 5 people flying over. He patted his chest with his right hand, and the void projection painting appeared in his palm. Immortal was slightly stunned, somewhat horrified. Why did Xiaochen stop and face 5 medial-grade martial sages head-on? Was this any different from suicide? Don't move. Just stand there. Just as Immortal was about to step forward and stop Xiaochen's indifferent voice rang out. Hu Qi. A surging, icy sword Qi tore through the air and flew out. Everywhere it passed, ice and snow fell. The air seemed to freeze, so cold that it made one shiver. Before the sword Qi arrived, a cold wind arrived. As the wind howled, a chill spread from Xiaochen's feet to his chest, making his limbs cold and immobilizing him. The heavenly sage laws in Xiaochen's body surged like a purple river of electricity, flowing through his entire body and eliminating this chill. Xiaochen flipped his hand, and the void projection painting unfurled. A red light flashed, and the scarlet lotus flame in his palm leaped out of the painting and clashed with that icy sword Qi. The scarlet blood frost flame was rumored to be one of the evilest flames in the world. Although this was not a replica, it contained its true essence. However, its might was significantly reduced. Pu Ci. When the scarlet lotus flame crashed into the surging icy sword Qi, it immediately stuck to it. The scarlet lotus flame turned into a scarlet membrane that covered the entire surface of the icy sword Qi. The frost flame quickly permeated into the icy sword Qi and assimilated it in the blink of an eye, turning it into scarlet specks floating in the air. Then, they quickly reformed into a scarlet lotus flower. Ignoring the shocked black-clad man, Xiaochen stretched out his hand and pointed. The scarlet blood frost flame turned into a flame spirit that tangled with the other party. According to Xiaochen's estimation, given the scarlet blood frost flame's current level, the flame spirit that it formed should be as strong as a half-sage. However, it would not have any weaknesses. Without the suppression of the pure yang flame, even a medial-grade martial sage would have to put in a lot of effort to kill this flame spirit. This flame spirit could help Xiao Qian by some time. Xiao Qian did not have time to think. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes and formed a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram above his head. They chased each other, materializing the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams. Bang! 2 strong attacks struck this Taiji yin-yang flame diagram from above and gave off a dazzling golden light. A loud sound rang out. Xiao Qian felt like the mental energy in his sea of consciousness was like a dam opening, leaking out wildly. However, Xiao Qian managed to block these 2 attacks. Furthermore, they were reflected back at the 2 at an even more horrifying speed. The killing moves that the 2 executed were so fast. Furthermore, they did not expect their martial techniques to be reflected back. Hence, they were struck by their own martial techniques and knocked back more than 4,000 meters. Xiao Qian did not stop moving. His expression did not change at all. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram spun again, and an arm stretched out from it. In an instant, it expanded rapidly. The emperor's might of a peerless sovereign came out from his arm as he lightly clapped his hand. Then, the palm gently smashed down and knocked back one of the black-clad men, causing him to vomit blood. After this strike, the arm quickly retracted back into the diagram. Xiao Qian's mental energy was also completely drained. The light from the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram above his head vanished and returned to his eyes. One left. In a few breaths, Xiao Qian knocked back 4 people. This scene stunned Qiong, who was watching from behind. However, the last person of the other party had already succeeded in pressing forward. Given the other party's strength, they would not be able to kill Xiao Qian quickly in close combat. Delaying Xiao Qian would not be a problem. However, once the others recovered, only death awaited them. Thinking of this, Qiong could not help but pale slightly. A wooden umbrella appeared in his hand as he prepared to fly forward. Battle Sage's Strength Character Formula, 36-fold Combat Prowess. Chapter 825. When Xiao Qian saw the final person approaching him, his expression remained as calm as still water. He did not panic at all as he put away the void projection painting and summoned out the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Qian used the strength character formula to drive Soaring Dragon. A vast aura spread out boundlessly from his body. A dragon roar resounded, and a strong wind blew. The surging aura was like a snowy mountain collapsing, inspiring fear. The black-clad masked man actually paused for a moment in midair. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. It is fine if it does not move, but when it does, it soars into the clouds and looks down on the mountains and rivers. Xiao Qian gently took a step forward, and a boundless energy burst forth. In that instant, a 1,000-meter-long crack appeared in the ground, splitting the flat ground in half. When Xiao Qian drew his saber, it gave off a resplendent and dazzling light. He soared up like a blue dragon. With 36-fold combat prowess, the roar of this blue dragon could shatter a martial sage's courage. Xiao Qian's momentum was even more unblockable. A horrifying wound appeared on the masked man's chest, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. His fate was unknown as he flew back 10 kilometers. Although all this took a long time to describe, Xiao Qian had indeed blocked the attacks of the 5 medial-grade martial sages in an instant. He only needed to raise his hand a few times to block these insufferably arrogant 5 people. Xiao Qian forcefully suppressed the after-effects of using the strength character formula and took out the puppet snake. Then, he picked up the somewhat stunned Qiong and quickly entered the puppet snake. After blocking for a while, there should be enough time for the puppet snake to move. Xiao Qian had beaten back 5 medial-grade martial sages with a wave of his hand as a half-sage. If he told others about this, no one would believe him. However, it had happened right now. The 5 masked black-clad men recovered slightly. Then, they gathered together with furious expressions. Between them was a hole as wide as a water bucket. It was pitch black and bottomless. They exchanged glances and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. With their abilities, they could split mountains and split rocks. They could even overturn rivers and seas in a small area. However, drilling into the ground with the agility of animals was a little too much for them. Of course, cultivators who practiced special cultivation techniques did not exist. There would always be some extraordinary people in the world. However, it was clear that these 5 were not such people. Puppet Snake, this guy actually possesses such an almost extinct artifact. This is going to be difficult. With great difficulty, I managed to drag some of the elders of the clan over, but that girl still managed to escape. The 5 of them were a little flustered. If they allowed Inkcheong to leave this time, once the matter in the depths of the starry sky was settled, all the elders would return. What awaited them then would not be a good outcome. Whoosh! A gust of wind was heard. The expert who had killed the old lady who served Inkcheong came to the entrance of the cave. After listening to what had happened, his face slowly turned gloomy. The old man said angrily, "What a descendant of the Qing Emperor! How dare you ruin my plan like this? Third elder, what should we do? Now that we cannot kill the second young miss, what should we do?" The yellow-robed old man said calmly, "I will think of a way to suppress this matter. Since I made a move, naturally, I am prepared for failure. You all can return first." When the 5 black-robed men saw that the old man was so calm, not flustered at all, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. After respectfully receiving their orders, they turned around and prepared to leave. Pu Ci. An extremely fast saber light flashed, and 5 heads flew into the air. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Unexpectedly, the yellow-robed old man's plan was to silence them by killing them. Even more unexpectedly, this yellow-robed old man was a Grand Master-level martial sage. If they had known, they would have kept an eye out and not casually shown their backs to this person. A figure descended. It was the handsome man who had stood beside Inkcheong during the Sage War. He frowned slightly and looked at the cave under his feet. He said, "Second sister, you are really lucky. You paid such a huge price to lay this trap." Unexpectedly, an unexpected person broke it so easily. The yellow-robed old man sighed softly and said, "First young master, I will deal with the aftermath. I will not implicate you in this matter." The young man entered deep thought. After a while, he stretched out his right hand, and a small bird appeared in his palm. He raised his hand and let go, and the small bird flew into the cave. That white-robed bladesman should not have any combat prowess for the time being. If my wind-chasing bird can find them, we should still have a chance. The yellow-robed old man's eyes lit up. He said, "In that case, I will go and make preparations now." The young man raised his hand and said, "There's no need. Just focus on dealing with the aftermath. I will deal with the rest. If we make a mistake, we will lose our luck. If we do our best, we will be going against the heavens. I will just send some people over." Outside Qin City, in a forest 1,500 kilometers away, the calm soil suddenly exploded, and a black snake leaped out. The mechanism under the snake's belly opened, and 2 figures jumped out. Tiny scarlet lines covered Xiao Chen's entire body, appearing and disappearing as if his skin would burst. Xiao Chen did his best to suppress the after effects of using the strength character formula and put the puppet snake into the universe ring. Then, he put on his hood again and stared at the cave with a grave expression. Before Inkcheong's somewhat doubtful gaze, Xiao Chen suddenly made a move after a while. A sharp saber chi shot out from his fingertip. Ka Xie. The wind-chasing bird, which was less than half the size of a palm, was chopped in half by this purple saber chi the moment it emerged. "This is the wind-chasing bird that my big brother, Ing Fan, raised. It really is him," Inkcheong said with a somewhat gloomy expression. If he had only guessed earlier, now that he saw this unique wind-chasing bird, there was no need for any evidence to prove anything. After waiting for a while and seeing that no wind-chasing bird came out, Xiaochen relaxed. The skin on his face, which was hidden under his hood, slowly split open and blood flowed out. "Miss Ing, you are already safe. Can we continue with our agreement?" Pain spread through Xiaochen like needles pricking him. He felt the after-effects that he had been suppressing were like a flood or a ferocious beast, ready to erupt at any moment. Xiaochen's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Qiong felt this was strange. However, he did not hesitate this time and handed the 3 brocade boxes to Xiaochen. When he saw Xiaochen's right hand stretch out from his sleeve, he was stunned. "Your hand." Xiaochen's originally smooth skin split open, and blood leaked out. It looked incredibly horrifying. Qiong stretched out his hand and blew out a strong wind. Xiaochen's hood immediately fell off, and Qiong let out a startled cry. He could not help covering his mouth with his hands, and goosebumps broke out all over his body. Now, Xiaochen looked very frightening. His face was covered in spiderweb-like lines of blood. That was the blood that leaked out when his skin split open. Xiaochen put away the brocade boxes and covered himself with his hood again. Then, he tossed the other half of the core painting piece to Qiong. He smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry, I scared you. It's just a superficial wound. I will be fine after some rest." Compared to when he executed the strength character formula in the past, the situation this time was much better. He still remembered the first time he executed the strength character formula in the Sky Dome realm. He had instantly overdrawn all his combat prowess, he could not even stand up. Being able to last for so long this time already far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. At this rate, he should be able to execute the strength character formula once after he attained a rank 4 body. A light flashed on his forehead, and a scarlet throne appeared on a scarlet cloud. Xiaochen took a deep breath and endured the intense pain. Then, he leaped up and finally sat on the throne. A scarlet light flickered, and the massacre throne carried Xiaochen into the distance. Hu Qi. A pretty figure holding a wooden umbrella descended from the sky and stood on the speeding scarlet cloud. Xiaochen glanced at her. For some reason, Qiong followed him again. However, even moving his lips now caused intense pain. Xiaochen could not be bothered to say anything, so he let her follow him. In any case, if the other party wanted to take advantage of this to take his life, the Haotian Emperor's will clone would turn the other party into dust the moment Xiaochen truly felt threatened. As the rainbow light flew, the scarlet cloud carried the throne. After flying for 50 kilometers, Xiaochen landed it at the foot of a stone mountain. That place was filled with all sorts of strange rocks and very few people. It was a very suitable place for recuperating and hiding from pursuers. After landing, Xiaochen put away the scarlet throne. Then, he spent some time using the universe banners to lay a restriction around this place. Without saying a word, Xiaochen leaped onto a stone pillar and sat down cross-legged. Then, he started to deal with the repercussions of using the strength character formula without any worries. As Qiong looked at Xiaochen on the stone pillar, her expression became uncertain, complicated. She did not know how to describe her current emotions. She found Xiaochen increasingly unfathomable. She could not understand or guess what kind of person he was. He was clearly selfish to the point of being cold. However, in order to make a promise, Xiaochen risked such severe injuries to ensure her safety. It was just like when Xiaochen clashed head-on with Yan Shisan in the Star Grave Palace for the sake of the spirit fox race woman. At this moment, Qiong did not know that the most wondrous emotion in the world of mortals was like a soft hook, slowly entering the defenses of her heart. She could no longer pull it out. 3 days. For 3 days, Xiaochen endured immense pain. By relying on his strong physical body, he mostly recovered from the repercussions of using the strength character formula. The scary red mark on Xiao Chen's face also disappeared. His skin became as smooth as before. A bright light flickered in his eyes, and he gained a deeper understanding of the strength character formula. Xiao Chen stood up and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Then, he put away his cloak and stretched his limbs. The slight noise immediately startled Enrich, who was seated on the stone pillar closest to him. She sat there with her eyes closed, feeling somewhat restless. When Enrich opened his eyes and saw that Xiao Chen had recovered his original appearance, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Joy flashed in his eyes. "Young Master Xiao, many thanks for saving me this time," Enrich said with a smile. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and sized up this girl. Then, he revealed a contemplative expression. After a while, he said something that nearly made Enrich vomit blood. "I really could not tell that Miss Ing is not only intelligent and strong, but she is also very broad-minded. This Xiao is truly ashamed of my inferiority." Chapter 8:26. These words matched Xiao Chen's gaze. As long as Enrich was not a fool, she would know what Xiao Chen was hinting at. 2 patches of red immediately appeared on Enrich's jade-like, smooth cheeks, looking incredibly bashful. Enrich felt both angry and anxious. Her usual calm and indifferent attitude was nowhere to be found. What a great Xiao Chen! This miss did not merge the 2 painting pieces back into one and guarded them for 3 days. The moment you open your mouth, you are like a venomous snake. However, Enrich could not think of any words to rebut. She could not admit that she was guarding the painting piece to Xiao Chen's face. Enrich stomped her foot and said angrily, "Tui! Despicable! Xiao Chen, this miss misjudged you. You are just as selfish, vile person with an even more venomous mouth." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said unconcernedly, "Many thanks for the praise." To be able to receive such praise from the magnanimous Miss Ing, this Xiao feels ashamed of his inferiority. Xiao Chen purposely emphasized the words magnanimous. Enrich's face turned completely red. She could no longer remain here. She glared at Xiao Chen and ran far away, gritting her teeth in hatred. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal spirit ring, laughed so hard that she could not close her mouth. She said, "Xiao Chen, when did you become such a venomous snake? You even bully a weak girl like that." Weak girl. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. "Do you think that a girl who can find my weakness perfectly, making me make a promise and end up in such a sorry state, is a weak girl? Since I made my debut, aside from Chu Chaoyun once or twice, she is the only one who can scheme against me." Ao Jiao thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. Xiao Chen had always been cautious and meticulous. Even when he was in all sorts of dangerous situations, he would always calculate the consequences. Along the way, although every step he took was filled with danger, the number of times he was schemed against could be counted on one hand. Jumping down from the stone pillar, Xiao Chen looked around and said, "Let's not talk about her anymore. I'm going to start preparing to concoct pills. I'm basically satisfied with this trip. I've finally collected all the ingredients for the breakthrough sage pill." Xiao Chen did not tell Ao Jiao everything about Immortal Dao alchemy and the secrets of the Compendium of Cultivation. He only said that he obtained an ancient book when he was young. Ao Jiao also knew that everyone had their own secrets. After hearing Xiao Chen's explanation a long time ago, she didn't ask much. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen sent out a few streams of energy, forming a circle around the surrounding stones. Then, he used his saber qi to carve out a simple stone table and laid out the materials one by one. With a flip of his hand, the blue dragon medicine cauldron appeared. Xiao Chen placed it on the stone table and looked at the blue dragon medicine cauldron. The image of an old friend immediately appeared in his mind. He wondered how Feng Feishue was doing after they parted that day. There were too many unresolved matters of the past. Perhaps it was time to return to the Sky Dome realm, the place where the story began. These thoughts flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. He did not rush to refine the breakthrough sage pill. Instead, he took out another set of ingredients, intending to refine some ordinary medicinal pills to get a feel for it. On the other side at the foot of the stone mountain, Immortal also cast aside all distracting thoughts and focused on merging the two painting pieces. The two of them were both working hard to advance to martial sage. Their desire to advance to martial sage was no weaker than the other. After the morning glow scattered, it gathered again. The setting sun turned bright red. The days at the foot of the stone mountain passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Before the stone table, Xiao Chen revealed an excited expression. 2 golden medicinal pills lay quietly in the jade bottle under the mouth of the blue dragon medicine cauldron. The surface of the medicinal pills was golden like paint. A fragrance wafted out, forming a golden cloud above Xiao Chen's head that lingered for a long time. Naturally, the breakthrough sage pill that countless cultivators of the Kunlun realm yearned for but could not obtain was in the jade bottle. Unexpectedly, he succeeded in refining 2 sets of ingredients. Even Xiao Chen himself had not expected this. Normally speaking, the success rate of refining the breakthrough sage pill was only 50%. Hence, Xiao Chen prepared 2 sets of ingredients. However, even so, if one's luck was extremely bad, one might not even be able to refine a single breakthrough sage pill. The principle behind this was easy to explain. For example, if one prepared 10 sets of ingredients, based on the success rate, one would succeed 5 times but also fail 5 times. Extremely bad luck meant that the first 2 pills that one refined happened to be among the 5 that failed. However, Xiao Chen's luck this time was so good that even he did not expect it. He succeeded twice in refining 2 times in a row. Xiao Chen waved his long sleeves and swept away all the remaining ingredients on the stone table. Then, he held a breakthrough sage pill in his palm. His excited emotions slowly calmed down. The breakthrough sage pill greatly increased one's chances of advancing to martial sage. However, it did not mean that one would definitely advance to martial sage. The more crucial the moment, the more one could not be careless. On the stone pillar, Immortal wiped the sweat off her forehead. As she looked at the perfectly merged core painting piece before her, she revealed a gratified expression. She could not help but look up, wanting to see the situation on Xiao Chen's side. When she saw the golden clouds in the sky, she said softly, "Auspicious clouds turning golden. This is a mysterious phenomenon that only appears in legends. It looks like he really succeeded in refining the breakthrough sage pill." However, even with the breakthrough sage pill, there was no guarantee that Xiao Chen would advance to martial sage. Xiao Chen did not know whether he could grasp this opportunity or not. Immortal withdrew her gaze and looked at the core painting piece that was glowing with light. Whether she could advance to martial sage or not would depend on this gamble. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the stone table. Without hesitation, he placed the breakthrough sage pill in his mouth and slowly chewed it. The medicinal pill was slightly bitter and definitely not tasty. However, its fragrance filled the mouth and spread out, clearing one's mind. When the medicinal pill was completely chewed, Xiao Chen's throat moved for a while before he swallowed it down. Boom! It was like a flame was burning. Xiao Chen's face immediately flushed red. Then, the redness quickly spread throughout his body. A berserk energy spread throughout his body, advancing rapidly. Xiao Chen calmed himself and slowly gathered the scattered golden energy. With his hard work, this berserk energy slowly cooled down and became controllable. Xiao Chen did not panic in the face of trouble and did not panic in the face of trouble. At this moment, his good mental state and cultivation were on full display. He also received good returns. The berserk medicinal energy of the breakthrough sage pill gathered into a surging river. Xiaochen controlled this river to attack the bottleneck of Peak Half-Sage. Invisibly, the door of sages that he had seen many times appeared in front of him. A small crack appeared on the door. A faint radiance came out. The mysterious world behind the crack in the door was currently beckoning to Xiaochen. Bang! Under Xiaochen's control, the golden river surged and attacked the bottleneck of half-sage in his body for the first time. The door of sages shook a few times but did not move at all. Xiaochen felt his internal organs tremble. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. There was a price to pay for using a medicinal pill to forcefully break through to sage. The churning of his internal organs and the pain coming from his bones and muscles were the manifestation of this price. At this point, Xiaochen no longer had a way out. He could only charge forward continuously. If he charged forward, everything would be clear. If he cowered in fear, he would be destined to be mediocre for the rest of his life. He would not be fated with the great Tao. After the repeated attempts, the medicinal energy of the breakthrough sage pill slowly decreased. However, Xiaochen's obsession did not diminish. His hot-bloodedness did not subside. The thought of giving up never appeared in his heart. There were only a few gambles in life. Some people did not even have the chance to gamble. I, Xiaochen, am very lucky to obtain the breakthrough sage pill. How can I give up so easily? Boom! After several more attempts, Xiaochen suddenly felt relaxed. The bottleneck of Peak Half-Sage shattered with a bang. The door of sages in the formless world seemed to be gently pushed by someone. It suddenly opened, and a bright light poured out. The blood at the corner of Xiaochen's lips had not dried yet. However, an indescribable joy appeared on his face. I succeeded. The calm of Peak Half-Sage was broken. The door of sages opened. At this moment, Xiaochen transcended mortality and became a sage. He advanced to martial sage at the age of 23. A bright light spread out from Xiaochen's body, and a boundless amount of spiritual energy spread out from his body. Then, it formed a multicolored pillar of light soaring into the sky. A resplendent purple heavenly sage law as thick as a thumb appeared behind Xiaochen, followed by another. When Xiaochen advanced to martial sage, all his quintessence would turn into heavenly sage laws. With this, he would be able to use the heavenly sage laws as he pleased. From now on, the only advantage he had over inferior grade martial sages would no longer exist. The heavenly sage laws appeared continuously. As electric light flickered, they merged. They looked like a river of electricity gushing endlessly. Only after 300 thumb-thick heavenly sage laws appeared did they stop. Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep as autumn water, radiating the light of wisdom and boundless spirituality. A kilometer away, Yingqiong, who was encased in a 5-colored pillar of light, opened her eyes almost at the same time. Her originally beautiful face now glowed with radiance. She was a beauty that could topple the world, a peerless beauty. Coincidentally, Xiaochen and Yingqiong advanced to martial sage one after the other, almost at the same time. However, the changes to Yingqiong's body were much greater than Xiaochen's. She was not a cultivator who tempered her body. The instant she advanced to martial sage, her physical body advanced to a rank 1 sage body, undergoing an earth-shattering improvement. Xiaochen's physical body was already a rank 2 sage body long ago. This advancement only brought his rank 2 sage body to its peak. He did not make any further breakthroughs, so he did not seem to have changed much. On the other hand, Yingqiong's skin was as soft as water. She looked like a painting, and her beauty was outstanding. Her previous noble aura was even more holy, inviolable. She looked like a flower and the moon, very beautiful. With a flip of his hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiaochen's left hand. A fighting spirit blazed in his eyes as he looked at the other party. A mysterious wooden umbrella appeared in Yingqiong's delicate hand. She grasped it and pointed it at Xiaoqin. A similar fighting spirit blazed in her eyes. The two did not really want to fight to the death. Instead, they wanted to familiarize themselves with this energy after advancing to martial sage. To each of them, both sides were obviously ideal opponents, and there was nothing more suitable than using them to test their current strength. Electric light flashed under Xiaoqian's feet, and he drew the lunar shadow saber. The heavenly sage laws behind him absorbed the spiritual energy that was everywhere. With the help of the purple heavenly sage laws, the spiritual energy turned into lightning-attributed energy without the need to filter it. It flowed around Xiaoqian's body like a great river, gushing endlessly. Chapter 827. What a strong force! The speed at which it changes is also unexpectedly fast. Xiaoqin rejoiced in his heart. He waved his hand, and a large purple saber light shot out in all directions like lightning. Dang! The umbrella gently tapped, and Immortal accurately struck the weak spot of this saber strike. The gentle water-attributed energy in his body moved slowly. It was thin and silent, but it flowed endlessly. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, good. Then, he quickly spun around and executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. A purple light flashed on Xiaoqian's forehead. The light of his will, combined with the berserk lightning-attributed energy, formed a strong might and pressed down on Immortal. When the saber descended, lightning tore through the clouds in the sky. This saber strike was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the air. It was very powerful. Immortal did not panic. He suddenly opened the umbrella in his hand. Bang! When the entire umbrella opened, it moved all the water-attributed spiritual energy behind him, not leaving a single drop behind. When the umbrella opened, a circular water screen spanning a kilometer formed a huge barrier, firmly enclosing Immortal. If seen from a distance, the circular water screen looked like an incredibly huge umbrella in the air. It opened together with the umbrella in Immortal's hand. When the berserk energy in Xiaoqian's saber strike struck the circular water screen, it immediately scattered and turned into bolts of electricity crackling and flickering. After easily resolving Xiaoqian's saber strike, Immortal smiled faintly. He twisted his right hand, and the umbrella immediately closed up. The umbrella-shaped water screen in the air also closed up but did not disappear. Immortal pointed with the umbrella, and the closed water screen stabbed at Xiaoqian like a spear. In an instant, Xiaoqian's figure flashed and brushed by Xiaoqian's shoulder. The closed water screen landed on the ground and stabbed deeply into it. The two exchanged moves in midair, familiarizing themselves with their strength after advancing to martial sage. Compared to Xiaoqin, although Immortal looked at ease, he did not have many opportunities to counterattack, doing his best to defend. After exchanging another 100 moves, Xiaoqin executed the lightning tribulation saber technique. The might of the earthly lightning tribulation, the heavenly lightning tribulation, and the divine lightning tribulation had more than doubled. However, the umbrella in Immortal's hand clearly had a great origin. It was a heaven-defying item for defense. It could withstand 3 great lightning tribulations and still remain unscathed. Just as Xiaoqin was about to execute twin dragons playing with pearls, Immortal closed up the umbrella and landed on the stone pillar below. He smiled and said, "That's enough. If we continue, we will end up making a fool of ourselves." Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and stared at the umbrella. He said, "What is the name of this umbrella?" "It is a good umbrella." "What? Are you eyeing my heavenly downpour umbrella? You do not cultivate the gentle water art. Even if I gave it to you, it would be useless." Immortal leaned the umbrella on his right shoulder and smiled gently. Xiaoqin did not know what rank the heavenly downpour umbrella was, but it was at least an inferior grade king-grade secret treasure. In the past, Immortal could not bring out much of the might of this secret treasure. Now, it seems like he cannot bring out the full power of this umbrella. Otherwise, it should be able to block 70% of my strength. Xiaochen quickly analyzed the situation in his heart. The disciples of large clans should have king-grade secret treasures. In the future, when I face the successors of sovereign sects and sovereign noble clans, I will have to be careful. Without replying to Enchanting, Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the 72 universe flags buried deep in the ground quickly returned to Xiaochen's hand. Enchanting gently jumped down and landed before Xiaochen. He said, "Hee hee. Let's go." Xiaochen was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, "I am returning to the Haoyan sect. Are you coming with me? Could it be that there is no place for you in the Yin clan?" Enchanting felt it was strange. He asked, "Returning to the Haoyan sect? You are in such a rush to advance to martial sage. Could it be that it is not for the sage mark monument that appears once every 10 years? There is still half a month before it opens, and you are going back just like that. Sage mark monument. Ao Jiao, what is that?" This was the first time Xiaochen heard these words. He could not help feeling suspicious, so he asked about Ao Jiao. "The sage mark monument is about to open. In that case, Xiaochen, it looks like you will not be able to return for the time being. That sage mark monument stands in the Kunlun mountain range. It has existed since the ancient era and appears once every 10 years. As long as one can carve their name on it, they are qualified to enter. There are many treasures in there. Furthermore, even if one fails to obtain it, there will not be any danger to one's life. At most, one will be sent out. Even if one is unlucky, one will be able to obtain a few good sage-grade secret treasures. Only inferior-grade martial sages are allowed to carve their name on it. Of course, whether one can carve their name on it or not is another matter. Speaking of which, this sage mark monument has existed for a long time. Being able to carve one's name on it is an honor recognized by the peak cultivators." When Xiaochen heard Ao Jiao's explanation, he entered deep thought. Originally, he had intended to think of a way to return to the Sky Dome realm after returning to the Haoyan sect. He would settle some matters of the past and meet some old friends. After that, he would have nothing to worry about and focus on the martial Dao, breaking through to martial emperor. Unexpectedly, the sage mark monument happened to appear. This made Xiaochen somewhat hesitant. Ao Jiao egged him on, "Go on, then." Back then, the Thunder King also carved his name on it. However, it was on the same level as the Qing emperors. "Don't you want to try and see how high you can carve your name on it?" The demonic geniuses of the various races have been stuck at half-sage for so many years. With the heavenly dew divine spring, they must have already advanced to martial sage. This time, the sage mark monument's appearance will definitely attract all the various races over. The most important thing is that there are spirit veins in there. Look at the lunar cassia tree in the Immortal spirit ring. It will take at least 300 years for it to mature. With a few rank 1 spirit veins, it will definitely mature in 3 to 5 years. The last sentence thoroughly moved Xiaochen. If he fought for spirit veins outside, he would have to face Grandmaster-level martial sages at the very least. There would be no hope at all. If there really were spirit veins in this sage mark monument, as long as he faced martial sages of the same cultivation realm, Xiaochen would be very confident. When Enchanting saw Xiaochen remain silent, he thought of something and said, "You have only been in the Kunlun realm for 2 years. It is not strange that you have not heard of the sage mark monument." Xiaochen denied this. "I have heard a little about the sage mark monument. However, aren't you afraid of your clan finding out that you are swaggering around?" Enchanting smiled in disappointment and frustration. The struggle between the large clans is not as straightforward as you imagine. When I meet with that Fan, I might even act even more intimate than before. Xiaochen frowned slightly. His words actually meant that he wanted to use this as an excuse to take his leave. Given the intelligence of this girl, she should be able to understand that he did not want to get into any unnecessary trouble. Let's go, then. The Kunlun mountain range runs through the profound domain. It stretches on for who knows how long. Without me leading the way, even if you ask around, you might not be able to find the Sage Mark Monument in half a month. A crafty look flashed in Enchanting's eyes as he revealed a faint smile on his face. Don't ask me. It has been so many years. How could I still remember the way? Furthermore, a regular martial monarch would not know where the Sage Mark Monument is. You will still have to travel with her. Ao Zhao's innocent words from the immortal spirit ring extinguished Xiao Chen's last hope. The Kunlun mountain range stretched from east to west, spanning the entire profound domain. Aside from the main peak that Xiao Chen had been to before, there were countless secondary peaks. Even if one spent 10 years, one would not be able to walk through all the secondary peaks. The Sage Mark Monument was like a drop of water in a lake, it would be hard to follow. Xiao Chen rejoiced. Fortunately, he had Enchanting with him on this trip. Otherwise, even if he found out the way, he would have to go around in circles, wasting a lot of time. Amid the boundless mountain range, a towering monument towered into the clouds on an ordinary-looking flat ground at the waist of a mountain. There were several peaks of various heights in the surroundings, all of them at least 5 kilometers tall. Clouds and birds lingered around the peaks. Many cultivators of the various races stopped on the various peaks. When one looked around, they were all martial sages. Some of them were not even inferior-grade martial sages. All of them had long and deep auras. They should be idle older generation martial sages or the elders of the various sects and clans. Their main purpose here was to see how much the younger generation had grown. To these people, no matter how famous they were, no matter how incredible they were, it was not as realistic as the Sage Mark Monument. Whether one could carve their name on it, how high could one carve it, whether one could surpass the famous experts of history who had been immortalized for hundreds of generations. Only then could one truly prove one's extraordinary talent. Otherwise, one would just be a fake genius. This was because since ancient times, those famous geniuses in history had all carved their names on the Sage Mark Monument. History had proven their glory. Their legendary feats further emphasized the extraordinariness of the Sage Mark Monument, making it even more famous. Even more cultivators gathered at the foot of the Sage Mark Monument. A rough count came to at least 3,000. Without exception, all of them were inferior-grade martial sages. These were all cultivators waiting to carve their names on the Sage Mark Monument. However, with one glance, most of them were middle-aged. There were even quite a few old people. There were very few of the younger generation. However, the older generation experts on the various peaks and the martial monarchs who came to watch the excitement all focused on the younger generation. The reason was none other than these youths being the main characters of this Sage Mark Monument's opening. The old men and middle-aged martial sages were just supporting characters. Even if these people felt dissatisfied, they could not change this fact. Cultivators who could advance to inferior-grade martial sage before the age of 30 were definitely demonic geniuses. They would only appear in large numbers in the age of geniuses. In a normal age, when one appeared, they would immediately become an outstanding talent that would lead an era. These people did not look very old. However, they could easily defeat those of higher cultivation, not to mention ordinary late-stage inferior-grade martial sages. Even if a medial-grade martial sage came, he would not be able to do anything to these youths in a one-on-one fight. If he was not careful, he might end up capsizing, ruining his reputation. There was a faint golden barrier 100 meters away from the stone tablet, preventing others from approaching. Chapter 828. The barrier's thickness and energy weakened at a visible rate. When it completely vanished, it would be time to leave one's name. Xiao Chen and Enchanting each wore a cloak, hiding their identities. Then, they blended into the crowd and looked around. Of the younger generation, only 4 people came. Xiao Chen recognized one of them. It looked like Diwuk, Wang Can, and Kong Yuan's group had not arrived yet. That person was Yen Shisan. He wore black and held the heavenly ice sword in his hand. He stood at the side with a grave and stern expression, staring at the Sage Mark monument. Yen Shisan had been a half-sage for many years. With the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring as an opportunity, he advanced to Martial Sage. This did not exceed Xiao Chen's expectations. After Ying Qiong's introduction, Xiao Chen gained a better understanding of the other four. They were geniuses of the other races. The factions they belonged to were similar to the sovereign noble clans of the human race. Xiao Chen paid special attention to a man with bare arms. If he did not see wrong, this person walked the path of advancing to martial sage with the physical body alone. Just by relying on his physical body, this person directly advanced to martial sage. After asking Ying Qiong, Xiao Chen learned that this person was called Kuei Do, a member of the corpse race. Kuei Do's ancestor was the famous Iron Hand sovereign of the Profound Domain. He was a legendary character who advanced to sovereign martial emperor by relying on his physical body alone. However, he had already left the corpse god palace and led his clan to settle down in the Profound Domain. As for the other three, they did not leave a deep impression on Xiao Chen. Of course, it was not that they were not powerful. It was just that they did not leave a particularly outstanding impression on Xiao Chen. Without a doubt, anyone who could advance to martial sage before the age of 30 was not a minor character. The Peacock King's descendant, Kong Yuan, is here. Suddenly, Ying Qiong said, the person with him seems to be the Fox King's descendant, Yuan Su. Xiao Chen looked over and saw a handsome man in blue beside Kong Yuan. That man had the unique elegance of a silver moon spirit fox. He was even more handsome than Xianyu, whom Xiao Chen had met before. However, he had the bloodline of a king. It diluted the feminine aura of the silver moon spirit fox race, making him look even more charming. It said that he's even stronger than Kong Yuan. When the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring opened last time, he happened to be at the crucial moment of breaking through to the fifth tail, so he couldn't make it in time, Ying Qiong whispered to Xiao Chen. Of the 5 major races, the Fiend race had the most people but was indeed the weakest. This was because the Fiend race only had 2 sovereign martial emperors, the Peacock King and the Fox King. When the descendants of the 2 sovereign martial emperors arrived, the Fiend race martial sages present all followed their lead and stood behind them. The Fox King and the Peacock King were highly respected in the demon domain. Naturally, their descendants were widely respected as well. They were the focus of their own race and had high hopes for the 2 of them. They hoped that the 2 of them could fight for the demon race's honor and carve their names a little higher. Whoosh! A sinister wind blew overhead, and 8 illusory spirits carrying a white palanquin descended. These were the top figures of the ghost race's younger generation. The ghost race girl named Qingqing, who had once scared Xiao Chen, walked out. After she came out, 3 more men and women appeared in the palanquin. She must have brought along the demonic geniuses of the ghost race's younger generation. The ghost race had fewer people, but 4 of them came. This proved that they were stronger than the Fiend race. The inferior grade martial sages of the ghost race all gathered behind these 4 and started discussing in soft voices. It was fine if they did not come. However, the demonic geniuses of the younger generation did not stop once they arrived. After a while, the youths of the corpse race and the human race arrived almost at the same time. Of the corpse race's side, Xiao Chen only recognized Wang Can, whom he had fought before. He did not recognize the others, only seeing them once in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring. On the human race's side, the ones who came were all familiar. As expected, the son of the 3 holy masters had relied on the opportunity of the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring to break through the bottleneck that had plagued him for many years, advancing to martial sage in one go. Aside from these, of the 7 giants, the 3 who had soaked in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, by Wuxue, and Juanxi, and Shui Lingling, also relied on this opportunity to advance to martial sage. Xiaoqin heaved a sigh of relief. If not for the breaking sage pill, which allowed him to advance to martial sage in advance, this group of people would have surpassed him. In the end, Xiaoqin had only been a half-sage for less than a year. Compared to Juanxi and the others, who had been stuck there for at least 4 or 5 years, his accumulations were lacking. Xiaoqin could not rely on the heavenly dew divine spring to raise his comprehension ability and break through the bottleneck. Even without the breaking sage pill, he could advance to martial sage in another year, no weaker than these people. However, by then, it would be too late. The Sage Mark Monument would open only 10 years later. Hu Qi. A golden light flashed, and Di Wuk and the white-haired divine daughter arrived, leading the 13 inferior-grade martial sages of the deity race. As the light flickered, it immediately attracted the gazes of all the cultivators on the surrounding peaks. The remaining deity race cultivators all revealed fervent expressions. They quickly flew over and gathered behind Di Wuk and the others. Xiaoqin found this strange. The deity race was ridiculously strong. Di Wuk and the white-haired divine daughter had already advanced to martial sage long ago. Now, they were peak inferior grade martial sages. Aside from these two, the other 13 people who soaked in the heavenly dew divine spring previously had all advanced to martial sage as well. Furthermore, it was obvious that the number of people on their side was greater than that of the warriors from the other races. Strange. Didn't the humans say that a descendant of the Qing Emperor appeared? Why do I not see him? Could it be that he did not advance to martial sage? The golden barrier before the Sage Mark Monument weakened. The demonic geniuses of the various races had already arrived, but Xiaoqin was still nowhere to be seen. Several people started muttering to themselves in doubt. Naturally, Xiaoqin, who was mixed in with the human group, could not hear the discussions on the surrounding peaks. He would have to send out his spiritual sense to hear them from such a distance. Xiaoqin wore the cloak mainly to avoid trouble. He did not want the people of the other 3 sovereign noble clans to know of his whereabouts. As for what Ying Qiong was thinking, Xiaoqin did not know. He could not be bothered to think about it either. However, Xiaoqin took note of the discussions of the surrounding martial sages. After a while, he gained a much better understanding of this Sage Mark Monument. As long as a cultivator got within 100 meters of the Sage Mark Monument, they would feel a huge pressure. This pressure came from the mysterious energy within the monument. This pressure was not formless. Not only would it affect the cultivator's mind, but it would also restrict the cultivator's ability to fly. The higher one flew, the greater the pressure. The higher one's name was carved on the monument, the more people would look at the cultivator in a different light. However, it did not mean that one would be able to carve their name on the monument just because they flew high. Carving words on the monument was not a simple matter. In the past Sage Mark monuments, there had been many ambitious people who wanted to carve their names higher, blindly trying to fly higher. However, these people could not endure the pressure when they were carving their names. Before they could finish writing, they were knocked back, missing out on the opportunity to carve their names. After carving one's name on the monument, it did not mean that it would not disappear forever. If a cultivator did not advance to martial emperor in the future, the name they left on the Sage Mark monument would vanish after 1,000 years. If one climbed to the peak and became Emperor Wu, the name they carved would turn purple and vanish only after 5,000 years. Only when one became a sovereign martial emperor would their name turn gold. Only then would it last forever, existing with the monument, never to disappear. Under the hood, Xiaoqin looked at the monument, which he could not see clearly due to the barrier. Then, he revealed an interested expression. The monument was only 3 kilometers tall. If not for the fact that it was erected at the waist of the mountain, its height of 3 kilometers would be as ordinary as it could be among the many famous mountains of the Kunlun realm. However, such a monument recorded all the famous experts of the martial epic in the past 100,000 years. Each monument represented a Kunlun realm. Just at this moment, the barrier vanished, and the 3-kilometer-tall Sage Mark monument revealed itself. From a few hundred meters away, Xiaoqin could clearly see the names on the monument. The first thing that entered his eyes were the golden names at the top of the monument. These names shone brilliantly under the refraction of the sun. Each name was a legend. When anyone saw the golden names of their race's cultivators, no matter who it was, they would feel yearning, reverence, longing, and pride. At first glance, Xiaoqin was attracted by these golden names. However, when he looked again, he shifted his gaze to the bottom of the monument. Compared to the golden names that everyone paid attention to, the names below did not seem to attract much attention. However, the names were densely packed together, several hundred times more than the golden names. They were like the cornerstone at the bottom of a pyramid. Xiaoqin slowly moved his gaze upwards. The further he looked, the less densely packed the names were. After 1,000 meters, there would be at most 10 names engraved on each row. On the 1-meter-wide stone tablet, the names were very sparse. 1 kilometer was also a dividing point. After 1 kilometer, one could vaguely see some purple names. 2 kilometers was another dividing line. When Xiaoqin looked further up, all the names were purple. Occasionally, he would even find a golden name. Even among the purple names, this golden light was very eye-catching. The moment it appeared, people would immediately notice it, forgetting about their surroundings. As Xiaoqin continued moving his gaze upwards, he fixed it on the 3-kilometer mark. There were only 2 names standing side by side. One was the Thunder King and the other was the Qing Emperor. There were still 300 meters above Xiaoqin, the highest point of the entire monument. However, the 100 meters above the Qing Emperor was empty. There were no names at all. However, after this 100 meters, there was a large number of golden and glistening names. The denseness of the rows was flabbergasting. There were more than 20 names in each row, almost as dense as the row at the bottom. If one understood the history of the Kunlun realm's martial epic, they would not find such a mysterious phenomenon strange. One stone monument was the entire Kunlun realm. This saying was not exaggerated. The densely packed names 100 meters above the Qing Emperor were densely packed. This represented the peak of the ancient era's martial epic. During that era, martial emperors were as common as the clouds, sages filled the streets, and sovereign martial emperors appeared one after another. Chapter 829. The remaining 100 meters of blank space was the time after the savage desolate war of the emperors. The various races had weakened, their strength plummeting. The peak of the martial Tao was gone forever. This lasted until 10,000 years ago, when the strongest sovereign martial emperor of the ancient era, the Qing Emperor, appeared. Only then did he carve his name at the 3-kilometer mark that had not been carved for tens of thousands of years. Compared to the ancients, there was still a significant gap. Even the Qing Emperor could not touch the many legendary names of that magnificent era. However, the names of the Qing Emperor and the Thunder King still far surpassed the names of the sovereign martial emperors of the past 10,000 years. The area 100 meters below the 2 names was blank, there were no names at all. Only after 100 meters were some purple and gold names visible. Compared to the Qing Emperor, the Thunder King's gold name was much dimmer. The Qing Emperor's name was as dazzling as the stars. However, the Thunder King's name was just an ordinary gold. After seeing so many names, Xiaoqin guessed that the luster of the name had something to do with the strength of the person. The Thunder King had died mysteriously not long after advancing to sovereign martial emperor. Naturally, his strength could not compare to the Qing Emperor at his peak. Seeing the 2 names side by side, Xiaoqin could not help but feel even more pity for the Thunder King. If nothing unexpected happened, the Thunder King might really be the second Qing Emperor. The densely packed golden names were about 100 meters long. However, when the Sage Mark Monument reached the highest point, there was not a single name to be seen. Only blurry traces could be seen, but it was unclear who had left those traces and when they had been left behind. Where did these people go and where they were now? This had always been a mystery in the Kunlun realm. Several people guessed that those who could leave marks at the highest point might have become the legendary martial gods. However, no one in this world had ever seen a martial god. The legends about martial gods were only recorded in some documents. Most of the records were oral accounts that could not be verified. There were no actual examples. The martial god was still an illusory legend to all martial artists. The shock that the Sage Mark Monument brought to everyone lingered for a long time. After reading through this stone monument, it was like experiencing the entire history of the martial epic. Only after a long time did someone come back to his senses. With a light leap, he arrived in front of the stone tablet and was about to carve his name on it. Under the premise of guaranteeing a spot, it was naturally better to carve one's name as high as possible. Everyone would have a trace of vanity and a competitive heart. The number of people eager to give it a try kept increasing. Soon, the boundary of 1,000 meters was broken by someone. Names kept breaking the height of others. However, after half a day, no one had been able to break through the boundary point of 2 kilometers. A few middle-aged cultivators wanted to give it a try. In the end, they failed. They vomited blood and fell to the ground, losing their qualifications to enter the Sage Mark Monument. A figure flashed and landed below the Sage Mark Monument. When the other cultivators, who were preparing to leave their names, saw this person, they immediately stopped what they were doing and focused their gazes on him. The Peacock King's grandson, Kong Yuan, is here. It looks like he will be the first to break the 2-kilometer record today. The names that reached the 2-kilometer mark all became Emperor Wu. This person soaked in the heavenly dew divine spring and will definitely advance to martial emperor within 100 years. It looks like the 2-kilometer mark is not difficult for him. I wonder how far he can go. Back then, the Peacock King seemed to have left his name at the 2,500-meter mark. The higher one flies, the greater the pressure. Every 10 meters from the 2,000-meter mark, the pressure increases exponentially. Furthermore, one still has to leave their name in the air. This is a problem for anyone. It is hard to say how high he can go. As the first younger generation cultivator to step up, Kong Yuan received a lot of attention. Not only did all the cultivators here look over, but the cultivators watching from the surrounding peaks also focused their gazes on him. Hu Qi. Kong Yuan did not hesitate. He pushed off the ground and soared into the air. He did not feel any pressure within 1 kilometer. After 1 kilometer, Kong Yuan's expression turned grave, and his speed slowed significantly. After 1,500 meters, his thick eyebrows were already deeply knitted together. Clearly, the pressure was already significant. However, Kong Yuan was Kong Yuan after all. He did not disappoint the crowd and arrived at the 2,000-meter mark. The many fiend race cultivators all revealed smiles on their faces. However, that Kong Yuan did not show any intention of stopping. He continued to ascend. At this moment, Kong Yuan could see that Kong Yuan's face was practically twisted together as he gritted his teeth. Sweat covered Kong Yuan's forehead. Every 10 meters was exceptionally difficult. The fiend race cultivators could not help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling anxious for him. Kong Yuan arrived at the 2,500-meter mark after much difficulty. Then, he saw a familiar name. That was his grandfather, one of the 2 remaining sovereign martial emperors of the Fiend domain. Kong Yuan relaxed his frown and revealed a smile. As he hovered in the air, a short sword appeared in his hand. Then, he carved his name beside the Peacock King's name, stroke by stroke. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and light shone. The fiend race cultivators cheered thunderously. When Kong Yuan finished carving the last stroke, a beam of light entered his body and relieved the pressure he endured. As the fiend race cultivators looked at Kong Yuan like he was a hero, he slowly landed. Unexpectedly, the moment he made an appearance, he already tied with the Peacock King. The younger generation is truly unbelievable. As the first of the younger generation to make an appearance, Kong Yuan managed to achieve such a height. Not only did the fiend race cultivators rejoice, but the spectators were also slightly moved. The person who spoke was the physical body cultivator that Xiaochen had paid special attention to earlier, the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant, Kuei Do. Kong Yuan had just achieved such a height, yet he was looked down on. He felt angry in his heart. He said, "Kuei Do, don't spout such big words. If you have the guts, go and surpass me now." Kuei Do bared his arms, revealing his bulging muscles and perfect curves. As he looked at the names on the Sage Mark monument, he said, "Now is the age of geniuses. If I still use the standards of the older generation to measure myself, I will be underestimating myself." Kong Yuan smiled coldly and said, "What is the point of saying so much? I'll say it again. If you have the guts, go and surpass me now." The Iron Hand Sovereign and the Peacock King were both famous sovereign martial emperors of this generation. They were very strong and could shake up a region. The clash between their descendants immediately attracted the attention of several people. Kuei Do said calmly, "There is no need for you to say that. I am about to give it a try." Kuei Do leaped forward and arrived before the Sage Mark monument. Then, he pushed off the ground and burst into the air. Kuei Do moved like an arrow, relying on the explosive power of his strong physical body. He crossed a height of 1 kilometer in an instant. Only when he reached a height of 2 kilometers did he slow down. A cold smile flashed in Kong Yuan's eyes. The true test was only starting now. The explosive power of a physical body cultivator was very strong. However, this was a battle of endurance. Once one's explosive power ran out, the formless pressure from the Sage Mark monument would instantly knock him back. However, before Kong Yuan's smile could freeze, Kuei Do pushed off the ground and soared up again. With a spurt of energy, he soared 550 meters. Kuei Do reached a height of 50 meters above Kong Yuan. Using his hand as a sword, he quickly finished carving his name. When he finished the final stroke, his figure wavered, and he landed firmly on the ground. When Kong Yuan saw his name on the Sage Mark monument surpassing him by 50 meters, his complexion paled in disbelief. The expressions of the many older generation martial sages and the martial monarchs watching the excitement on the surrounding peaks all changed slightly. The words, "The younger generation will surpass us in time," appeared in their hearts. Following that, the younger generation stepped out one after another. All sorts of height records were broken. From 2,500 meters to 2,900 meters, people continuously carved their names on the Sage Mark monument. In the previous Sage Mark monuments, those who could carve their names at a height of 2,000 meters would be regarded as absolute geniuses by everyone. However, the current scene truly broadened everyone's horizons. There were quite a few people who didn't reveal their expressions, but when they truly left their names, they were all moving and shocking everyone. Under the hood, Xiaochen's gaze did not remain idle. He took advantage of this opportunity to pay attention to the hidden experts of the various races. The goal was not to leave their names. After entering the Sage Mark monument, the various treasures and spirit veins were the true targets. After observing for a while, Xiaochen discovered some clues. Among the 4 people from the corpse race, there was a man with a mark on his forehead. This person remained silent. However, Wang Can's attitude toward this person was strangely respectful. Occasionally, he would lower his head and say something to this person. The mark on this person's forehead looked like a flower, a very strange flower. Xiaochen felt that it looked like the legendary departed spirit flower. However, the mark was too small, so he could not be sure. Xiao Qin had long since paid attention to the girl named Qing Qing from the ghost race. Now that he saw the martial sage, Xiao Qin found her even more unfathomable. Although the height at which the fiend race's Kong Yuan left his name had been surpassed repeatedly, Xiao Qin, who had seen Kong Yuan make a move before, did not think that he was much weaker than the others. Back then, Kong Yuan had blocked the combined martial technique of 13 deity race experts with a simple palm strike. That had left a deep impression on Xiao Qin. However, what caught Xiao Qin's attention was the handsome man beside Kong Yuan, the descendant of the Fox King, Yuan Su. The deity race cultivators have arrived. Just at this moment, a soft cry interrupted Xiao Qin's thoughts. Xiao Qin turned his head and saw 13 white-haired deity race cultivators arriving at the Sage Mark Monument together. Hu Qi! Light burst out as the 13 people advanced together. Before the eyes of the many cultivators, they continued to rise. Soon, they surpassed 2,500 meters. Startled cries rang out. All the cultivators present were stunned. Half of the people who could leave their names at 2,500 meters had already become sovereign martial emperors. Could it be that the deity race would give birth to 13 sovereign martial emperors in the future? Stone fragments flew everywhere. However, these 13 people only stopped when they reached 2,900 meters. Then, their fingers released a golden light as they started to write their names. 2,900 meters. After the Thunder King, no one has been able to carve their name here in the past few thousand years. I heard that when these 13 people advanced to martial sage, the supreme deity monarch conferred them the title of Keepers of Light. Keepers is a title second only to the protector elders of the Thousand Deity Church. Clearly, these 13 people are extraordinary. These 13 people are already so incredible. In that case, how high must the divine son Di Wuk and the divine daughter Tian Yushi reach? Chapter 830. The moment the deity race's 13 people made their move, the atmosphere immediately reached a climax. Cries of shock and discussion rang out endlessly. The surrounding peaks discussed this as well. The expressions of the other races all turned unsightly. After the deity race arrived in the Kunlun realm from the outer realm, they had been harboring the ambition of unifying the Kunlun realm ever since the Emperor War. Now that the deity race was in a flourishing age, the living space of the other races would probably be suppressed again. Whoosh! Perhaps because the deity race was so arrogant, the human race's Yan Shan, the fiend race's the Fox King's descendant Yuan Su, the ghost empress Shi Sun's disciple Qing Qing, and the mysterious corpse race man with the mark on his forehead all made their move. On the Bushan Palace's side, the strongest of the three holy masters' disciples could no longer hold themselves back and took advantage of the situation to make their move. These people practically represented the strongest of the various races. They were all demonic geniuses among demonic geniuses, all of them outstanding talents. They could be said to be shining like the stars, resplendent and resplendent. Every one of their names would become a legend in the future, as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Only this Sage Mark Monument could make them make their move together. The cultivators on the surrounding peaks and the various races all held their breaths, waiting to see if these seven could turn the tide against the strong deity race. 2,000 meters, 2,500 meters, 2,800 meters, 2,900 meters, 2,900 meters, 2,900 meters, 2,950 meters, the seven did not disappoint the crowd, successfully surpassing the 13 keepers of the deity race. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and sunlight shone on the faces of these seven talents. The scene froze. It was like they were not carving names but history. 1,000 years later, when all the names turned golden, history would become a legend, a myth passed down by later generations. The seven landed and returned to the various races' teams. Thunderous cheers resounded. When Di Wuk saw this scene, the light in his eyes flickered. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Tian Yushi, how high do you think I can carve?" The white-haired divine daughter, Tian Yushi, looked at the nameless mark at the top of the sage mark monument. She did not answer, remaining silent. The 13 keepers at the side answered one after another. The divine son is talented. In the future, he will definitely spread the glory of the deity race throughout the entire Kunlun realm. At the very least, he will be as famous as the Azure Demon. That's right. Back then, the Azure Demon had suppressed our god clan for more than 1,000 years. The divine son will definitely be as famous as him and push the god clan to another peak. Back then, when the deity race was at its peak, the Qing Emperor personally charged into the deity race's heavenly nation and killed a large number of deities. He even killed 4 or 5 deity kings that were as strong as sovereign martial emperors. Alone, Shaoqian knocked down the deity race from its peak. Then, he invented the dragon tone art, allowing the Dragon's Gate to suppress the deity race for several thousand years. He left behind the title of Azure Demon in the God Clan, but there was no need to doubt his strength. Even the God Clan, who were his enemies, had to admit it. It was not an insult to be on the same level as the Azure Demon, but it was a great honor. The 13 guardians all thought so. Diwok narrowed his eyes and looked at the golden name of the Qing Emperor on the sage mark monument. He said, "It is time for me to continue the legend of the Qing Emperor from 10,000 years ago." A beam of golden light shot out, and Diwok soared up. After the 7 peak experts of the various races achieved impressive results, he finally made his move. The beam of golden light was like a rainbow soaring into the sky. It did not slow down even after flying for 2,000 meters. Only when it reached 2,500 meters did it slow down. The light vanished, and Xiao Chen's figure appeared. Then, he slowly climbed up before countless nervous gazes. He climbed to 2,800 meters, then to 2,900 meters. Then, he continued rising to 2,950 meters. Xiao Chen looked at the names of the various races' cultivators and smiled faintly. Then, he paused for a moment. Just when everyone thought that Xiao Chen would not continue, Diwok's white hair turned golden. Every strand of his golden hair gave off a bright light. He shouted, and his figure soared forward. Based on Xiao Chen's explosive power, it seemed like he was going to charge past the 3-kilometer mark. However, when he reached the 3-kilometer mark, his figure paused. It was like he felt a huge pressure, nearly knocking him back down. Diwok stopped thinking about breaking through the 3-kilometer mark. He started to quickly write his name, carving the words, Diwok, beside the Thunder King Sangmu. Reaching 3,000 meters, being on par with the Qing Emperor. After 5,000 years, someone had finally reached this level. A large group of deity race cultivators shouted excitedly. The nightmarish name of the Azure Demon had finally appeared in the deity race that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The 13 keepers of the deity race each sent out a beam of holy light, forming a 7-colored bridge in the air that extended to Diwok's feet. Diwok stood on the 7-colored bridge and looked down. Finally, his gaze stopped at the human group. He smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, you will not be able to continue the legend of the Qing Emperor. I will have to leave it to Diwok." Diwok's lazy tone coupled with his insufferably arrogant words showed that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to plant the seed of invincibility in the hearts of the demonic geniuses of the various races. Ha! Diwok, it is not up to you to say that. Who was it that dared to refute Diwok in front of everyone after he was on par with the Emperor? Everyone curiously searched for the source of the voice. They saw a black-cloaked cultivator walking out from the human group. Naturally, this person was Xiao Qin. He had come to the Sage Mark Monument mainly for the treasures in it. At the same time, he wanted to take a look at the true elites of the various races. He did not care much about whose name was carved higher and whose name was carved lower. Many years ago, the Thunder King had carved his name on par with the Qing Emperor's. However, so what? Now, it was clear whose name was more dazzling. The height of the name carved on the Sage Mark monument was more of a symbol. To cultivators, its only practical use was as a ticket to enter the Sage Mark monument. Even now, when all the geniuses of the various races were chasing after this so-called height, Xiao Chen's view did not change. He would not fight for this empty reputation. If he did not fight for this moment, after 10,000 years, whose name was still on the Sage Mark monument and whose name was more dazzling would be judged by future generations. However, this Di Wuk should not be like this. How could he continue the legend of the Qing Emperor? There were some things that he needed to say. Under the cloak, no one could see Xiao Chen's appearance. Everyone tried to guess this person's identity. Is it your place to interrupt when our divine son is speaking? Di Wuk had carved his name on par with the Qing emperors. Unexpectedly, a random nobody from somewhere mocked him for such a glorious matter. Two deity race cultivators immediately leaped out and charged at Xiao Qin. Of the cultivators who came to leave their names, the weakest was an inferior grade martial sage. The two deity race cultivators who leaped out looked like middle-aged men. Furthermore, they were middle-stage inferior grade martial sages. They both executed the deity race's mental energy martial techniques and charged at Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived before Xiao Qin. Their mental energy origin Qi had already turned into a ferocious beast and entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness to wreak havoc. If Xiao Qin could not quickly eliminate the mental energy that the two sent in, the two charging over would be able to severely injure him with one punch each. The physical body and quintessence of the deity race were no weaker than that of regular human cultivators. Mental energy martial techniques were just their innate abilities. Xiao Qin smiled coldly. These two were trying to turn him into an idiot, crippling him, by entering his sea of consciousness so tyrannically. However, was it really that easy to enter Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness? The two ferocious beasts entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Before they could do anything, they saw a drifting purple talisman flash with a purple light, and the two ferocious beasts were chopped in half. Electric light exploded, and the two halves of the ferocious beasts were blasted into nothing without being able to resist. The ferocious beasts, which contained the mental energy of the two, did not even have a chance to retreat before Xiao Qin killed them. When the two deity race cultivators got within 1 meter of Xiao Qin, they suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Their complexions turned incredibly pale. Will of Thunder, hurry up and retreat. He has already erased our mental energy origin source. The two's eyes filled with horror. They felt so much regret that their intestines turned green. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin had comprehended a will. Furthermore, it was the will of thunder, which had the greatest destructive power against mental energy. If they had known, they would not have been so bold as to send their mental energy into Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness to wreak havoc. That would have been no different from suicide. Trying to run now. It is too late. Since the two wanted to kill him, naturally, Xiao Qin would not show any mercy. The 3 heavenly sage laws in his body flowed into his palm. Then, he stretched out his hand, and a strong wind sucked the two over. The heavenly sage laws flowed through Xiao Chen's body as he quickly executed the Kuanping divine fist that he inherited from the Kuanping king. A huge shadow soared up behind Xiao Qin. That was the legendary divine bird, the Kuanping. When it spread its wings, it blocked out the radiance of the blazing sun. At this moment, when Xiao Qin executed the Kuanping with his heavenly sage laws, its might was several times stronger than before. The huge shadow covered the entire mountain. With the sound of wings flapping, a strong gust of wind blew, and dust swirled around. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes, and when they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a daze. When they opened their eyes again, the Kuanping materialized by the heavenly sage laws flew somewhere in the sky. The 2 deity race cultivators preparing to beat up Xiao Qin into an idiot immediately turned into a flash of scarlet. He directly turned into a bloody light, his bones shattered, and he died without a complete corpse. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen killed 2 deity race cultivators. The place fell silent. Everyone's expressions turned grave. Xiaochen killed the deity race cultivators in front of Diwok. In this era where the deity race was unstoppable, even the older generation cultivators did not dare to do such a thing. Everyone looked at Diwok, who was on the 7-colored bridge. Their hearts sank, they were in big trouble. Diwok showed an uncertain expression. As he looked at the mysterious cloaked man below, he said coldly, "Aren't you being a little too heavy-handed?" Xiaochen's expression did not change. His eyes rippled like autumn water as he replied calmly, "Being too heavy-handed. If I were not capable, my mind would have been wiped clean. I would probably be an idiot by now." Chapter 831. If you want to be reasonable, I will be reasonable with you. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Others might be afraid of you, Diwok, but I am not. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and gently flung the cloak off his body. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he looked up at Diwok, his heart calm and indifferent. "It's the white-robed bladesman, Xiaochen." He advanced to martial sage. When Xiaochen revealed his true appearance, he immediately elicited startled cries from the crowd. The news of the Qing Emperor's descendant appearing had already spread from the Tianwu domain to the entire Kunlun realm. When the Sage Mark Monument appeared, many people guessed whether Xiaochen could rush over or not. After all, he had only advanced to half-sage for a short time, even if he was the Qing Emperor's descendant. Not many people thought that Xiaochen could advance to martial sage in such a short time. His appearance today could be considered a huge surprise. No wonder he flew into such a rage. Diwok's earlier words really touched his reverse scale. Those 2 deity race cultivators deserved to die. If he offended them now, he would be seeking death. However, it is too irrational to mess with Diwok now. Diwok advanced to martial sage a year ago. Furthermore, no one has seen him use his full power. Xiaochen just advanced to martial sage. He is probably not a match for Diwok. All sorts of discussions rang out endlessly. No one had expected that the matter of leaving one's name, which should have ended here, would take such a turn. When Diwok, who was in the air, saw Xiaochen's face, his expression relaxed instead. It was like he had been waiting for him. He smiled and said, "Indeed, it is as I expected. You have indeed advanced to martial sage. Do you dare to leave your name? Let me see the strength of the Qing Emperor's descendant. Let's see who can continue the legend of the Qing Emperor." Xiaochen had always been very calm. Even though Diwok kept goading him, he did not get angry. 10,000 years from now, the future generations would judge whose light was more dazzling. The reason why he stood out was to express his attitude and continue the legend of the Qing Emperor. It was indeed not his place to say such words. On the 7-colored arch bridge, Diwok was full of confidence. As long as Xiaochen dared to compete with him, the contingency plan he left behind could ruin Xiaochen's reputation, and he wouldn't even be able to carve his name on it in front of the world. At that time, not only would he be able to suppress Xiaochen's sharpness, but he would also be unable to recover from this setback. The story of the so-called Qing Emperor would end here, and the legend would be continued by him. Now that Xiaochen had been provoked by his words, the plan was already half complete. The remaining half was waiting for Xiaochen to take the bait. "Diwok, it's really not your turn to continue the legend and glory of my ancestors. No matter how high you carve your name, it will have nothing to do with the Qing Emperor or me. I am not the Qing Emperor. I am Xiaochen. However, since you want to compete, I will compete with you," Xiaochen said softly. Then, he leaped up and arrived before the Sage Mark Monument. The bottom 10 meters of the Sage Mark Monument was empty. No one would carve their name here. Even if they could not do so, they would fly 30 or 40 meters before carving their name. However, they did not know that time was merciless. The names carved on the monument would disappear. After they disappeared, someone else would carve their name. After 10,000 years, no matter how high you carve your name, who would remember you without a name? Even if you became a sovereign martial emperor, how many people would seriously look at your dim light before the rows of dazzling golden words? Before everyone's incredulous gazes, Shao Qin stood before the Sage Mark Monument and carved his name at the bottom of the Sage Mark Monument. Shao Qin carved every stroke very seriously. He was Shao Qin, not the Thunder King or the Qing Emperor. You want to fight for this moment, but I will fight with you forever. Let's see whose light will be more dazzling after 10,000 years. Let's see who will remember whose name after 1,000 cycles of reincarnation. One monument, one Kunlun realm. How many sages had there been since ancient times? Who would take the initiative to carve their name at the bottom of the Sage Mark Monument? That was a corner that even cultivators who advanced to martial sage before 100 years old would scoff at. The cultivators present were flabbergasted. The densely packed crowds on the surrounding mountains were also flabbergasted. Some people did not understand. Some people smiled coldly in their hearts, thinking that Shao Qin knew that he was no match for Shao Qin and was just putting on a show. Some people entered deep thought, carefully pondering the meaning of Shao Qin's words. It seemed like they understood something, but at the same time, they did not. Among the crowd, the first senior sister, Shui Lingling, smiled faintly. Her soft and pretty face was indescribably beautiful. She said, "Junior brother Shao Qin looks like you really understand people. As long as one becomes a sovereign martial emperor, one's name will never disappear. The stronger one is, the brighter one's light will shine. It does not matter where it is." Under the black cloak, Ing Qiong was stunned by Shao Qin's startling actions for a while. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "This can be considered his style. There is indeed no point in fighting for a moment's glory." The white-haired divine daughter, Tian Yushi, shifted her gaze away from a blurry spot at the top of the Sage Mark Monument and looked at Shao Qin, who had left his name below. Then, she revealed a contemplative expression. Naturally, Di Wux's expression was the most interesting. As he looked at Shao Qin, who had left his name below, his expression froze. Why did Shao Qin leave his name below? In that case, all his preparations would have been for nothing. Originally, as long as Shao Qin dared to leave his name above, Di Wux was confident of immediately using his secret mental energy technique to make Shao Qin fall from the sky the instant he carved his name. The other deity races might fear the will of thunder, but Shao Qin did not. The cultivation technique he cultivated was the supreme deity canon of the sept, the most ancient cultivation technique of the deity race. If Shao Qin carved his name below, naturally, Shao Qin's preparations would be wasted. Shao Qin's plan to make Shao Qin lose his chance to enter the Sage Mark Monument in a sorry state would also be foiled. In Shao Qin's heart, Shao Qin had always been a great threat. Right now, even if Shao Qin advanced to martial sage, he still did not feel strong enough. If Shao Qin really met Shao Qin, he would be able to defeat Shao Qin after putting in some effort. What Shao Qin feared was Shao Qin's potential and Shao Qin's growth speed. If Shao Qin really grew into a second Qing emperor one day, then the deity race's plan to unify the Kunlun realm would have to be shelved. If Shao Qin's plan succeeded, Shao Qin would deal a heavy blow to Shao Qin when he was at his most confident. Shao Qin would trample on Shao Qin in front of everyone. This would definitely leave a huge shadow in Shao Qin's heart. In the future, his cultivation would definitely be hindered. Unfortunately, Shao Qin's nature made this plan go up in smoke. Shao Qin did not know how long he would have to wait for a similar plan. Shao Qin, I really overestimated you. Your courage is only a so-so. I am as famous as your great-grandfather. All the outstanding talents in the world are suppressed by me. You are at the bottom. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? As a grandson, you are looking down on your great-grandfather too much. Di-Wuk recovered his wits and smiled faintly. Then, he started mocking Xiao Qin. His words implied that Xiao Qin was a grandson. The expressions of many people changed. They could not tell that this Di-Wuk had such a venomous mouth. Just because he was on par with the Qing emperor, he mocked Xiao Qin like that. However, the deity race cultivators laughed loudly and started jeering. Even as a grandson, he has so many titles. What white-robed bladesman? What nonsense descendant of the Qing emperor? He is merely a so-so. Just putting on airs and deliberately mystifying things. If you are truly capable, then surpass our divine son now. Otherwise, you are a grandson. Xiao Chen's lips curled up slightly. He raised his head and looked at Di-Wuk. He smiled and said, Di-Wuk, I really overestimated you. Even though you are stronger than me now, it is only a matter of time before I surpass you. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and soared into the air like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a height of 2 kilometers without any pressure. Xiao Chen rose at a startling speed. 2,500 meters, 2,800 meters, 2,900 meters. Before Di-Wuk could react, Xiao Chen brushed past him, surpassing the height of 3 kilometers. There were 2 kinds of pressure from the Sage Mark Monument. One was a formless pressure on a cultivator's mental energy, and the other was a visible pressure on the physical body. After observing for a long time, Xiao Chen had figured out the mysteries of the Sage Mark Monument long ago. His mental energy cultivation was second only to Di-Wuk, and his physical body was second only to the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant, Kuei Do. However, of all the people present, he was the only one who could merge the two perfectly. Since ancient times, only an inferior-grade martial sage had managed to achieve the same level of mental energy and physical body cultivation as Xiao Qin at the same time. Due to the limitations of his physical body, Di-Wuk could not cross the 3-kilometer mark. However, Xiao Qin did not have that many restrictions. Whoosh! Xiao Qin clenched his teeth and charged over the final 300 meters of the Sage Mark Monument. Then, he landed firmly on the top of the Sage Mark Monument. When Xiao Qin looked down, the deity race cultivators who mocked Xiao Qin were all dumbfounded and immediately shut their mouths. Earlier, they called Xiao Qin a grandson because Di-Wuk stood taller than Xiao Qin. However, now, Xiao Qin was 300 meters taller than Di-Wuk. According to their logic, it was clear who was the grandson here. When the cultivators on the surrounding peaks saw Xiao Qin standing at the top of the Sage Mark Monument, they all went into an uproar. Their eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell is going on? Did the pressure in the Sage Mark Monument lose its effect? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Don't tell me this is real. Xiao Qin is actually standing at the top of the Sage Mark Monument. The martial monarchs and older generation sages on the peaks watching the excitement could no longer sit still. They all flew over, wanting to see what was going on. Di-Wuk's expression changed unpredictably. Earlier, he had used his height to mock Xiao Qin for being a grandson. Unexpectedly, retribution paid. Xiao Qin immediately stood at the top of the Sage Mark Monument, slapping his own face. Now, he did not even have the chance to take back his words. Xiao Qin took out a bottle of wine from the universe ring and sat at the top of the Sage Mark Monument. Then, he looked down at Di-Wuk. Xiao Qin poured himself a cup of wine and smiled faintly. Di-Wuk, below me are the sages and sages of the ancient era. Your ancestor's grandfather is among them. You want to go even lower. Are you not even qualified to be a grandson? When it came to having a vicious mouth, Xiao Qin would not lose to anyone. Since the other party had spoken, there was no need for Xiao Qin to stand on ceremony. Chapter 832. The matters of the world were always unpredictable. Di-Wuk, who was feeling very pleased with himself earlier, had mocked Xiao Qin for being a grandson. Xiao Qin was immediately slapped in the face by his own words, not even qualified to be a grandson. The group of people below could not help smiling bitterly. This Diwook was really unlucky. After today, this matter of him being a grandson would probably spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. The Divine Son's illustrious reputation was destined to leave a stain that could never be washed away. Diwook, let me offer you a toast on behalf of your ancestor's grandfather. Xiao Qin gently poured the wine flask downwards. The clear and fragrant wine immediately flowed down in a straight line. Diwook, who was originally so angry that he could not speak, flew into a complete rage. These words sounded like, "Come, grandson. Let me offer you a toast on behalf of your grandfather." Diwook's figure flashed as he shouted. His white hair, which had already lost its color, turned golden again as he charged upwards. Xiao Chen's mental energy could withstand this pressure. However, his physical body could not. After barely advancing 10 meters, he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. This was the opportunity that Xiao Qin had been waiting for. His gaze turned cold as he casually tossed aside the wine flask in his hand. Then, he soared into the air and kicked Diwook's shoulder. This kick made use of the advantage of the Sage Mark Monument's descent. It was extremely fast. Diwook, who was struggling to climb up, was caught off guard and struck. Bang! Diwook was ruthlessly kicked down. His body somersaulted several times in the air. He felt like the bones in his shoulder had shattered. After this matter, Xiao Qin would definitely become a thorn in Diwook's side. The enmity between the two had already been established. Since he could create an opportunity to deal a blow to Diwook, naturally, Xiao Qin would not miss it. After kicking Diwook, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. He withstood the pressure and stood at the top of the Sage Mark Monument once again. The surrounding group of people were all stunned. Diwook, who had dominated the younger generation of Kunlun, was actually kicked to the ground by someone. This unimaginable thing actually happened in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at Diwook, who was in the air, Xiao Qin felt that it was a pity. His kick just now had been very satisfying, but he had not been able to put much force into it. Thus, he had not been able to truly injure Diwook. Diwook took a step in the air, and for the first time, an unsuppressible killing intent gushed out from his eyes. A terrifying aura spread out from his body, and everyone below felt a chill down their spines. Sort of initial split-moment awareness. With a soft shout, Diwook suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed a finger. A speck of light emerged from his fingertip, and the world seemed to turn dark. The entire world seemed to only have that speck of light. Suddenly, a strand of sword chi shot out from the tip of his finger. This strand of sword chi pierced through all the darkness in the world. The sword chi pierced through the darkness and light like the first light of the world. In an instant, it shot towards Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin felt danger for some reason. He tilted his body slightly, and a weak strand of sword chi brushed past his face, cutting off a few strands of his hair. Although this sword was very mighty and fast, and the state it contained was vast and majestic, when it arrived before Xiao Qin, its might was negligible under the pressure of the Sage Mark Monument. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Then, he looked coldly at the other party. The Kunlun realm was destined to have only one main character. Today, Xiao Qin and Diwook shed all pretense of cordiality. Xiao Chen's opponent was very strong. Even if he used his full power, he might not be able to defeat him. However, there was still a long way to go. The one who laughed last would be the one whose light would never fade. Beams of light started flickering on the Sage Mark Monument. The many cultivators who were watching the excitement all turned grave. This was a sign that the world in the Sage Mark Monument was about to open. Some of the inferior-grade martial sages who had not imprinted their names quickly stepped forward and imprinted their names. Diwook withdrew the murderous intent in his eyes and glanced at Xiao Qin, who was at the top of the sage mark monument. Then, he calmly landed among the deity race cultivators. When a deity race cultivator saw Diwook's sullen expression, he stepped forward and tried to curry favor with him. Divine Son, don't lower yourself to the same level as this fellow. This fellow is just a grandson. How can he compare to you? Diwook's previously calm expression suddenly erupted. He sent this person flying with a palm strike and said, "Scram. Don't mention the word grandson in front of me." When the 13 Keepers of Light saw that person get sent flying, they revealed speechless expressions. This fellow really deserved it. He touched a sore spot. Even a fool could tell that Diwook was now allergic to this word. The Sage Mark Monument was about to open. There were secret treasures, cultivation techniques, natural treasures, and all sorts of spirit veins waiting to be excavated by the inferior-grade martial sages. This fortuitous encounter was hard to come by. The cultivators of the various races and the demonic geniuses of the younger generation all raised their heads in anticipation. As Xiao Qin sat at the top of the Sage Mark Monument, he saw Diwook's actions. Then, he smiled faintly and withdrew his gaze. Xiao Qin shifted his gaze to the bottom of the Sage Mark Monument and entered deep thought. According to legend, the people who left these marks mysteriously left this world. Rumor had it that they all reached the martial god realm. According to the time recorded on the Sage Mark Monument, the row of golden names 3,200 meters above the Sage Mark Monument represented the peak of the ancient era. In that case, these marks were even above that. Could it be that the martial epoch had an even more distant era than the ancient era? Xiao Qin looked down. At the 3,200 meters above the Sage Mark Monument, he saw similar blurry marks among the rows of golden names. Xiao Qin seemed to figure something out in his mind. Then, he used his finger to gently touch the mark at the bottom. Boom! A vast scene immediately appeared before Xiao Qin's eyes. A strand of saber light sweeping through the sky quickly chopped down at him. The face of the person who sent out the saber could not be clearly seen. The shout sounded like thunder rumbling in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Qin's body trembled, and he quickly moved his finger away. This nearly caused him to fall off the Sage Mark Monument. Even if I am able to fly this high, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to leave my name on it. Xiao Qin thought to himself, that strand of saber light earlier was not sent out by the person who left the marks. Instead, it was made by the mysterious energy within the monument. Leaving one's name at the highest point was probably not something a martial sage could do. At the very least, no one here could block that formless saber light. Anyone who could leave a mark here was definitely not an inferior-grade martial sage. However, the rules of the Sage Mark Monument clearly limited one to inferior-grade martial sage. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be able to get close to the Sage Mark Monument. Could it be that the rules of the Sage Mark Monument were different from the ancient era? The flickering light became increasingly dazzling. The people who left their names on the monument could already feel the energy from the monument gently pulling at them. Just as the monument was about to open, a group of unwelcome guests suddenly flew over from the middle of the mountain. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Based on their auras, they did not belong to any of the 5 races. When someone saw their eyes and recognized their clothes, he was slightly stunned. Then, he said, "The mere folk of the chaotic demonic sea. Why are they here?" The Kunlun realm was very vast. Just the continent alone was hard to traverse. The boundless ocean was even more vast and boundless. Naturally, the Tianwu domain's people were more familiar with the chaotic demonic sea, which bordered the yellow soil demonic garden to the west. The merfolk were the overlords of the chaotic demonic sea. After the chaotic demonic sea, there was an even vaster oceanic world. There were also intelligent races like the merfolk. There were even a few extremely strong races. During the ancient era, it was said that Neptune unified the sea race. All the sea race obeyed the orders of the Neptune Palace. However, the Neptune Palace was destroyed long ago, and the sea race was very rare. The oceanic world of today had changed long ago. 2 males and 1 female. From their appearance, they didn't look much different from humans, except that their eyes were all a beautiful deep blue color. Xiao Qin paid special attention to their feet. It was said that the merfolk were born without feet. They had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. Only when their strength reached a certain level could they freely take human form. When the 3 saw the flickering light on the Sage Mark Monument, they quickly flew forward to leave their names. They left their names at a height of 2,800 meters. Before Xiaoqin could figure out why these 3 merfolk were here, the Sage Mark Monument suction forcefully pulled the people who had left their names. 10 days later, the cultivators that entered would automatically be sent out, and the Sage Mark Monument would close. The next time it would open would be 10 years later. When Xiaoqin opened his eyes, the scene of the Kunlun mountain range had already disappeared. In its place was a somewhat desolate grassland. There was no one else in the surroundings. The thousands of people here were probably sent to different places. Xiaoqin raised his head and looked to the limits of his vision. In the very center of this world, there was a pillar of light connecting the sky and the ground, attracting Xiaoqin's gaze. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, explained, that pillar of light is the treasury hall in the Sage Mark Monument. However, it will not be easy to walk over. The name Treasury Hall was easy to understand. Xiaoqin asked, the treasures in there should not be taken away for nothing, right? Yes. Not only are there traps and secret tunnels in there, but there are also all sorts of ancient puppets. These puppets are not that easy to deal with. The combat puppets you came across in the Heaven series training room were replicas of these ancient puppets. Xiaoqin remembered the combat puppets in the Heaven series training room clearly. Not only did they have combat memories, but they also had considerable intelligence. They could even grasp martial techniques and states. We'll see later. I need to collect spirit vein origins. There should not be any on this grassland. Xiaoqin said after looking around. Although there were many spirit herbs in the Immortal Spirit Ring, there were only 2 that he cared about, the lunar cassia tree and the dragon mark fruit. The lunar cassia tree produced lunar cassia flowers that could heal almost any injury. It was much more convenient than medicinal pills. The dragon mark fruit did not require much. It was a rare natural treasure that could directly strengthen a cultivator's vital qi. By using the spirit vein's origin to nurture it, it could increase its age significantly. If it could reach 1,000 years, even with Xiaoqin's current cultivation, he would gain great benefits. Ao Jiao smiled and said, that is hard to say. You cannot use the logic of the outside world to judge this small world. The spirit veins in the outside world are all under the mountains. However, the spirit veins here might be under your feet. Chapter 833. Xiaoqin closed his eyes and extended his spiritual sense to its maximum detection range of 10,000 meters. Then, he scanned the area a few times in a circle but did not discover anything. Without a special sealing technique, one should be able to discover a spirit vein's origin easily from a distance. Don't search like that. The spirit vein's origin is hidden in a special layer of stone. No spiritual energy fluctuations will leak out. Departed spirit flowers will grow above the ground where the spirit vein's origin is hidden. If you find the departed spirit flowers, you will most likely find the spirit vein. Ao Jiao explained in detail to Xiaoqin how to find the spirit vein here. Departed spirit flowers contained strong death energy. They were the favorites of the ghost race and corpse race. It was not strange for departed spirit flowers to grow in a place devoid of spiritual energy. Just as Xiaoqin thought this, a purple, red, and blue light suddenly soared up from an extremely distant place in the vast savanna. Auspicious signs descended from the sky. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This was the sign of a spirit vein. Someone discovered the spirit vein so quickly. A tricolored light signified a rank 3 spirit vein. If a rank 3 spirit vein was suppressed in a mountain range, one could mine it for medial-grade spirit stones. With this spirit vein, one could establish a sect in the Sky Dome realm. Furthermore, it would be a great sect. Whoosh! 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 Such a mysterious phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of several people. Several figures quickly flew towards the location of the spiritual light. Aside from cultivators, one could also hear horrifying beast roars. The native spirit beasts of the savannah were startled as well. The auras they gave off were all rank 9 spirit beasts that rivaled martial sages. Even Xiao Chen felt some fear from some of these auras. It looked like this desolate savannah was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Electric light burst out from under Xiao Chen's feet. He turned into a beam of purple light and quickly flew over as well. After a few breaths, Xiao Chen arrived at the location of the spiritual light. The place was chaotic, with cultivators of all races present. The ghost race and corpse race cultivators fought over a black flower. The fiend race, human race, and deity race cultivators chased after the spiritual light. Sparkling and translucent light leaked out from the ball of light and scattered in the air. The scene was very beautiful. Needless to say, the black flower was naturally the departed spirit flower. The death energy contained within it could rapidly increase the strength of the cultivators of the two races. The ball of light was a tier 3 spirit vein origin. The human race cultivated true essence, the demon race cultivated demon essence, and the god race cultivated spiritual energy as well as true essence. No matter what the three races focused on, when they advanced to martial sage, they all cultivated heavenly sage laws. The vast spiritual energy contained in the spirit vein's origin could be converted into the heavenly sage laws they cultivated. Xiao Chen observed for a while. Among the martial practitioners of the three races fighting for the rank 3 spirit vein, there were no monstrous geniuses of the younger generation. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Now that he had obtained this rank 3 spirit vein's origin, he should not need to spend too much effort on it. If one was not a demonic genius of the younger generation, the other inferior grade martial sages would find it hard to contend against him. Bang! 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 Suddenly, something strange happened. A figure charged over and sent out berserk water tornadoes. The cultivators struck by the water tornadoes all vomited blood and fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, no one was a match for him. Even the stronger deity race cultivators were no exception. Before they could execute their mental energy martial techniques, the berserk water tornadoes severely injured them and knocked them to the ground. The force contained in the water tornadoes seemed to be able to pierce through space. They gave off a loud, ear-splitting sound. Not bad. A rank 3 spirit vein's origin is considered a rare item in the chaotic demonic sea. The person who arrived laughed loudly and stretched out his hand to grab the rank 3 spirit vein's ball of light. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. When Xiao Chen saw the other party's deep blue eyes, his expression turned grave. Unexpectedly, the person who arrived was one of the 3 merfolk race cultivators. This person looked delicate and pretty. From a glance, he looked to be no older than 25 years old. He was wearing a close-fitting leather armor with patterns that Xiao Chen could not understand. The lines of the patterns had a faint glow, so it should not be some ordinary clothing. This person's strong strength shocked the cultivators of the 3 races. When they landed on the ground and saw the other party holding the spirit vein's origin, they did not dare to do anything. The young merfolk race cultivator carefully put away the spirit vein's origin. Then, he looked at the cultivators below, who did not dare to say anything. He smiled gently and prepared to leave. However, the moment the merfolk race cultivator turned around, he saw a white figure appear at some point, looking at him calmly. The merfolk race cultivator was startled. When did this person appear? Why did I not sense him at all? Hand over the spirit vein's origin, and I will let you go, Xiaochen said indifferently, directly stating his purpose. The merfolk race cultivator's lips curled up. He smiled and said, I'll give it to you. I, Mu Yun, will not give it to you for free. Stop dreaming. The merfolk race cultivator's temper was rather explosive. Before Xiaochen could say anything, he sent out a waterspout. The water spun wildly, looking like a pillar of light as it shot towards Xiaochen. Rumble. The sound of surging water rang out endlessly. The approaching waterspout was incredibly berserk, looking like it could easily pierce through a mountain. The originally gentle water seemed so berserk in this person's hands, even more ferocious than fire or hail. Caw! A saber light flashed, and thunder roared in the sky. The berserk waterspout split in half and brushed past Xiaochen, not injuring him at all. The cold saber light flickered with sparks. Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber with one hand and pointed it at the other party. Seeing his opponent break his waterspout with a casual saber strike, a strange look flashed in Mu Yun's eyes. However, he was not frightened. Not bad. You have some strength. However, you are too naive if you want to block my way with this little strength. Falling rain like sabers. Mu Yun shouted and formed hand seals with one hand. Then, he pointed to the sky. Dark clouds churned, and after a while, heavy rain fell. The rainwater formed a line, each line like a saber. High in the sky, a bird attracted by the spiritual light accidentally flew through it. The bird cried out miserably, and thousands of tiny bloody holes appeared all over its body. It died instantly, unable to resist at all. Falling rain like sabers formed a line. The rainwater falling from the sky was even sharper than a saber. Mu Yun's lips curled up in a smile. This falling rain like sabers had killed many martial sages in the chaotic demonic sea. It covered a large area and lasted for a long time. Once one fell into it, they would not be able to escape the fate of being pierced through. A vast sea appeared behind Xiaochen. 99 pillars of water soared into the sky. A blue dragon leaped out of the sea, and a 3-kilometer-long dragon-shaped saber chi gathered on the saber. Before Mu Yun's smile could freeze, he saw Xiaochen chopping down with his saber. The dark clouds in the sky were split in half. Sunlight shone down, and the torrential rain vanished. With this move forcefully broken, Mu Yun's chi and blood surged, and his heavenly sage laws turned chaotic. He quickly suppressed them. Whoosh! An electric light flashed, and Xiaochen descended from the sky. He moved as fast as the wind, but his saber was even faster than the wind. Mu Yun's figure wavered, and the afterimage he left behind was chopped in half. He stretched out his hand, and a saber appeared in his grasp. Then, he swung his saber horizontally and blocked Xiaochen's next attack. Sparks flew everywhere as Xiaochen quickly changed his move. The saber light split into 81 saber images. Each saber image contained his will of thunder. Dang! 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 Mu Yun felt his arms sink slightly as he blocked the 81 saber strikes. With every block, he moved back significantly. By the time he blocked the final saber strike, he had already moved back 3 kilometers. Mu Yun could tell that this move was extraordinary. The heavenly sage laws in his body surged, and a vast sea appeared behind him. As the saber flew over his head, it surged forward like a tsunami. Boom! The sea of lightning and the vast tsunami collided with each other, causing violent ripples in the void. Waves of earth-shattering sounds rang out continuously. Blood leaked out of a corner of Mu Yun's lips as he retreated a kilometer. Before he could stabilize himself, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous killing chi. However, when he looked carefully, he could not find any traces of it. Just as Mu Yun panicked, a pretty figure flashed by him. She moved her 10 fingers, and a gentle screen of water formed in front of her. The instant the screen of water formed, a beam of rainbow light flickered like a meteor and crashed into it. Ripples spread out from the gentle screen of water, slowly dissipating the energy contained in the beam of rainbow light. The ripples moved faster and faster. Finally, there was a loud bang. Unexpectedly, the screen of water could not withstand this energy, and it turned into a spray of water that scattered into the air. However, after blocking for a while, the might of that beam of rainbow light was completely blocked. Xiao Qin did not get greedy. He sheathed his saber and retreated. His movements were very clean and decisive as he watched the newcomer quietly. The newcomer was a girl. She also wore aqua blue leather. Most of her skin was exposed, and she had a pair of pretty sky blue eyes. When Mu Yun saw the screen of water shatter, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Unexpectedly, even the princess's azure sky water curtain could not block the earlier saber strike. If the princess had not come, that earlier saber strike would have killed him without a doubt. However, this place was special. Even if he died, his death would only be transmitted out, he would not truly die. Mu Yun, hand over the spirit vein's origin to this young master. I believe this is a misunderstanding, the beautiful merfolk girl said softly. Her voice was like flowing water, very pleasant to the ears. Mu Yun frowned slightly. However, he did not dare to disobey this girl. He took out the spirit vein's origin and tossed it to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand to catch it. Then, he casually tossed it into the immortal spirit ring. After glancing at this girl, Xiao Qin did not say anything. He stood on a lightning dragon and vanished into the sky. Seeing Xiao Qin's indifferent attitude, Mu Yun could not help feeling even more upset. He said, "This fellow is too arrogant." He left without saying anything. It's like I snatched his spirit vein's origin. The merfolk girl withdrew her gaze and said softly, "This person is not simple. The Sage Mark Monument is famous in the chaotic demonic sea, even the entire oceanic world. However, this person was at the top of the Sage Mark Monument earlier. In the past 10,000 years, I have never heard of anyone doing this." Feeling dissatisfied, Mu Yun said, "However, no matter what, he is just an inferior grade martial sage. I don't believe that Princess Yao Yan and I are not a match for him even if we work together." Chapter 834. It's just a rank 3 spiritual vein. There's no need to become enemies with this person. Don't forget our purpose for coming here. The crisis of the merfolk tribe rests entirely on the 3 of us. Hearing the woman's words, Mu Yun's expression slowly turned grim. Princess Yao Yan glanced in the direction that Xiao Qin had left and said, "Let's go. Let's find your big brother first, then we'll go to the treasury hole. We must obtain the extreme thunder sword." Hee, what a dense spiritual energy. Now that the lunar cassia tree has matured, we can save 10 years of time. Xiao Qin, keep up the good work and find a few more spirit veins. Just a few supreme grade spirit veins will do. Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao said excitedly as she controlled the formation in the ring to insert the spirit vein. Hearing that it could only save 10 years, Xiao Qin was disappointed. He said, "A rank 3 spirit vein can only save 10 years. The lunar cassia tree takes 500 years to mature. That's a little too many spirit veins." Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "You should be content with what you have. Only your immortal spirit ring is of a higher grade. If it were the immortal spirit ring of another Emperor Wu, the formations in it would not be complete. You would be thankful if you could save 5 years. However, if you can obtain a peak grade spirit vein, you can save 100 years. If it's a holy grade spirit vein, you can immediately ripen it. The dragon mark fruit you need the most will immediately reach 1,000 years of age. Peak spirit veins could produce superior grade spirit stones. Rank 9 sects had a limited number of superior grade spirit veins, not to mention holy spirit veins. The Supreme Sky sect seemed to have only 2. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Xiaochen looked around and continued to search for the spiritual vein. Xiaochen was clearly not as good at finding the departed flower as the corpse race and the ghost race. Everyone had their own specialties, and there was no way he could compare to the professionals. Hence, Xiaochen followed a group of ghost race cultivators searching for departed spirit flowers on this savanna. The other party cultivated the power of death and would not care about the spiritual vein origin. Xiaochen followed behind and took advantage of the situation. As for the battle between them and the corpse race, he naturally would not interfere. The battle between the two races was an eye-opener for Xiaochen. One side summoned demonic corpses that were suffused with black smoke, while the other side summoned soldiers that emitted gusts of cold wind. The battle was rather brilliant, and the scene was extremely grand. As Xiaochen followed this group of ghost race cultivators, he gained a lot. The speed at which he found spirit veins excited him. In a short half a day, he had collected another 5 rank 3 spirit veins. When this group of ghost race cultivators met up with another group of people, Xiaochen sighed when he saw the 8 ghost palanquin floating in the air. He knew that this relaxed and happy situation was about to come to an end. "Young Master Xiao, please wait." The woman walked out from the palanquin and called out to Xiaochen. The younger generation of the ghost race, led by Qing, had all arrived. Now, they were gathering the other ghost race cultivators. Naturally, Xiaochen would not follow behind and take advantage of the situation. His earlier actions had already incurred the displeasure of the ghost race cultivators. However, they could not do anything to him, so they could only pretend not to see it. When Xiaochen heard Qin Cheng's voice, he turned around slightly. However, he did not approach blindly. 5 demonic geniuses of the younger generation and more than 100 inferior grade martial sages of the ghost race. With such a lineup, Xiaochen would not let himself be in danger. Young Master Xiao is really cautious. Would you mind speaking further? I have something to discuss with you. Qing revealed a faint smile on her snow-white face as she looked at Xiaochen, who was 2 kilometers away. Xiaochen thought for a while and looked around. Suddenly, electric light burst out from under his feet, and he instantly closed the distance of 2 kilometers. Green flames burned in the eyes of the ghost race cultivators that Xiaochen had taken advantage of. They were eager to make a move, and a sinister wind blew. When Xiaochen saw this, he smiled to himself. It looks like this group of ghost race cultivators really have a problem with me. However, Xiaochen did not do anything. He only watched them fight with the corpse race and picked up some spirit veins that they did not need. What is it? Speak. Actually, Xiaochen had some guesses in his heart. If that was really the case, he might be able to take advantage of the situation. Qing was rather direct. She said, "If you want to collect spirit veins, we can help you find them. However, you have to agree to help us deal with the corpse race. Help us deal with the corpse race. Otherwise, if you search for it yourself, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to be efficient." The corner of Xiaochen's lips curled up. He said, "Sorry, these conditions are not enough for me to offend the corpse race." Qing had expected this long ago. She had not thought of using these conditions to move Xiaochen. She continued, "If we say that we can help you find a peak spirit vein's origin, will you still say sorry? Peak spirit veins could produce superior grade spirit stones in large quantities. In the Tianwu domain, the accumulations of a sect were measured by the number of peak spirit veins they had. Sects frequently needed superior grade spirit stones to reward their disciples. Without sufficient resources, they could not attract new disciples to join the sect. Peak spirit veins were very valuable and could not be easily measured. To Xiao Qin, if he could find a peak spirit vein, he might be able to accelerate the ripening of the lunar cassia tree and the dragon mark fruit. However, when Xiao Qin heard Qing Chang's words, his first reaction was not to be tempted. Instead, he considered the pros and cons. Spirit veins were useless to corpse race cultivators. However, they were still valuable. They could use them to exchange for other treasures. They would not give them to Xiao Qin for free. If Xiao Qin guessed right, the old enemy of the ghost race, the corpse race, should know where the peak spirit vein was. They might be able to find help. Qing Qing definitely knew that Xiao Qin had the death throne. Working with her would be like asking a tiger for its skin. It was normal for the other party to kill the donkey after it was no longer of use, using him as a hired thug. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin analyzed the situation in his mind several times. After a while, he said decisively, "Very well, I promise you. I hope that you will keep your promise after this matter is over." Joy flashed in the eyes of the 4 men and women behind Qing Qing. A group of more than 100 people started moving quickly on the vast savannah. As they traveled, Qing Qing told Xiao Qin about the details of the situation. The last time the Sage Mark Monument opened, it was also in this savannah. The ghost race and corpse race cultivators discovered 3 departed spirit flowers that bore fruit. The departed spirit fruits borne by departed spirit flowers contained death energy. Needless to say, everyone knew that they were much stronger than departed spirit flowers. Unfortunately, these departed spirit fruits were still 1 breath away from ripening. Furthermore, there was a black flame sovereign snake guarding them, so the 2 races had no choice but to give up. Now that 10 years had passed, those 3 departed spirit fruits were already ripe. Departed spirit flowers could bear departed spirit fruits. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. Without even thinking about it, the spirit vein hidden beneath them was definitely of a very high rank. Our strength is about the same as the corpse races. However, I heard that they are working together with the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant, Kuei Do. At that time, I will have to ask young Master Xiao to take care of Kuei Do, Qing Qing said softly, sounding extremely weak. Kuei Do had advanced to martial sage through the physical body. Xiao Qin estimated that Kuei Do's sage body had already reached rank 3, even stronger than his peak rank 2 sage body. The cultivation of the physical body was extremely arduous. Those who could advance to martial sage through the physical body not only had unparalleled talent, but their extraordinary tenacity was also the most terrifying. The pain of tempering the physical body was something that Xiao Qin experienced much more deeply than others. As Qing Qing spoke, a small team sent out to search for ordinary departed spirit flowers sounded the alarm. They must have discovered something else. The departed spirit fruits were very far away. Naturally, these ghost race cultivators would not give up on the departed spirit flowers along the way. After sending out many small teams to search, Xiao Qin found another 4 rank 3 spirit veins origins along the way. Electric light burst out, and Xiao Qin left the speaking Qing Qing behind. Then, he stood on a lightning dragon and arrived at the location of the incident after a few breaths. Qing Qing could not help but feel speechless. Can you not behave in such an unsightly manner? After all, you are someone who dared to oppose Di Wook. Aren't you afraid of being mocked by others for being so anxious? Adding in this spirit veins origin, this fellow has already collected 10 rank 3 spirit veins by following us. If we convert them into astral coins, that would be a large sum. The one who spoke was Ji Shizhan, a genius of the ghost race who was as famous as Qing Qing. He was very strong. However, Qing Chang's status was much higher than Ji Shizhan's, so he was not as famous as Ji Shizhan. That's right. 10 spirit veins origins are already worth a peak sage grade secret treasure. To think that this fellow can take them with a clear conscience, not feeling any guilt at all. The other ghost race woman, Baisu, curled her lips and said in an extremely upset manner. Qing Cheng's eyes remained as calm as still water. She said, there are not many people who can deal with Kuei Do. He is one of them. Let him be for now. We can talk about everything else after we obtain the departed spirit fruits. When Xiaoqin rushed over, the ghost race cultivators had summoned Yin soldiers and were currently fighting with a group of corpse race cultivators. A cold wind howled. The Yin soldiers, which seemed both real and fake, looked extremely frightening. Yin soldiers were undying puppets that the ghost race refined from the souls of the dead using special methods. Like the demonic corpses of the corpse race, they were infamous in the Kunlun realm. When the ghost race and corpse race cultivators saw Xiaoqin arrive, their expressions immediately turned unsightly. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and arrived before the departed spirit flower in a flash. Then, he plucked the departed spirit flower and punched the ground. Boom! Xiaoqin's energy spread out, and the spirit veins' origins hidden underground were affected. They struggled free with a bang. A tricolored spiritual light broke through the ground, filling the sky with auspicious signs. Xiaoqin raised his head and looked around. Soon, his gaze fixed on a flickering spirit vein's origin. He stretched out his hand, and a suction pulled it over. After tossing it into the universe ring, Xiaoqin stood on a flickering electric light and vanished. The ghost race cultivators did not find this strange. They let go of the corpse race cultivators and continued searching for departed spirit flowers along the way. After returning to the group, Xiaoqin handed the departed spirit flower to Qing. Then, he smiled apologetically and said, where were we? Please continue. Ji Shizhan and the others could not be bothered to retort. Out of sight, out of mind. They directly soared into the air, leaving only Qing to negotiate with Xiaoqin. We were talking about having you deal with Kuei Do. At the very least, you have to help us delay him, Qing said patiently. Xiaoqin smiled and said, that's easy. Before Xiaoqin could finish speaking, the alarm unique to the ghost race rang out in another direction. It was another group that had found another departed spirit flower and clashed with the corpse race. Chapter 835. Electric light flashed, and a gentle breeze blew, picking up the withered leaves. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoqin vanished from Qing Chang's sight. Qing showed some anger on her face, but she hid it well and continued leading the group forward. By the time the sun set the next day, Xiaoqin had collected 35 rank 3 spirit veins, a horrifying number. Even the Haoyan sect could take out only 200 or 300 rank 3 spirit veins, not to mention their 10,000 years of accumulation. The lunar cassia tree that Ao Jiao infused with her full power in the immortal spirit ring had already reached a height of more than 100 meters. Its branches and leaves were lush, and lush greenery filled the air. As for the dragon mark fruits that Xiaoqin valued, they were growing even better. There were now 6 of them, and each of them had a golden bright fruit hanging on them. The effects of the 30-odd high-ranked spirit veins had not gone to waste. Ao Jiao giggled and said, do your best. Do your best. These ghost race cultivators are really good people. A team of more than 100 people helping you search for spirit veins for free. This is a rare opportunity. An irritable aura spread through the ghost race group. Qing wondered if she had found the wrong person. They watched as their group fought to the death with the corpse race. Yet, this fellow managed to obtain the spirit vein's origin so easily. Sometimes, when Xiaoqin was lucky, he could pick a departed spirit flower. However, if the corpse race managed to obtain the departed spirit flower first, he would not waste his energy to help them snatch it. Qing wanted Xiaoqin to help, but when she looked back, she discovered that he had already disappeared. She could not do anything about it. In the following 2 days, Not only the ghost race but also the corpse race raised their guard against Xiaoqin. When the two sides saw him appear, they tacitly stopped fighting at the same time and started fighting for the departed spirit flowers and spirit veins' origins. Furthermore, most of the spirit veins in the savannah had already been searched. Xiaoqian's harvest decreased sharply. After 2 days, he managed to obtain 5 spirit veins' origins. However, 40 spirit veins' origins were sufficient. Within 4 days, the lunar cassia tree and the dragon mark fruit in the immortal spirit ring reached 400 years of age. Xiaoqian estimated that the moon cassia tree would be completely mature in 2 days. At that time, he could either keep it for himself or sell it for star coins. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that they would be able to obtain that supreme-grade spirit vein. Otherwise, they would have to wait another 100 years. Or he could spend a large amount of money to buy a rank 3 spirit vein from the black market. That would not be worth it. The advancing team suddenly stopped. Xiaoqian also frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, the death qi that filled the void suddenly increased by a lot. Life and death, the withering of flowers and grass, the extinction of birds and beasts, or the death of cultivators, the death qi of the world always existed. However, it was difficult for ordinary cultivators to sense it. If they accidentally sensed it, they would avoid it. No one liked death qi. Xiaoqian was no exception. However, the group of ghost race cultivators behind all looked radiant. Their eyes gleamed with vigor, clearly enjoying themselves. Xiaoqian focused on the vast savannah at the limits of his vision. He could see 2 strands of black smoke soaring into the sky, forming a black cloud in the clear sky. Unexpectedly, the formless death qi was visible to the naked eye. Needless to say, the departed spirit fruit was below the black cloud. In another direction, the many corpse race cultivators all stopped as well. As they looked at the black cloud, greed appeared in their eyes. 5 men stood at the front of the group. The one in the middle was the mysterious man with the departed spirit mark on his forehead that Xiaoqian had paid special attention to. Beside him was Wang Can, who had fought with Xiaoqian before. The other 3 were the outstanding talents of the corpse race's younger generation. Brother Wei Hua, that place is where the departed spirit fruit is. However, there are only 2 strands of death qi. The black flame sovereign snake guarding this place should have eaten one, Wang Can said politely as he pointed to the front. Wei Hua nodded and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, I can feel it. I only need 1 departed spirit fruit. That will be sufficient for me to advance to late-stage inferior grade martial sage. The ghost race people, a murderous intent flashed in Wei Hua's eyes. He said, there's no need to worry. This time, I brought 3 underworld fire demonic corpses. Each of them can hold their own against a medial grade martial sage. There is no need to fear even if we run into Diwuk. Bang! Intense explosions resounded in the air. Wang Can looked up and saw a figure moving quickly in the air. Xiaoqian could not feel any fluctuations of death energy or heavenly sage laws. When that person stomped on the air, there was an intense explosion that sounded like thunder. Relying entirely on the control of his physical body, he stepped on the void and arrived at an extraordinary speed. Wang Can's face lit up in joy. He smiled and said, Kuei Do is here. Now, we are even more confident. Wei Hua raised his eyebrows slightly and said, the physical body of the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant is indeed as strong as before. However, Wei Hua's tone did not sound friendly. Wang Can knew the secret behind this. Wei Hua's great-grandfather was a true major character of the Corpse God Palace, one of the 4 sovereign martial emperors, the Underworld Fire Sovereign. Back then, when the Iron Hand Sovereign betrayed the Corpse God Palace, he fought with Wei Hua's great-grandfather. In the end, the Underworld Fire Sovereign lost, allowing the Iron Hand Sovereign to flee. The old grudges of adulthood had long since faded away with the passage of time. There was no eternal hatred between sovereign martial emperors. However, when two descendants met, a small grudge would definitely exist. Whoosh! The Iron Hand sovereign's figure flashed, and he landed in front of Wei Hua. He smiled and said, "The two of you have been waiting for a long time. I ran into Yan Shisan along the way and spent some effort to shake him off." Wei Hua smiled gently and said, "Yan Shisan's killing sword Dao extinguishes all life force, killing everything in the world. You focus on cultivating the physical body. It is normal that you cannot defeat him." The Iron Hand sovereign's expression changed as he stared at Wei Hua. Then, he smiled and said, "I was wondering who it was. So, it is the Underworld Fire sovereign's descendant. The scar on your great-grandfather's chest should still be there, right? The full power strike of a rank 7 sage body left a mark that will not fade even after 10,000 years." The two started mocking each other the moment they met. Wang Can quickly stepped forward and laughed loudly. "Brother Kuei-do, let's go quickly. After this matter is over, I guarantee that I will give you my heavenly demon body cultivation art." Kuei-do snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Wei Hua also knew when to advance and when to retreat. This was not the time to seek trouble for the other party, so he did not continue mocking the other party. The two groups headed for the place where the black smoke rose, flying quickly over the savannah. 4 hours later, the two groups arrived almost at the same time. However, they did not start fighting immediately. Instead, they showed grave expressions. When the two groups arrived below the black clouds, they did not see the departed spirit flower. There was only a black snake coiled around its body, looking like a small hill. A faint flame burned on its black scales. A pair of small horns protruded from its head, and it flicked its scarlet tongue as it looked around. This was the Black Flame's sovereign snake. However, its size surpassed everyone's expectations. There was also the small horn on its head. All of these indicated that the Black Flame's sovereign snake's strength had improved in the past 10 years. Qing Cheng stared at the Black Flame's sovereign snake and said, "This is problematic. It swallowed a departed spirit fruit. It is probably as strong as a superior grade martial sage now." Wang Can and the others frowned heavily as well. They did not know what to do. Earlier, they had not treated the Black Flame's sovereign snake as much trouble. As the two groups soared into the air, they could see the anxiety in each other's eyes. This was not the result that Xiaochen wanted. Xiaochen entered deep thought. After a while, he said, "The departed spirit fruit should be under it. I'll lure it away." Ji Shizhan, Bei Su, and the others looked at Xiaochen in shock. It was not that they did not believe in Xiaochen's strength. However, it was rare for Xiaochen to take the initiative to help. "Don't worry. I'm still confident in my speed. After I return, I will help you delay Kuei-do." Xiaochen continued, dispelling the doubts in Qing Cheng's heart. She nodded and said, "Dragging things out like this is not a solution. In that case, I'll have to trouble young Master Xiao. However, are you confident of escaping?" The interests of the two groups were now tied together. If they lost, it would be impossible for Xiaochen to obtain the peak spirit vein. "I never do things that I am not confident of." Xiaochen pushed off the air, and his figure flickered. Then, a bow appeared in his hand. Xiaochen drew the bowstring, and an arrow fell like a meteor, tearing space apart. With a ka-ci sound, the arrow accurately struck the gap between the Black Flame's sovereign snake scales and entered its body. Just one arrow was already so powerful. Qing Cheng, Wang Can, and the others were all astonished. Since when did the Black Flame's sovereign snake's defense become like tofu? There is a secret to this bow. The few of them stared at the Soul Slayer bow in Xiaochen's hand. Their eyes revealed an extremely interested expression. This was especially so for Kuei-do. He watched very carefully. When Xiao Chen drew the bowstring, he used pure vital qi. Blood flowed out, and the black flame sovereign snake howled in pain. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a stream of flames at Xiao Chen. The dense black flames were like dense clouds. Everywhere it passed, it burned up the air and dust, leaving behind large patches of pitch-black space. Xiao Chen nimbly dodged. Then, he drew the bowstring again and fired another arrow. The black flame sovereign snake was thoroughly enraged. Its huge body soared into the air and shot towards Xiao Chen. When the black flame sovereign snake's body left the ground, 3 departed spirit flowers appeared before the 2 teams. 2 of the flowers contained a black fruit. Attack! The 2 teams withdrew their attention from the Soul Slayer bow in Xiao Chen's hand. They did not waste any words and immediately started fighting. Along the way, the teams that the 2 sides sent out to search for departed spirit flowers had fought several times. Both sides had been preparing for this fierce battle for a long time. Far away, Xiao Chen, who was dodging the black flame sovereign snake's attacks, revealed a faint smile. This was the situation that he wanted to see. The black flames surged endlessly. Occasionally, large patches of pitch-black space appeared in the sky. Xiao Chen frowned, not daring to dodge. The might of these flames was ferocious. Furthermore, they contained a deathly energy that could burn away life force. Suddenly, there was the sound of a swift wind. The wind was like a saber, piercing through the surface of Xiao Chen's protective quintessence and causing his face to hurt. Chapter 836. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and spun around as he soared into the air. The moment he rose, a black snake tail swept under his feet. If he had been any slower, he would have suffered the strike. The snake tail sweep was the strongest move of snake-type spirit beasts. This sweep of the black flame sovereign snake, which was as strong as a superior-grade martial sage, was sufficient to severely injure Xiao Chen. The howling of a strong wind resounded in the sky. It sounded like a hurried whistle, spreading in all directions and scattering the white clouds. With one sweep, there were no clouds for 5 kilometers around. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. No wonder the expressions of the people on both sides immediately changed when they saw the gigantified black flame sovereign snake. With such explosive power, it would be terrible if one got hit. A strong fishy smell wafted over. Xiao Chen looked up and saw the black flame sovereign snake twisting its body in the air like a flood dragon. Then, it opened its huge mouth and launched itself at him. A huge suction force came from its mouth, and a whirlwind continued to form, spinning continuously. Fortunately, Xiao Chen dodged quickly and was not pulled by the suction. He tilted his body down and glided down like an eagle. Then, he turned his head back and fired another arrow. The black flame sovereign snake's mind was filled with rage. It roared and spat out a 3,000-meter-long black flame from its mouth. The snake's head danced. The pillar of flames danced in the air, looking very mighty. As Xiao Chen glided down, he moved about nimbly, dodging the flames, not letting any sparks come into contact with him. As the chase continued, the spirit beasts and cultivators of the savannah panicked and fled for their lives. The difference between a superior-grade martial sage and an inferior-grade martial sage was an insurmountable chasm. Xiao Chen was not arrogant enough to kill the other party. However, he was very confident of luring this black flame sovereign snake away. Xiao Chen looked up into the distance and saw a pillar of light descending from the sky. That was the target of everyone here, the treasury hole. After dodging a few times, Xiao Chen slid swiftly towards the ground. When he was close to the ground, he lifted his body slightly and landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chen took a few steps forward, alleviating the momentum from inertia. He stopped dodging and raised his head to look at the black flame sovereign snake in the air. When the black flame sovereign snake saw that Xiao Chen was no longer running for his life, it charged down violently, its huge body directly descending. 9 Roaming Dragon Transformations. A loud rumbling sound rang out as the black flame sovereign snake landed on the ground. The entire ground shook violently and cracks even appeared. The black flames on his body ignited the surrounding weeds. As the flames swept out, a large patch of ash was created. 9 figures surrounded the black flame snake and soared into the air. The real and the fake were hard to distinguish. The black flame snake spat out flames and destroyed the clones one by one. By the time the black flame sovereign snake destroyed the 8 clones, it had already given Xiaochen too much time. Xiaochen's true body was already a kilometer away. Xiaochen formed hand seals, and the 72 universe flags flickered with spiritual light. They quickly entered the ground and formed a strong restriction that spanned 5 kilometers. The restriction covered all directions, including the sky and the ground. Once the black flame sovereign snake was trapped, it would not be able to escape. However, to others, they would not be able to discover anything. Furthermore, the restriction had a simple illusion effect. Xiaochen's white robes fluttered in the sharp air as he looked at the restriction below. He smiled faintly and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he dusted off his hands and carefully flew back. 5 kilometers away, Xiaochen stopped in the air. He supported his chin with his right hand as he watched carefully. While avoiding the 2 departed spirit fruits, the ghost race and corpse race fought each other to the death. The battle was very intense. All sorts of Yin soldiers and demonic corpses fought. A cold wind blew, and black chi spread out. As dust flew up, the sounds of fighting rang out endlessly. The scene was chaotic. On the battlefield, 3 demonic corpses covered in green demonic flames attracted Xiaochen's attention. These 3 demonic corpses were clearly different from the other demonic corpses. First, they were about 3 meters tall, far taller than the other demonic corpses. Then, there was the green demonic flame on their bodies. Xiaochen thought about it. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like the legendary Yellow Springs Underworld flame. Among the Yin-attributed flames, the Yellow Springs Underworld flame was second only to the Lunar True Flame. It was on the same level as the Scarlet Blood Frost flame. Like the Scarlet Blood Frost flame, it was also a top-grade evil flame. Its special effect was to burn the soul, which was a strong counter to Yin soldiers. However, these 3 demonic corpses, which should have been the nemesis of Yin soldiers, met with a difficult opponent. That white figure held a long scythe in its hand. It was about 10 meters tall, much taller than the flaming demonic corpses. The white figure fought 1 against 3. Although it was clearly not a match for them, it managed to delay the 3 demonic corpses, preventing them from sweeping up the Yin soldiers elsewhere. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, clicked her tongue and sighed, "The fight is really intense." Unexpectedly, the Corpse Race's Underworld Fire Demonic Corpse and the Ghost Race's Soul Reaper Yin Soldier are both brought over. Underworld Fire Demonic Corpse and Soul Reaper Yin Soldier. Xiaochen did not understand the martial techniques of these 2 races. However, he could tell from their auras that they were not easy to deal with. This strengthened some of Xiaochen's thoughts. He continued to watch. Qing Cheng and the others all had their own opponents and could not get away. The battlefield entered a stalemate. Both sides originally thought that they could end the fight quickly. They had not expected it to be so difficult. If one observed the situation carefully, one would discover that the corpse race held the advantage. This was because the other side had an extra person, Kuei Do. Kuei Do's current opponent was a black figure holding a scythe as well. According to Ao Jiao, this was also a refined Yin soldier called Soul Reaper Yin Soldier. The black-robed Soul Reaper was at a complete disadvantage against Kuei Do. The energy that Kuei Do's physical body burst out with contained an aura of extreme yang, which dealt significant damage to Yin soldiers. Kuei Do's punches landed on the black figure, giving off loud bangs. The black figure was forced back, and the light on its body slowly dimmed. As long as this black-robed Soul Reaper was defeated, Kuei-do would be free to deal with the white-robed Soul Reaper. After that, Kuei-do would not need to make a move. The 3 underworld fire demonic corpses would be able to sweep through the place. With just a slight change in the balance, the other side would immediately crumble. Qing, who was currently fighting with Wei Hua, had an anxious expression. Occasionally, she glanced in the direction that Xiaoqin had taken, anticipating his arrival. Yellow sand filled the air, and thick smoke churned. When Xiaoqin saw both sides fighting at full power, he sighed in his heart. This was the other side's true strength. With such a large team, no matter which side Xiaoqin faced, he would not be a match for them. If he worked with them individually, he would not be on equal footing from the start. After that, if the other side wanted to bite back, there would be no room for negotiation. Xiaoqin had never liked this kind of cooperation. He also did not believe that there would be fairness in a situation where one's strength was not equal. The initiative still needed to be in his hands. Even if it was a little risky, it was worth it. Xiaoqin took a deep look at the place where the departed spirit fruit was. Then, his figure flashed, and he landed on the ground. Xiaoqin took out the puppet snake and entered its belly. Then, he controlled the puppet snake to go deep underground, arriving right below the departed spirit flower without anyone noticing. Normally, a spirit vein's origin wrapped in a special stone membrane would be right below the departed spirit flower. Xiaoqin sent out his spiritual sense and searched carefully. He did not spend much time before he found the spirit vein's origin wrapped up. The puppet snake opened its mouth and bit down on the spirit vein's origin. Then, it rolled into Xiaoqin's hand, easily obtaining the spirit vein's origin. The group of people above fought to the death. Even in their dreams, they would not expect that Xiaoqin, who lured away the Black Flame's sovereign snake, had already returned. Furthermore, he managed to obtain the peak spirit vein's origin without much effort. Xiaoqin had never believed that Qing would let him leave after obtaining the spirit vein's origin. It was not just because of the spirit vein's origin. The death throne that Xiaoqin possessed was sufficient for Qing to make a move without any reason. A light flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes. He was not in a rush to leave. Instead, he controlled the puppet snake to rise in a straight line. Up, 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 up. Bang! The 3 departed spirit flowers on the ground suddenly burst apart. Countless bits of soil flew everywhere as the 3 departed spirit flowers flew into the air. The black puppet snake opened its mouth and bit down. Then, it swallowed the 3 departed spirit flowers at a speed that no one could stop. This mysterious phenomenon startled the ghost race and corpse race cultivators at the critical moment of the chaotic battle. They could not help but stop what they were doing. Damn! In the next moment, the cultivators of the 2 races reacted and started cursing angrily. Death energy gathered in their bodies, and a strong wind blew. All sorts of horrifying martial techniques rained down on the puppet snake. Do you still want the departed spirit fruits? If you want it, then stop. Xiaoqin used the dragon tone art to transmit his voice from the puppet snake. This simple sentence immediately froze everyone's movements. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiaoqin walked out of the puppet snake's mouth holding 3 departed spirit flowers. As Xiaoqin looked at the stunned crowd, he smiled gently. The show was just beginning. Of the 3 departed spirit flowers, Xiaoqin picked 2 of the departed spirit fruits and played with them in his hand. Formless death chi spread out. Xiaoqin frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The main reason was because of his mental state. With his protective quintessence, this death chi could not cause any substantial harm to Xiaoqin. When Qing, Ji Shizhan, Bai Su, and the others saw Xiaoqin suddenly return, they rejoiced at first. Then, their expressions changed. Something was wrong. The expressions of Wang Can, Wei Hua, and the others of the corpse race became uncertain as well. They did not know what Xiao Qin was trying to do. Xiao Qin, what are you trying to do? The departed spirit fruits are useless to you, right? Do you think you can run after offending both the ghost race and the corpse race for these two departed spirit fruits? Wang Can asked coldly with a sullen expression. Standing above the puppet snake, Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Haha. It does not matter whether it is useful to me or not. It is fine as long as it is useful to you." The ghost race woman, Qing, also showed some anger on her snow-white, soul-stirring face. She had not expected Xiao Qin to be so bold. Not only did Xiao Qin obtain the peak spirit vein's origin, but he even snatched away the departed spirit fruits before the many experts of the corpse race, ghost race, and ghost race. Chapter 837. She should have known that this fellow would not be so kind as to lure away the black flame sovereign snake. He clearly wanted the two races to fight while he took advantage of the situation. Or rather, from the very start, Xiao Qin did not believe in Qing Chang's promise and had made up his mind long ago. Qing Chang said in a cold voice, "Young Master Xiao, unexpectedly, you are also someone who goes back on your word." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said to Qing Chang, "Miss Qing Chang, you know very well who you are keeping these black and white soul reapers to deal with. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. There is no need to be so pompous. I, Xiao Qin, have never said that I am a gentleman. If I really help you deal with these people, will you let me go? I am not a 3-year-old child. Whether it is right or wrong, there is no need to say too much. Right now, I am in control of everything. Whether you admit it or not, the departed spirit fruit that can help you advance quickly is now in the hands of me, Xiao Qin." There were more than 100 martial sages of the two races and countless demonic corpses and Yin soldiers. If they all attacked together, even a superior grade martial sage would not dare to be too unbridled. A gentle wind blew, and Xiao Qin's white robes and hair fluttered. As he stood on the puppet snake's head, he looked at the group of experts without any fear. His expression did not change at all. Why is he speaking so much nonsense? Attack together and take his life. Does he really think that he is incredible just because he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor? Someone roared in rage. The rest of the people chimed in. The demonic corpses roared and the Yin soldiers howled. In that instant, the winds and clouds changed, and a cloud of dust kicked up. Who dares to take a step forward? Xiao Qin said calmly, unhurriedly. Electricity surged in his hand as though he was going to destroy the two departed spirit fruits. Stop. Don't move. Wang Can and Qing both berated them, stopping their subordinates. Departed spirit flowers were hard to find outside. They only existed in the underworld river, an underground forbidden land. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to enter that place. The value of the departed spirit fruit itself was already very high. The value of the fruit was even more immeasurable. Inferior grade martial sage was also the realm that could bring out the best effects of the departed spirit fruit. If they did not have a certain value, the corpse race and ghost race would not have brought out their trump cards and started fighting before reaching the treasury hall. Wei Hua, who had been silent all this while, said, "What do you want? Just say it." Xiao Qin smiled gently and said, "It seems that there are people who understand. Since all of you want this departed spirit fruit, I naturally can't give it to just anyone. You guys can bid for it. Whoever offers the most astral coins will get it. Of course, spirit vein origins, sage grade secret treasures, secret techniques, and medicinal pills can also be added. In short, I want all treasures. I am a very open-minded person." When the cultivators of the two races heard this, their expressions changed. They wondered if they had heard wrong. This fellow, who was surrounded by more than 100 inferior-grade martial sages and could die at any moment, actually boasted shamelessly and raised the price. Wang Can waved his right hand and smiled coldly. What qualifications do you have to raise the price? Do you really think we are fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered? At worst, I will just give up on this departed spirit fruit. You don't want it. The corner of Xiao Chen's lips curled up as he tossed out a departed spirit fruit. Then, he flicked his finger, and a strand of purple saber chi shot out. The saber chi shattered the departed spirit fruit with a loud bang. Black death chi immediately surged out, forming boundless, thick clouds that spread out in all directions. The originally formless death chi now turned into thick, dark clouds that spread for a kilometer without showing any signs of dissipating. Ka-Cie. The hearts of the countless corpse race and ghost race cultivators shattered at the same time as they looked at the shattered departed spirit fruit. This was a departed spirit fruit, not a rock. It was worth cities and could not be measured. Yet, Xiaochen destroyed it without batting an eye. You, Wang Can gaped, flabbergasted. He stammered for a long time, unable to say anything. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, Brother Wang Can, didn't you say that you don't want it? Why are you so agitated? Screw you. I was just saying it. Just saying it, and you really King destroyed it. Yet, you still ask me why I am so agitated? Wang Can could not help cursing in his heart. However, he did not dare to say anything more. He feared that if Xiaochen was upset, he would destroy the only remaining departed spirit fruit as well. A murderous intent flashed in Wei Hua's eyes. He lowered his head and sent a voice projection to a certain person. Then, without changing his expression, he stepped forward and said, I offer 100,000 black astral coins and 5 rank 3 spirit veins. To you, this is a very fair price. At this moment, Xiaochen already held the upper hand. Qingqing was very reluctant, but she had no choice but to accept this reality. She clenched her teeth and said, I offer 100,000 black astral coins and 10 rank 3 spirit veins as well. 200,000 black astral coins and 15 rank 3 spirit veins. Wei Hua did not hesitate to raise the price again, clearly determined to obtain the departed spirit fruit. When the two arrived earlier, they must have brought the younger generation to search for departed spirit flowers and obtain some spirit veins along the way. Xiaochen did not say anything. He looked at Qingqing, his meaning clear. If you do not raise the price, this departed spirit fruit will be the other party's. How hateful. Qingqing was now gnashing her teeth in hatred, feeling so much regret that her intestines turned green. Originally, she thought that by working with Xiaochen, with so many of her clansmen and some trump cards, she would definitely be able to suppress Xiaochen. After the matter was over, she wanted Xiaochen to spit out everything with interest. Who could have expected such a situation to occur? What kind of person did he invite? Everything was fine, but he actually dug such a big hole for him. However, not raising the price now was out of the question. After putting in so much effort, she had already lost so many people before reaching the treasury hall. If she still could not obtain the departed spirit fruit, she would suffer a great loss. 200,000 black astral coins, 15 rank 3 spirit veins, and a sage-grade essence increasing pill that your human race needs. Both sides were bidding, neither giving way. Xiaochen smiled faintly and watched the two sides compete. The more vicious the competition, the better. 500,000 black astral coins, 20 rank 3 spirit veins, a sage-grade inner vest, and a sage-grade essence increasing pill. Finally, Wei Hua's heart sank, and he named a price that Qingqing could not raise. At such a price, Qingqing's expression changed. After hesitating for a long time, she did not continue bidding. Such a price already surpassed the value of the departed spirit fruit. It was not worth it at all. Wei Hua was practically using up half of the resources she had. She did not know what Wei Hua was thinking. When Wei Hua saw that Qing Qing did not say anything, he smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, what do you think of this price? Hand over the departed spirit fruit." Ha! Naturally, I, Xiao Qin, am very satisfied with such a price. However, I will have to delay the transaction for a while. The smile on Xiao Chen's face faded. At the end of his words, his expression turned cold. With a flip of his hand, he placed the departed spirit fruit in his universe ring. Then, he instantly turned around. Myriad heaven divine fished, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. A divine light descended from the sky and entered Xiao Chen's body. His aura soared infinitely, and the resplendent light on his fist was as dazzling as the sun. Bang! When Xiao Chen punched, his fist immediately clashed with Kuei Dou's full power strike. This Kuei Dou took advantage of the moment the two sides raised the price to sneak behind Xiao Chen. When Wei Hua announced the final price, Kuei Dou thought that Xiao Chen would relax, so he immediately launched a sneak attack in the time it took for a spark to fly. However, Kuei Dou did not know that with Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, he could see everything that happened around him in his mind. Not only had Kuei Dou noticed Xiao Chen long ago, but he had also sensed the plot between Xiao Chen and Wei Hua and had been waiting for a long time. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the place, deafening many people for a short period of time. The instant the two fists clashed, Kuei Dou immediately suffered a great loss. For the sake of maintaining the speed of his attack, he could only use 60% of his vital qi. However, Xiao Chen had been storing up power and waiting for a long time. Not only did the myriad heaven divine fist merge his vital qi, mental energy, and heavenly laws, but it also increased his combat prowess tenfold. Kuei Dou vomited a mouthful of blood. Ka xie! Ka xie! The bones in his right arm shattered. This arm would definitely be crippled for the time being. Kuei Dou's body flew back like an arrow and smashed into the ground, creating a large pit and kicking up a cloud of dust. With the tenfold combat prowess gone, Xiao Chen's boundless aura vanished as well. His white robes fluttered. Aside from a special sharpness, there was nothing special about him. Xiao Chen swung his slightly sore arm without anyone noticing. He felt startled in his heart. A cultivator with a pure physical body was truly horrifying. Even if Kuei Dou only used 60% of his strength, it was already frightening enough. If it were another person standing here, that person would definitely be smashed into a meat patty. However, Kuei Dou ran into Xiao Chen, a well-prepared Xiao Chen. Kuei Dou could only blame himself for being unlucky. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and ignored the shocked people around him. He put away the puppet snake and somersaulted in the air, leaping out of the encirclement of the two races and landing firmly on the ground. "Come out and trade," Xiao Chen said calmly. Wei Hua looked at Kuei Dou, who fell into a deep pit and stood up in a sorry state. His lips twitched involuntarily as he silently flew out. The two faced each other and placed the items they wanted to trade into a spatial ring before their eyes. Then, they stretched out their hands and pushed. They each controlled their own spatial rings and pushed them towards the other with the speed of an old ox pulling a cart. The cultivators of the two races stood in a row behind them. They did not hide the killing chi in their eyes at all, clearly eager to try. The two spatial rings brushed past each other, and the two sides immediately pulled over the other spatial rings. "Kill him," Wei Hua said through clenched teeth. He did not even bother looking at the departed spirit fruit in his spatial ring as he retreated at his fastest speed. The ghost race and corpse race cultivators did not need Wei Hua to say anything. They were already filled with rage. The instant Wei Hua retreated, attacks rained down on Xiao Chen. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen, who had been prepared for this long ago, gently pushed off the ground and moved backward. A light flashed in his eyes. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true flame chased each other, forming a magnificent flame diagram. The 8 trigrams, for divisions, and yin-yang condensed into a world of its own, blocking all the attacks. Boom! In just an instant, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram turned into a golden light and disappeared. However, this short moment was enough for Xiao Qin to do many things. Chapter 838. Roaming Dragons 9 Transformations. Change! Change! Xiao Qin shouted, and his body split into 9. Then, the 9 figures changed again, turning into 81 figures. Under Xiao Qin's control, each figure spun around quickly, kicking up gusts of wind and forming 100-meter-tall tornadoes as they flew forward. Immediately, sand and rocks flew in front. When one looked around, the 81 tornadoes carried countless leaves and dust as they surged forward. The hidden Xiao Qin became even harder to distinguish. After him. Naturally, Wei Hua, Wang Kant, Qing Qing, and the others would not let Xiao Qin off so easily. 100 inferior-grade martial sages led countless demonic corpses and yin soldiers in pursuit. Bang! 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 The tornadoes were shattered by the powerful attacks, and the clones inside were instantly killed by the yin soldiers and demonic corpses. The ghostly yin soldiers howled in the wind. Since they did not have physical bodies, they flew the fastest. They kept chasing relentlessly, bobbing up and down in the clouds. The tornadoes shattered one by one. When there were only 8 tornadoes left, Xiao Qin made a prompt decision. He whistled and the strong wind stopped. The 8 figures merged into one in the air. Xiao Qin tilted his body and dove down, widening the distance between him and the group behind him. When Wei Hua and the others saw that Xiao Qin's clones were all destroyed, joy flashed on their faces. Then, they increased their speed again. The group slowly closed the distance. Just as they were about to catch up to Xiao Qin suddenly stretched out his hand. 72 beams of light flashed from the ground. When the beams of light merged, the universe banner appeared in Xiao Qin's hand. Then, he smiled gently, and electric light burst out from under his feet. His speed suddenly doubled. When the black flame sovereign snake, which had been locked up for a long time, discovered that the restriction had disappeared, it immediately soared into the air and spat out black flames. Miserable cries resounded. The cultivators of the 2 races that had chased after Xiao Qin were immediately unlucky, becoming the target of the black flame sovereign snake's rage. Arrows still remained in the black flame sovereign snake's body, causing it to bleed continuously. Furthermore, it had been locked up for such a long time. Its rage and rage were easy to imagine. Black flame sovereign snake. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. Wang Kan shouted, trying to gather the corpse race group together and retreat. However, the situation was chaotic. The black flame sovereign snake charged forward ferociously. As it opened its mouth, it shot out flames, completely disrupting the ferocious group. Fortunately, this was the Sage Mark Monument's inner world. If one died, one would only be sent out. Otherwise, one would suffer great losses. When Qing Qing saw that white figure leaving calmly in the distance, her eyes turned cold. She stretched out her hand and beckoned. 8 spirits carrying a white palanquin appeared. Qing Qing pushed off the ground and flew into the palanquin. Ji, Chen, and Spirit, by Chen, Spirit, Shizhan, Corpse, Ji, Ghost Spirits, by, and Star, Race, Ji, Qing Qing instructed. The 8 ghosts lifted the white palanquin and quickly moved forward. Ji Shizhan and Bai Su sighed speechlessly. Ever since Qing Qing made her debut, she had never failed like this. She had been schemed against so many times. First, along the way, the various spirit veins' origins were plundered. Then, Shao Qin used them to fight the corpse race. Finally, the situation was even worse. When Shao Qin retreated, he directly released the Black Flame's sovereign snake. The group immediately lost more than half its members. When they went to the treasury hall, they would not be able to compete. More importantly, after putting in so much effort and bringing along 2 soul reapers, they still could not obtain the departed spirit fruit that they thought they would obtain. Everything had failed. Given her pride, she would definitely not be able to accept this. After Shao Qin put away the universe banner and released the Black Flame sovereign snake, he left in a much more relaxed manner. A berserk Black Flame sovereign snake was not easy to deal with. It would already be pretty good if the 2 races could clean up the mess. Even if they could spare some effort to chase after Shao Qin, there would not be too many people. If there were only a few people, there would be no need to fear him. Shao Qin's harvest this time could be said to be very fruitful. Right now, he had 7 million astral coins and 600,000 black astral coins. In total, he had 13 million astral coins. With such wealth, he was no weaker than any noble clan scion or sect inheritor. Wei Hua's sage-grade inner vest was not much. However, it was better than nothing. It was an additional layer of defense. As for the lunar cassia tree and dragon mark fruits in the immortal spirit ring, with so many spirit veins helping them mature, Ao Jiao smiled happily and busied herself. After Shao Qin left the Sage Mark Monument, he would see the lunar cassia tree blooming. The 5 dragon mark fruits would also be more than 800 years old. After expending so many spirit veins origins, it was all worth it. Suddenly, Shao Qin's footsteps stopped. He looked up and saw a dim light suddenly hovering in front of him. When the light stopped, Shao Qin squinted and looked carefully. 8 wandering spirits carrying a white palanquin floated quietly in front of him. Young Master Shao, good move. Qing Qing really underestimated you. As the ancient said, suffering a loss is a blessing. Qing Qing will remember today's loss for life. Qing Chang's cold voice came from the palanquin. There was not much sorrow or joy in it, it seemed extremely calm. Shao Qin carefully sized up this white palanquin. He had long felt that this palanquin was extraordinary. Now, it looked like it had some extraordinary speed at the very least. However, he did not know if it had any other functions. When Shao Qin heard Qing Chang's words, he did not react. His expression remained calm as he said, Miss Qing Chang is too serious. Actually, between you and me, if we ignore the Death Throne, there is no unresolvable conflict between us. No wonder you are so careful. It turns out that you knew long ago that the secret of your throne was exposed. Even though I cannot obtain the departed spirit fruit, I have to obtain the Death Throne today. Qing Qing formed hand seals in the palanquin, and 2 cold winds blew. The 10-meter-tall black and white soul reapers arrived before Shao Qin in a flash, holding cold, black sides. Black and white soul reapers, according to the legends of the Immortal epic, are one of the 10 great masters of the underworld. They have many incarnations. Before an ordinary person dies, they will draw their soul into the underworld river to undergo the 6 paths of reincarnation. Naturally, the black and white soul reapers that my ghost race refined cannot compare to the legendary soul reapers. However, they are still as strong as medial-grade martial sages. I advise you not to resist or think of fleeing. Your speed cannot compare to the 8 ghost palanquin. Qing Qing, who was in the palanquin, enunciated every word extremely coldly. Shao Qin sized up the black and white soul reapers and smiled faintly. What strange confidence. Have you not thought about why I dared to leave with you even though I knew you had trump cards? Even if that black flame sovereign snake had not appeared, you would not have been able to obtain the departed spirit fruit and the Death Throne. This is because I will never take the initiative to enter a dangerous situation if I am not confident. Shao Qin opened his hand, and an ancient lamp appeared in his palm. Then, he bit the tip of his tongue and sent a mouthful of essence blood containing a large amount of mental energy into the wick of the lamp. The flickering flame lit up, and the ancient lamp drifted gently into the air. Rings of light appeared behind the ancient lamp. The mysterious inscriptions on the ancient lamp gave off a jade-green light. An illusory figure became increasingly clear in the light. The immortal Tao honors life, boundlessly rescuing people. Once I recite the scriptures, all the great sages praise me. Twice I recite the scriptures, and withered bones come to life. Immortal Chi shrouded the illusory figure as it recited the mysterious scriptures. The scriptures contained the ghost Tao of reincarnation, the power to deliver all living things from suffering. Clumps of light quickly drifted away from the black and white soul reapers' bodies. The light on their bodies slowly weakened. Person cleansing scripture. Ching Ching exclaimed in a fluster from the palanquin. Then, she quickly formed hand seals and called back the black and white soul reapers. In just a short while, the black and white soul reapers had lost 50 to 60% of their strength. With a swoosh, the white palanquin directly fell from the sky. The palanquin overturned and tilted. The 8 strands of wandering souls that were carrying the palanquin were directly expiated by the expiation scripture. Xiaoqin revealed a smile on his face and calmly put away the ancient lamp. Then, he took a big step forward, stepping on electric light and disappearing from this place. Ching Ching leaped out of the palanquin with an extremely unsightly expression. With a flick of her hand, she released the 8 wandering souls and lifted the white palanquin again. Ching Ching looked in the direction that Xiaoqin had taken. After a long time, she did not give chase in the end. This time, her defeat was simply too embarrassing. She had already lost miserably in the first place. In the end, she had even foolishly charged forward and allowed herself to be trampled on. Xiaoqin had obtained the ancient lamp from where the evil king died. It was a king-grade secret treasure. Clearly, a half-sage would not be able to refine it completely. After Xiaoqin advanced to Martial Sage, he took some time to refine it on his way to the Kunlun mountain range. Although he could not bring out the full might of this secret treasure with his current cultivation, after using it for a while, Xiaoqin gained a rough understanding of the effects of this lamp. However, he could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. This lamp was called the Reincarnation Lamp. It was made from the fragments of a magic treasure from the Immortal epic. After mending the formations and adding in new materials, it was refined into a secret treasure suitable for cultivators. In reality, most secret treasures above sage grade were made from the fragments of magic treasures from the Immortal epic. First senior sister Shui Lingling's purple bow and Ning Qiong's heavenly downpour umbrella were like this. The reincarnation lamp continued the main function of the original magic treasure, summoning the souls of immortals to chant the Taoist cleansing scripture to purify the evil energy of remnant souls. A perfectly good king-grade secret treasure became useless just like that. Aside from having some restraining effect on the ghost race, it was not very useful to cultivators of the other races. It was somewhat unfortunate that this was a king-grade secret treasure. Any king-grade secret treasure in the Kunlun realm would fetch a sky-high price in an auction. Only emperor-grade secret treasures were stronger than king-grade secret treasures. However, emperor-grade secret treasures were normally used by the various sovereign sects and clans to protect their headquarters. They would not take them out easily. Without Emperor Wu's cultivation, one would not be able to bring out the might of an emperor-grade secret treasure. For people of Xiaoqian's cultivation, king-grade secret treasures were the most suitable secret treasures. However, perhaps after refining it completely, the reincarnation lamp might have some other uses. After all, it was left behind by the evil king. Xiaoqin raised his head and looked at the distant pillar of light reaching into the sky. Anticipation flashed in his eyes. He wondered what kind of surprise the treasury hall would have. There were still 5 more days before Xiaoqin would be sent out of the Sage Mark Monument. He had to rush over. Chapter 839. Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before descending from the sky and sitting cross-legged on the ground. He started recovering his energy. He intended to use Thunder Dragon steps to rush over after he recovered to his peak state. Xiao Chen circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, and the surrounding spiritual energy slowly poured into the 300 Heavenly Sage Laws in his body. The Heavenly Sage Laws hungrily absorbed the spiritual energy of the world. The color of the Heavenly Sage Laws slowly turned denser and fuller. The electric light around Xiao Chen spread out uncontrollably, forming a faint light screen. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them. After advancing to Martial Sage, his recovery speed was much faster than before. The amount of energy he could store was also incomparable to before. Electric light burst out from under Xiao Chen's feet. He did not hesitate to execute Thunder Dragon steps and dash through the air. With a raise of his leg, he crossed 5 kilometers. The wind howled by his ears. As he moved like a meteor chasing the moon, Xiao Chen could clearly feel a resistance restricting his speed. He did not feel this resistance when he burst out over a short distance. However, once he moved a long distance, he could feel it easily. This was the void barrier of the Kunlun realm. Unless he shattered space and entered the void, he would find it hard to increase his speed. If he forcefully increased his speed, he might even injure his physical body. Xiao Chen thought for a while and discovered that with his physical body, he should be able to endure another 20% increase in speed. However, this was already his limit. Even if he wanted to increase his speed, he would not be able to do so. Xiao Chen moved at full speed without any worries. He moved like a bolt of lightning, shooting through the sky. The people below could only see 2 lightning dragons flickering in the air. They could not even see the figures on them. Soon, Xiao Chen left the vast savanna behind. The pillar of light in the distance became increasingly clearer. A look of joy appeared in Xiao Chen's bright eyes. At this rate, he should be able to reach the treasury hall before sunset. Suddenly, Xiao Chen, who was dashing through the sky, stopped. The sounds of fighting attracted his attention. After traveling such a long distance, Xiao Chen noticed more than one fight. However, he did not stop. The reason why the battle below could attract his attention was because the protagonists of both sides were not insignificant figures. 3 deity race keepers of light led 10-odd deity race cultivators, clashing intensely with the fiend race team led by the Peacock King's descendant, Kong Yuan. Kong Yuan's side seemed to be in a bad situation. The 13 guardians of the celestial race didn't seem to be very famous within the celestial race. Their radiance was suppressed by the divine sun and divine daughter. But in the outer races, all of them were extremely talented youths. With Kong Yuan's strength, he could easily defeat one of them, and he could barely defeat 2 of them. Facing 3 of them would be too much. Being able to guarantee that he would not be defeated within 1,000 moves was already an extraordinary feat. In addition, the overall strength of the God race warriors was much higher than that of the monster race warriors. Although Kong Yuan's troops had the advantage in numbers, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. It's Xiao Chen. Quickly release the signal and inform the people in other directions. The mental energy of the deity race cultivators was extraordinary. The moment Xiao Chen paused in the air, he was immediately discovered by the 3 guardians. One of them shook his right hand, preparing to release the signal. Xiao Chen frowned. Originally, he had not planned on meddling in other people's business. However, he instantly made up his mind. With a flip of his hand, the Soul Slayer bow appeared. Xiao Chen knocked an arrow and drew the string. He executed this series of actions very smoothly. All his vital chi surged out without holding anything back. It seemed like thunder rumbled in Xiao Chen's body. A formless aura gathered in the surroundings as the bowstring was drawn. The Soul Slayer bow was as mighty as its vital chi. However, Xiao Chen rarely used its full power. the damage to his arm would be too great. At most, he would only need to draw it 3 more times before his arm would be crippled. However, at this moment, Xiaochen could not care so much. Xiaochen released his fingers, and the arrow tore through the air, disappearing in a flash. Before the guardian with his right arm could release the signal, the arrow pierced through his wrist. His wrist was pierced by the arrow, the tail of the arrow trembling, bringing with it a massive force, directly pulling him to the ground. The arrow pierced through his wrist and stabbed into the ground along with his arm. Buzz! Only at this moment did the sound of the arrow tearing through the air reach Xiaochen's ears. The speed of this arrow had already surpassed the speed of sound by several times. Xiaochen returned the bow to the universe ring. Just as that guardian's leg and arm were pinned to the ground by the arrow, electric light surged under Xiaochen's feet and he quickly gave chase. Xiaochen's speed was frighteningly fast. The guardian's heartbeats suddenly sped up. His sea of consciousness surged, and his strong mental energy turned into thousands of weapons flowing with holy light. These weapons surged out, trying to stop Xiaochen for a moment. Dragon Tone Art, break! Xiaochen roared, and the sound waves turned into a dragon-shaped shockwave surging out. Cassier! Cassier! The thousands of weapons shattered, turning into boundless holy light spreading everywhere. However, they could not stop Xiaochen at all. The deity race guardian, who had just pulled the arrow out of his wrist, endured the intense pain. Before he could get up, he saw a bolt of lightning flashing in the spreading holy light. In the next moment, a white figure leaped out. This person held a saber hilt with both hands and pointed the long saber downwards. The saber carried the momentum of lightning as it pierced through the guardian's inner vest, pinning him to the ground again. However, this time, the target was not the wrist but the heart, a fatal spot for any cultivator. A light flashed, and this guardian died on the spot, teleported out of the Sage Mark Monument. When Kong Yuan saw Xiaochen make a move, he could not help rejoicing. His figure trembled, and he revealed his fiend body, a huge blue peacock flickering with light. Kong Yuan firmly suppressed the 2 guardians, who were preparing to retreat, forcing them to retreat. Since Xiaochen made a move, there was naturally no need to think about anything else. He pushed off the ground and worked with Kong Yuan to deal with the 2 guardians. Kong Yuan alone could defeat 2 guardians. With Xiaochen's help, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Soon, he killed the 2. The blue peacock gave off a berserk aura. Under its beautiful appearance was an immeasurable ferocity. After the 3 guardians died, the remaining deity race cultivators decisively scattered and fled. They did not linger or fight to the death. Kong Yuan reverted to his human form and looked at Xiaochen, who sheathed his saber. His expression was somewhat complicated. However, he still said happily, "Many thanks for your help this time." The 2 had a grudge in the heavenly dew divine spring. Just as they were about to fight, Diwok had appeared and stopped them. Now, coincidentally, they worked together because of the deity race. Xiaochen was not that narrow-minded. He did not have any irreconcilable grudges with Kong Yuan, nor did they have any conflicts of interest. If Xiaochen could gain another friend through this matter, it might not be a bad thing. Xiaochen said calmly, "You are too polite. With your strength, you should be able to leave after revealing your fiend form." Kong Yuan glanced at the remaining fiend race cultivators and sighed softly, "The treasury hall is not far away. It is too unfortunate that these clansmen have stopped here. If I can put in some effort, I will do my best as well." Xiaochen felt excited. To think that Kong Yuan could still think about his clansmen in such a situation, he could be considered a man. His status as the Peacock King's descendant was not in vain. Let's not talk about this for now. Why are those deity race cultivators attacking you here? Xiaochen asked out of curiosity. They were almost at the treasury hole. What were they doing here instead of searching for treasures? Kong Yuan's expression turned sullen. He said, Diwok led the deity race's people and arrived here first. They guarded the passageways and blocked all the cultivators of the other races who tried to get close. What a big move. With the strength of one race, he wants to block all the cultivators of the other races. Diwok's appetite is too big. Could it be that he wants to take all the secret treasures in the treasury hall by himself? Xiaochen voiced his doubts. Kong Yuan shook his head and explained, it's not like that. As long as the cultivators who enter the treasury hall obtain 2 secret treasures, they will automatically be sent out. The treasury hall has a total of 5 floors. Each floor has a king-grade secret treasure. What Diwok really cares about are these 5 king-grade secret treasures. His main purpose is to delay us. Of course, if we are weaker, we will be chased out of the Sage Mark Monument. Xiaochen found this strange. He asked, the Sage Mark Monument opens once every 10 years. It has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Could it be that the secret treasures in there have not been emptied out? Kong Yuan could not explain this either. He replied, I'm not sure about that. In any case, every 10 years, there will be more secret treasures in the treasury hall. There will be at least 5 king-grade secret treasures. There are rumors that the Sage Mark Monument does not exist alone. There are strong and mysterious existences in there as well. Those secret treasures were collected or refined by those strong existences. Xiaochen thought for a while. If there really was a mysterious existence that could freely enter and exit the Sage Mark Monument, how strong would that existence be? After all, when the Sage Mark Monument opened, even sovereign martial emperors could not get close. Only inferior-grade martial emperors could enter. Could that mysterious existence be even stronger than sovereign martial emperors? However, these were just guesses. Perhaps there was no mysterious existence. I want to meet up with the Fox King's descendant, Yuan Su. Let's part ways here. If we meet in the treasury hall, we can compete based on our own abilities. How about that? When Kong Yuan saw that the group of fiend race cultivators had more or less recovered, he prepared to take his leave. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, that would be for the best. Goodbye. As Kong Yuan watched Xiaochen leave, his expression slowly turned grave. A fiend race old man behind Kong Yuan walked over and said, this Xiaochen really has some of the elegance of the Qing Emperor back then. With just a raise of his hand, he destroyed a deity race keeper of light. Such strength is probably no weaker than Diwok's. Kong Yuan calmly analyzed, he does indeed have some of the elegance of the Qing Emperor. However, compared to Diwok, he is still lacking. Earlier, he killed that Keeper of Light mostly because of the bow in his hand. In the end, his accumulations are still lacking. Even now, Diwok's true strength is a mystery. However, Xiaochen's potential is very terrifying. Who could have imagined that he had only been in the Kunlun realm for a mere 2 years? After parting with Kong Yuan, Xiaochen met with several outstanding talents who had broken through the deity race's blockade. All of them rushed to the treasury hall. Chapter 840. There were only 5 king-grade secret treasures. Diwok had already taken the lead. Who knew how long the traps and restrictions along the way could hold him back? Xiaochen could not help but quicken his pace. After half a day, he finally arrived at the doors of the vast treasury hall. The doors were already open. The words, Treasury Hall, were carved on the doors, looking very charming. Several cultivators who passed by Xiaochen paused their gazes on him for a while. Their eyes revealed an expression that could not be underestimated. Xiaochen dared to face off against Diwok at the Sage Mark Monument, stood at the top of the Sage Mark Monument for the first time, and kicked away the insufferably arrogant Diwok. After this matter, the name White-Robed Xiaochen would definitely spread. When the descendants of the Qing Emperor reappeared, they would definitely stir up a storm. Shifting his gaze away from the doors, Xiao-Qin stepped in. After he entered, he arrived at a spacious room. Ancient murals decorated the walls, and there were 9 passageways in the surroundings, waiting for cultivators to choose. Choose whichever one you like. Every passageway will lead to the Great Hall where the King Grade's secret treasure is. Then, you can enter the next floor from there. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring. Back then, the Thunder King had been here. Naturally, Ao Jiao was familiar with this place. Just as Xiao-Qin was about to choose, someone suddenly walked in from outside, attracting his attention. That person had a horrified expression. Clearly, he had not expected to meet Xiao-Qin like this. Xiao-Qin glanced over. After he saw this person's appearance, he ignored him and calmly chose a passageway. Inside the spacious room, an indescribable hatred flashed in Bai Wushue's eyes. In just half a year, the other party was not even interested in looking at him. There were stone doors on both sides of the passageways. Xiao-Qin entered a few stone rooms. Aside from puppet fragments, there was nothing on the ground. Clearly, someone had already taken away the secret treasures. After that, Xiao-Qin could not be bothered to enter the stone chambers anymore. Instead, he continued on his way. Every now and then, he would encounter some combat puppets. He did not hold back and dealt with them as quickly as he could. After a while, he arrived at the main hall that led to the lower level. In the middle of the hall, there was a stone platform with a sword box on it, flickering with electricity. Above the stone platform, sparks formed by lightning drifted down, appearing extremely strange. There was a small teleportation formation hovering in midair. It was flickering incessantly. It should be the path to the upper levels. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, rubbed her head and said doubtfully, "Strange, why did Diwuk not take away this King Grade's secret treasure?" Xiao-Qin thought for a while and answered, "It's not strange. Diwuk and Tianyu she can only take 4 secret treasures together. They will definitely give up one." Aside from Xiao-Qin, there were a few others in the Great Hall. They stared at the extreme thunder sword on the stone platform, revealing a strong desire to possess it. Xiao-Qin sized them up and discovered that he had met most of them once before. On the west side were 2 men and 1 woman. They were the merfolk from the chaotic demonic sea. In the Great Hall, these 3 showed the most urgent expressions. On the north side was a fiend race cultivator in blue. Before he left his name on the Sage Mark Monument, Xiao-Qin had noticed this person. According to Yingqiong, this person was known as the Azure Wolf Swordsman. He was the scion of a fiend race noble clan in the Profound Domain. The Azure Wolf Swordsman's accumulations were no weaker than a human sovereign noble clans. The Azure Wolf King was the Emperor Wu of the Azure Wolf race. Although the Azure Wolf King was not a sovereign martial emperor, the Azure Wolf race had no connection to the Fiend Domain. It was rumored that the Azure Wolf King had an irreconcilable grudge with the Fox King and was chased out by the Fox King. Not far away were 3 deity race old men. Although they were not keepers, they were at least 100 years old. By relying on their deep cultivation and mental energy martial techniques unique to the deity race, they could contend with the demonic geniuses of the younger generation. The person across from Xiao-Qin was a middle-aged man radiating a sharp sword intent. As he gazed at the sword box, he appeared extremely fervent. As a swordsman, his greatest wish was to obtain a good sword. This middle-aged man's sword intent inspired some fear in Xiao-Qin. He even suspected that this person had condensed a sword soul. The Kunlun realm was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was not surprising that there were some hidden experts. There were also several cultivators of the various races trying to fish in troubled waters. All of them had fervent gazes. Perhaps there were experts that Xiao-Qin had not noticed among them. However, this had nothing to do with Xiao-Qin. He did not practice the sword and did not have any desire to possess the treasure sword in the sword box. He could only obtain 2 secret treasures here. He could not waste this opportunity on unrelated secret treasures. Outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm. I am the princess of the chaotic demonic seas merfolk race, Yao Yen. My race is currently facing a calamity. Would everyone please let us have this extreme thunder sword? This little girl represents the merfolk race and owes everyone a favor. We will definitely repay it in the future. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to leave, that merfolk race girl stepped forward and pleaded sincerely. Xiao Chen could not help but laugh in his heart. This girl was really naive. With the allure of a king-grade secret treasure, who would listen to her pleas and back out? Ha! Do you take us for fools? The Azure Wolf swordsman laughed mockingly. What does the life and death of the merfolk race have to do with us? The middle-aged swordsman stared straight at the sword box on the stone platform. It was like he did not hear what this girl said. He muttered to himself, "This sword is called the Extreme Thunder Sword. This name is really unpleasant. After I obtain it, I should change it to a new name." As for the 3 deity race old men, they were even more overboard. They smiled coldly and said, "The merfolk race dares to come to our Kunlun continent and issue orders. Do they think our deity race does not exist? Your Highness, why the need to speak so much with them? Just directly attack." Mu Yun, with his explosive temper, could not help getting angry. However, Mu Yun's big brother, Mu Lei, showed a grave expression. He did not say anything. If they tried to attack, their chances of success would be 50% at best. How could it be that simple? Young Master Xiao, along the way, I've heard many people talk about you. Back then, our merfolk race once helped the Qing Emperor in his conquest of the sea. As a descendant of the Qing Emperor, can you show some consideration for old times? Suddenly, that merfolk race girl's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He could not help but give her a strange look. That merfolk race girl did not avoid Xiao Chen's gaze. She continued to send a voice projection, "My race is really at a critical juncture of life and death. We urgently need this extreme thunder sword to save us. If you help this little girl today, the merfolk race will definitely remember your kindness." Xiao Chen remained silent, not saying anything. He had never been a person who would let a few words affect his heart. However, at this moment, he hesitated. The mysterious sword box lay quietly on the stone platform. The flaming flowers formed by electric light fell down. The outstanding talents from all over eyed this extreme thunder sword like a tiger watching its prey. Even if Xiao Chen could not use it, it would fetch a sky-high price at an auction. This sword was not some unpopular weapon. The merfolk race's Princess Yao Yen showed some anticipation in her eyes as she quietly waited for Xiao Chen's answer. Never mind. If the merfolk race really helped the Qing Emperor back then, I will repay this kindness today. I only hope that you are not lying to me. Ghosts and demons roamed the world. Who was real and who was fake? How could one listen to the words of one clan? Xiao Chen took a risk and trusted the other party for now, acknowledging his identity as the Qing Emperor's descendant. After all, there were some matters of the past that he needed to face. Many thanks, young Master Xiao. Princess Yao Yen heaved a sigh of relief. With Xiao Chen's help and the 3 of them working together, they had a 70% chance of obtaining the Extreme Thunder Sword. The atmosphere was rather quiet. No one dared to make a move rashly. They all looked cautiously at the others, secretly storing up their auras. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He did not have time to waste here. He needed to use his lightning-quick means to obtain this Extreme Thunder Sword. Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet, and he instantly stood on the stone platform. He looked at the sword box below but did not touch it. He looked calmly at the surroundings and said, "I, Xiao Chen, want this sword. If anyone is not convinced, feel free to come and fight me." Seeing that a bladesman like Xiao Chen actually became interested in this extreme thunder sword, the expressions of everyone present immediately turned uncertain. Everyone saw Xiao Chen's strength for themselves. The explosive power of his thunder dragon steps far surpassed that of most of the cultivators here. However, if Xiao Chen could make them retreat with just one sentence, they would not be convinced. No matter what, Xiao Chen was just a lower realm genius who came to the Kunlun realm 2 years ago. What bold words! Do you really think that you are the Qing Emperor? Even Diwok would not dare to say that, the Azure Wolf Swordsman said with a sullen expression. The Green Wolf Swordsman said with a sullen expression. He was lacking a suitable treasure sword. How could he allow others to encroach on it? The middle-aged human swordsman's gaze was like lightning, as sharp as a sword. He placed his right hand on his sword hilt and his sword intent buzzed, kicking up sword winds in the surroundings. The 3 deity race old men felt boundless hatred for Xiao Qin. The old man in the middle smiled coldly and said, "Everyone, there is no need to say anything to him. Just attack together. Let this fellow know the consequences of being arrogant." The inferior grade martial sages of the various races who were trying to fish in troubled waters all had eager eyes. To them, the more chaotic it was, the better. Clearly, Xiao Chen's words had achieved their goal. Suddenly, a resplendent light lit up. An unparalleled sword intent blew like a berserk wind. The wind howled endlessly, spreading throughout the entire hole. It seemed like a strand of sword chi streaked across everyone's eyes. The first to make a move was actually the middle-aged swordsman. The moment he made a move, he revealed his strong strength. That berserk sword intent gave the many cultivators the illusion that he was unblockable. Don't make a move first. When you find an opportunity, take the sword yourself. Yao Yan, who was preparing to help, suddenly heard Xiao Chen's voice projection in his mind. He could not help but stop what he was doing. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted, and he narrowed his eyes. He stared directly at that strand of unparalleled sword intent. The unparalleled saber chi in his body clashed with it without fear. When the light scattered, a sword appeared in front of Xiao Chen. The middle-aged swordsman had already pressed forward and brandished his sword intent. A sword light flowed, and he executed an exquisite sword technique that complemented his consummation sword intent. Sword lights flickered in 72 directions. The middle-aged swordsman's figure appeared. Every sword strike was real, without any falsehood. The middle-aged swordsman was very satisfied with this move of his. He specialized in fast swords, and his sword techniques focused on speed. If one wanted to break his sword, one had to be faster than him. Chapter 841. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the saber hilt and instantly executed the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber. The middle-aged swordsman immediately felt like he had nowhere to hide. His 72 sword images were clearly attacking Xiao Chen. However, when Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the saber hilt, everything seemed to turn around. The middle-aged swordsman's heart sank, and his expression changed greatly. Relying on his swordsman's intuition, he decisively withdrew his move and retreated. The 72 sword images merged together, and his figure flashed. The Azure Wolf Swordsman, who leaped after the middle-aged swordsman, was not as lucky. The middle-aged swordsman brushed past him. However, one advanced while the other retreated. Electric light flickered, and the slender lunar shadow saber attacked from an angle that the Azure Wolf Swordsman could not have imagined. The saber light struck the Azure Wolf Swordsman's side, and the strong lightning-attributed energy exploded. The Azure Wolf Swordsman's body flew into the wall of the hall like a cannonball. In the time it took for a spark to fly, everything happened unimaginably fast. In the time that Xiao Chen used his saber to attack, one of the 2 swordsmen was forced back, and the other was knocked back. Deity's Nation, Inextinguishable Spear. Deity's Nation, Inextinguishable Sword. Deity's Nation, Inextinguishable Divine Halberd. The three deity race old men worked together to execute the deity race's combination martial technique that Xiao Qin had seen before. A golden light appeared behind them, materializing a boundless sea and a divine kingdom rising and falling. Xiao Qin did not dare to underestimate them. He immediately took out his greatest trump card. Using lightning-fast means, he attacked before this combination martial technique was perfectly connected. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true fire chased each other, forming a charming scene. As they spun, they merged into the world. The vertical Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram pressed forward with a strong might. Bang! 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 There were 3 explosions, and the 3 weapons infused with divine light turned into light and scattered. However, the light of the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram did not diminish. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and pointed. The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram swept out at an even faster speed, crashing into the 3. The golden sea behind him surged with huge waves as it roared ferociously, resisting with all its might. But in the end, the divine kingdom sank to the bottom of the sea, never to come out again. The sea disappeared, and the 3 god race elders each spat out a mouthful of blood. The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram pushed forward, crashing into the walls of the hull, and severely injuring them once again. Xiao Qin used his absolute strength and showed no mercy, suppressing these 3 people without any fear. This was because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. With a flash of light, the 2 flames returned to his eyes. 2 loud sword chimes resounded. The green wolf swordsman and the middle-aged human swordsman charged over again. Dragon is his long and dragon. Dragon. Dragon took. Dao was. Xiao Xiao Tian's Chen's SSS's star. Said. Said, and said. And on. 2 dragon-shaped saber chi came out of the long saber, flying at the middle-aged swordsman. Even Emperor Wu could only receive this dragon playing with Pearl head-on. This move was sufficient to fluster this middle-aged swordsman for a long time. After dealing with this troublesome middle-aged swordsman, Xiao Qin brandished his saber and clashed with the azure wolf swordsman. When the saber and sword clashed, sparks flew, creating a dazzling light. Boom! When the many cultivators below saw that Xiao Qin could not extricate himself, they rejoiced. They swarmed over and flew towards the stone platform. Xiao Qin turned his head to take a look, and the blazing purple thunder true fire in his right eye poured out, forming a sea of fire. The ferocious purple thunder true fire instantly struck the cultivator at the very front. The group of people on fire immediately cried out miserably. They fell to the ground and rolled around in pain, trying to think of all sorts of ways to extinguish the fire. The fire was ferocious. The electricity contained in it crackled and flickered, forcing the group of cultivators back. When the 3 merfolk race cultivators saw this fire, their eyes lit up. They were clearly very excited. Still not retrieving the sword. What are you waiting for? Seeing the 3 stunned people, Xiao Qin could not help but feel angry. The purple thunder true fire would not be able to block this group of people for long. After the middle-aged swordsman dealt with the twin dragons playing with pearls, it would be difficult for him to retrieve the sword. At this moment, this was the best opportunity to retrieve the sword. He could not understand why the 3 were not moving. Princess Yao Yan was the first to startle to her senses. Her figure flashed, and while everyone was busy, she effortlessly placed the sword box into her universe ring. Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief and withdrew the purple thunder true fire. After knocking back the azure wolf swordsman, he slowly landed on the stone platform. Looking at the empty stone platform, the others recovered their wits, startled awake. It turned out that Xiao Qin and the merfolk race had worked together. They were so high-profile just to attract everyone's attention. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and hid the sharpness in his eyes. He looked around and smiled faintly. The treasure already has an owner. There is no need to continue fighting. The middle-aged swordsman, who had withstood the dragon playing with Pearl, appeared to be in a sorry state. He wiped the blood off his lips and glared at Xiao Chen angrily. Then, his figure flashed and entered the transportation formation in the air. The azure wolf swordsman felt very depressed in his heart. He kept feeling like he had been tricked, played by Xiao Chen in front of so many people. As for the 3 deity race old men, they had already left this place long ago. Xiao Chen had utterly defeated them in one move. There was no place for them to show their old faces. The many martial sages who were preparing to fish in troubled waters all looked at Xiao Chen with some fear. Then, they quickly entered the transportation formation in the air and went to the lower levels. Soon, only Xiao Chen and the 3 merfolk race old men remained. Princess Yao Yan walked over leisurely with a blue headscarf in her hand. She handed it over and said, "Words cannot express my gratitude for your great kindness. This headscarf is not a secret treasure. However, it has a refreshing and calming effect. I hope young Master Xiao will accept it." Xiao Chen received the headscarf and felt a chill invade his body. His entire body trembled as he felt his earlier fatigue vanish. His body now radiated boundless vitality. This headscarf did not look as ordinary as the other party made it out to be. Xiao Chen put it away and muttered to himself, "We will meet again if we are fated to. Goodbye." Seeing Xiao Chen vanish from the transportation formation, Mu Yun could not help asking, "Your Highness, why did you not clarify things with him? He clearly used the Purple Thunder True Fire earlier. That is much stronger than the Extreme Thunder True Fire. If he was willing to help, the hidden danger of the merfolk race could be resolved." Mu Lei nodded as well and said, "I think this Xiao Chen is not a cold-blooded and emotionless person. If he is willing to help just because of the favor my race had with the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago, he might be willing to help to the end." A bitter look flashed in Yao Yan's sky-blue eyes. She smiled faintly and said, "Never mind. With the Extreme Thunder Sword, the problem should be more or less resolved. It has already been 10,000 years. Even I am embarrassed to say it out loud. How could I have the face to say it?" Xiao Chen did not feel too much about repaying his ancestors' kindness while he was at it. As for whether the other party was speaking the truth or not, he would just believe it for now. On the second floor of the Treasury Hall, the number of stone rooms with secret treasures that had not been taken away increased. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to go up. Unlike the others, Xiao Chen did not focus on the king-grade secret treasures on this trip to the Treasury Hall. If possible, Xiao Chen hoped to choose 1 or 2 high-quality sage-grade secret treasures that were compatible with him. Firstly, king-grade secret treasures were not easy to obtain. Secondly, after obtaining them, he would be temporarily limited by his cultivation. It would be difficult to refine them and bring out their full effects. Most importantly, after obtaining them, he might discover that they were unorthodox secret treasures similar to the reincarnation lamp. What Xiao Chen needed were secret treasures that were compatible with him. For example, his empty hands lacked a pair of gloves that could increase his speed. Previously, after he advanced to superior grade martial monarch, the gloves had lost their effects and had been abandoned in the universe ring for a long time. Furthermore, the shoes on Xiao Chen's feet no longer had the effect of increasing his speed. It was a pity that Leng Yu had to reforge these 2 secret treasures. Occasionally, the ocean blue headscarf on Xiao Chen's forehead would circulate a cold qi around his body, giving him a refreshing and comfortable feeling. Under the influence of the headscarf, Xiao Chen, who had been somewhat anxious, calmed down completely, becoming as traceless as the autumn water. Xiao Chen's mind became clearer about his own desires. His mind reached his heart and removed many of the distracting thoughts. If Xiao Chen still did not know that this headscarf was a supreme treasure, he would really be a blockhead. Why does this headscarf look like Neptune's headscarf? Could it be that Neptune's relic was really passed down? Ao Jiao sized up the blue headscarf on Xiao Chen's forehead as she commented. Bang! In the stone room, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and punched the combat puppet guarding this place. Then, he struck it one last time, shattering it into countless pieces. Xiao Chen opened the wooden box in the stone room and took a look. He was somewhat disappointed to find a sword brimming with spiritual energy inside. After walking out of the stone room, Xiao Chen took some time to ask, "What is Neptune's headscarf?" According to legend, Neptune had a very violent temper. He was a tyrant through and through. Once he flared up, the entire Kunlun realm sea would surge with huge waves. Tsunamis would surge up to the sky, and torrential rain would fall incessantly. Several innocent life forms would die. For the sake of helping him control his temper, his daughter put in a lot of effort. She traveled all over the forbidden lands at the bottom of the sea and knitted a headscarf for him. Every time he flared up, he would wear it, saving many lives. Xiao Chen felt slightly surprised. If this headscarf really was Neptune's headscarf, then his earlier help was not worth the reward. He had thought that it was just an ordinary headscarf, so he did not hold back and casually accepted it. Actually, when he thought about it carefully, the merfolk race had dominated the chaotic demonic sea for so many years. How could the merfolk race's princess casually give out some gifts as thanks? As Xiao Chen searched the various stone rooms for the secret treasures he needed, he chatted with Ao Jiao about the past of the sea. Thus, he did not feel bored. 10,000 years ago, the Neptune Palace was incredibly powerful. Neptune's strength was even more terrifying. It frequently interfered with the continent and even had the intention of overthrowing the continent. The Qing Emperor entered the sea 3 times and fought with it before he finally defeated Neptune. Then, he moved the human factions over and fought for many years. Finally, he swept away all the remnant factions of the Neptune Palace. When Ao Jiao spoke of the secrets of the past, Xiao Chen felt the strength of the Qing Emperor once again. Sweeping through everything, unrivaled. The strongest sovereign martial emperor of the post-ancient era truly lived up to his reputation. Chapter 842. Ka Xie. This time, when the wooden chest opened, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, revealing intense interest. The chest contained 3 black arrows covered in talisman scripts and flowing with light. Xiao Chen scanned them with his spiritual sense and felt the surging energy contained in them. There was also a jade strip beside the 3 arrows. Xiao Chen held the jade strip in his hand and sent his spiritual sense into it. Then, he obtained some information about the arrows. This arrow was called the Starbreaker arrow. As its name suggested, it could pierce through a star. Of course, the star here was definitely not a very large star. However, based on the might described in the jade strip, this arrow could pierce through a Grandmaster-level martial sage if they did not pay attention. The might of this arrow was focused on breaking. No secret treasure would be able to block it. The only problem was that it could only be used once. As Xiao Chen continued reading, the smile on his face grew wider. Unexpectedly, the Starbreaker arrow's forging method, the materials needed, how to carve the formation scripts, the ratio of fire, and many more were listed in great detail. That's it. Inside the treasury hall, Xiao Chen chose the first secret treasure he needed. Perhaps the others would be lucky and obtain an unknown king-grade secret treasure from Di Wuk. However, Xiao Chen did not envy them at all. Being able to obtain a secret treasure like the Starbreaker arrow that suited him made this trip worthwhile. Furthermore, there were the various spirit veins that he obtained earlier, the black astral coins that he extorted from Wei Hua, and 3 mature departed spirit flowers. This trip to the Sage Mark Monument was a perfect one. After putting away the Starbreaker arrow, Xiao Chen started to choose his second secret treasure. Xiao Chen had a relaxed mood and walked quietly. Occasionally, he chatted with Ao Jiao about some interesting things. Xiaochen formed a sharp contrast with the other cultivators in the treasury hall, who were filled with surging killing qi and in a rush. As a result, he slowed down a lot. By the time Di Wuk and Tian Yushi reached the 5th floor, he had barely reached the 3rd floor. Even the ghost race and corpse race cultivators, who were slower than Di Wuk, had already caught up to him, rushing to the 5th floor in a hurry. They feared that Di Wuk would clear the final hurdle and snatch away the last precious king-grade secret treasure. When Xiaochen arrived at the transportation formation on the 3rd floor, he saw an empty stone platform and shattered combat puppets littering the ground. Needless to say, Di Wuk had already taken away the king-grade secret treasure. Most of the stone rooms on the 4th floor had not been opened yet, giving Xiaochen more choices. The combat puppets inside also grew stronger. Xiaochen had reached a point where he could not defeat them without going all out. As the 10-day deadline for entering the Sage Mark Monument approached, Xiaochen still had not chosen his second secret treasure. Along the way, he came across some secret treasures that tempted him. However, after careful consideration, he chose to give them up. There were practically no cultivators left in the treasury hall. Most of them had obtained 2 secret treasures and were sent out of the Sage Mark Monument. However, Xiaochen still had not come out. Outside the Sage Mark Monument, the sky was clear for thousands of kilometers around. The sun shone brightly. Occasionally, figures came out of the Sage Mark Monument, revealing joyful expressions. Not to mention the treasury hall, the Sage Mark Monument was filled with natural treasures. As long as a cultivator was not particularly unlucky, they would gain something. Boom! A golden radiance shot out from the Sage Mark Monument. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the glow on the figure's body seemed even more dazzling. Di Wuk came out. Those 2 took away all the king-grade secret treasures of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. I wonder if they took away the king-grade secret treasures of the 5th floor. Immediately, the cultivators of the various races below cast their gazes over. Everyone knew about the deity race's actions around the treasury hall. Nearly all the cultivators heading to the treasury hall were obstructed, giving Di Wuk and Tian Yushi an advantage. Soon, another beam of light shot out of the Sage Mark Monument. The sons of the human race's 3 holy masters, the fiend race's Kong Yuan and Yuan Su, the ghost race's Qing Qing, the corpse race's Wang Can, Wei Hua, and the other demonic geniuses all walked out with extremely unsightly expressions. Based on the expressions of these young cultivators, the result was clear. Di Wuk and Tian Yushi had snatched away the 4 king-grade secret treasures. At this thought, everyone sucked in a deep breath. Of the 5 king-grade secret treasures, aside from the one that Xiaochen had given up on, the deity race had taken away the rest. Di Wuk's schemes and strength were displayed once again, becoming the biggest winner of this trip to the Sage Mark Monument. Where is Xiaochen? Why is he not out yet? After the corpse race's Wei Hua landed, he immediately asked the cultivators of his race about Xiaochen's whereabouts. Wei Hua's lips twitched as he did his best to suppress the rage in his heart. The same scene happened with the ghost race and the deity race. They all asked about Xiaochen's whereabouts. Their gazes all turned sullen, like they wanted to eat someone up. Clearly, they were not concerned about Xiaochen. After receiving a negative answer, they all burst into an uproar, their expressions filled with doubt. Perhaps the biggest winner of this trip to the Sage Mark Monument was Di Wuk. However, in terms of who was in the limelight, even Di Wuk would be suppressed by Xiaochen. First, Xiaochen kicked Di Wuk away at the Sage Mark Monument. Then, he single-handedly tricked the ghost race and corpse race experts. After that, Xiaochen repelled the various experts in the treasury hall and helped the merfolk race obtain the extreme thunder sword. He treated the king-grade secret treasures as nothing, giving them away so easily. Xiaochen's unconventional actions, his exceptional sharpness, and his strong strength. Whether the deity race's people admitted it or not, Xiaoqian already had some of the glory of the Qing Emperor back then. However, at this moment, all the young demonic geniuses of the various races had come out. However, Xiaoqian was nowhere to be seen. This was very strange. Hence, a scene that had not occurred in 1,000 years appeared in front of the Sage Mark Monument. The cultivators of the various races had already obtained something. However, because of one name, they all stood guard in front of the Sage Mark Monument, unwilling to leave. The people waiting outside for Xiaoqian to come out to vent their frustrations felt very conflicted when they did not see Xiaoqian come out. Xiaoqian, who was in the treasury hall, felt conflicted as well. He felt conflicted over the fact that the deadline was approaching, but he had not found a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure like the Starbreaker arrow that moved him at first glance. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiaoqian knocked out 3 combat puppets in a stone room on the 5th floor. Then, he arrived at the treasure chest containing the secret treasure. If Xiaoqian still could not find a secret treasure that moved him, he could only return and pick a secret treasure that he had in reserve. When the wooden chest opened, a folded black cloak appeared. This cloak was different from ordinary cloaks. Its design was exquisite, and the materials it was made of were exquisite. There were feather shoulder pads on the shoulders. Silver threads were embedded at the edges of the cloak. It did not look like the silver of the mundane world but some kind of rare and precious metal. Xiaoqian raised his hand and stretched out. Then, he slowly unfolded the folded black cloaks. Without sending in his spiritual sense, he could move the secret treasure. However, if he wanted to bring the secret treasure out, he had to place a spiritual mark on it. After sizing up the appearance of the black cloak, Xiaoqian rather liked it. It gave off a desolate and cold feeling. Then, Xiaoqian took out the jade strip from the chest. His expression turned grave. The information in it was rather simple. It only said that this black cloak was called Tian Hai. Such simple information made Xiaoqian hesitate. He did not know how to choose. His intuition told him that this cloak should be extraordinary. However, his rationality told him that the risk was not worth taking. The secret treasures that he had chosen earlier were much more reliable than this. Tian Hai. Xiaoqian muttered the name a few times, trying to figure out the effects of this cloak from its name. However, he still could not make heads or tails of it. Let's choose this one. This cloak was made of at least 23 superior materials. The feathers on the shoulder pads should not be for decoration. At the very least, it should be able to increase your speed. When Ao Jiao saw that Xiaoqian could not make up his mind, she helped him analyze it. Alright, I'll listen to you. Xiaoqian nodded. He stretched out his hand and put on the cloak. After that, he placed his own brand on it. Before he could even experience its effects, he was teleported away by an invisible force. His field of vision suddenly opened up. Xiaoqian floated to the ground and looked around. He discovered that he had returned to the outside world. However, the situation seemed a little off. Outside the Sage Mark Monument, the cultivators discussed why Xiaoqian had not come out yet. This was especially so for the cultivators of the ghost race and corpse race. They even started cursing. Xiaoqian had tricked these two races too badly. Most of them had not even reached the treasury hall before they were sent out. This was especially so for Wei Hua. Right now, he was thinking of how to get back a huge sum of money from Xiaoqian. 500,000 black astral coins was not a small sum. If not for his ancestor holding a high position in the Corpse God Palace, he would not have been able to afford it. If not for Wei Hua's ancestor holding a high position in the Corpse God Palace, he would have been the Underworld Fire Sovereign, one of the 4 great corpse monarchs. Wei Hua even felt like jumping into a river. The corpse race and ghost race cultivators stared at the Sage Mark Monument with fiery gazes. The moment they waited for Xiaoqian to come out, they would immediately surround him and attack him, not caring about morality or justice. Even if they could not kill Xiao Qin in front of everyone, they would at least beat him up and take back all the benefits he had obtained, destroying his reputation. Di-Wuk was in a pretty good mood. However, when he thought about how Xiao Qin had used his words to slap him in the face before the Sage Mark Monument and sent him flying with a kick, he could not help feeling angry. No matter how much self-restraint she had, she could not help getting angry, waiting for Xiao Qin to come out. If he could not vent this anger in his heart, it would be unbearable. Today, Xiao Qin's reputation would fall and he would be taught a lesson. Di-Wuk's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at the Sage Mark Monument, not saying a word. Xiao Qin felt that something was wrong with the situation. The reason was not that these people hated him to the bone or that undisguised killing intent. Instead, it was that even though he had already come out, these people did not seem to notice him, still staring at the Sage Mark Monument. After thinking about it, Xiao Qin concluded that the problem should be with the activated Heavenly Sea cloak that he wore. Heavenly Sea. Heavenly Sea. Xiao Qin suddenly understood the meaning of these two words. What else could it be other than deceiving everyone? Even with Di-Wuk's mental energy, he could not sense Xiao Qian's presence. Xiao Qian's heart could not help but pound wildly. It looked like he had made the right choice. Chapter 843. They hated him to the core and were waiting for him to come out so that they could swarm him and beat him to death without a care for the consequences. Xiao Qian's lips could not help but curl up in a smile. With the Heavenly Sea cloak, it looked like he did not need to use the backup plans that he had prepared. Those backup plans were rather troublesome and might not be able to completely hide from this group of people. It's great now. Just you wait. Even if you wait to the end of the world, you will not see me come out. However, I will not let you vent your frustrations. The next time they met, as long as it was not such a grand scene, Xiao Qin was confident of leaving easily. Xiao Qin did not know how long the Heavenly Sea cloak's ability to deceive everyone would last. He felt his heavenly sage laws depleting quickly. This was not a good place to linger. After glancing at Enchanting and his first senior sister, Xiao Qin sent a voice projection to each of them. He told his first senior sister that he was safe so that she would not worry about him. Then, he arranged to meet with Enchanting 3 days later to discuss some matters. Without waiting for the two to reply, Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and left this place with a calm expression. The group of people in front of the Sage Mark Monument continued to wait bitterly. They kept imagining how they would teach Xiao Qin a lesson after he came out. 1 hour later, Xiao Qin was already far from the Kunlun mountain range. As he flew quickly in the air, the feathers on his shoulders slowly unfurled, forming 2 exquisite wings. Each wing created a long trail of air, raising his speed by about 20%. Xiao Qin fiddled with the wings and discovered that he could control the direction of the 2 wings. With a thought, he immediately adjusted his direction. This discovery delighted Xiao Qin. The speed at which he adjusted his direction was several times faster than before. If he could familiarize himself with it, it would be very beneficial in battle. The cry of a goshawk came from ahead. Xiao Qin wanted to test out the Sky Sea Cloak's abilities. As he looked at the goshawk, a faint killing intent rose in his eyes. All of a sudden, the goshawk shrieked and flapped its wings to fly back in a hurry. It flapped its wings so fast that some of its feathers fell. Xiao Qin frowned and couldn't help but stop. Had he been discovered? It seemed like the ability to deceive everyone would lose its effect once killing intent was revealed. The excitement in his heart slowly calmed down. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. He had to find a time to figure out the flaws in his plan to deceive everyone. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble at the critical moment. As the sky darkened, Xiao Qin changed out of the Sky Sea cloak and put on a normal cloak. He then arrived at a city controlled by the Ying family. The Sky Sea cloak was too dazzling. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the profound domain. One might run into a Grandmaster-level martial sage at any time and snatch away their treasures. At that time, one would not even have a place to cry. 3 days later, Xiaochen waited for Enchong in an inn in the city. After verifying that the person before him was really Xiaochen, Enchong's face filled with horror. He could not figure it out. How did you come out? Enchong could not help asking out of curiosity. The people of the ghost race, corpse race, and deity race are going crazy. The 10-day deadline passed long ago, and they still have not waited for you to come out. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows slightly. The image of those people suppressing their frustrations appeared in his mind. However, they could not wait for him to come out, suppressing all their frustrations in their hearts. Xiaochen could not help smiling faintly. What's wrong? Are they still there and not leaving? Enchong gave Xiaochen a strange look. Then, he said, you are not embarrassed to say that. You humiliated Diwok, and the ghost race and corpse race suffered so miserably. They even wished that they could skin you alive. How could they leave so quickly? Xiaochen really did not mean to say that. The existence of the death throne made it hard to resolve the grudges between him and the ghost race and corpse race. The matter of the departed spirit fruit was just a fight between the two sides. If Xiaochen were the one who lost, he would be in an even worse state than these people. As for Diwok, given his ambition, Xiaochen had long since become a thorn in his side. The conflict between them was even harder to resolve. It was practically impossible for them to coexist. Since Xiaochen was Diwok's enemy, how could he feel any guilt for everything he did? If he showed any mercy, he would be the one consigned to eternal damnation. Xiaochen took a sip of wine and said, I did not ask you to come here today to talk about this. Look at these. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and wiped it on the table. When he moved his hand away, there were 10 flowers as gentle as moonlight on the table. A refreshing fragrance wafted out, spreading throughout the entire room. Enchong was slightly stunned. Then, he exclaimed in shock, these are the lunar cassia flowers from a peak-grade spirit tree. Where did you get them? Furthermore, there are 10 of them in one go. Naturally, Xiaochen could not tell Enchong where the lunar cassia flowers came from. So Xiaochen took a sip of wine and said calmly, the lunar cassia flowers have better healing effects than rank 9 medicinal pills when consumed directly. Several sage-grade medicinal pills use the lunar cassia flowers as the main ingredient. Enchong picked up a lunar cassia flower and sniffed it. She closed her eyes and revealed an immersed expression on her jade-like face. After a while, she opened her bright eyes and said, I am very clear about the value of the lunar cassia flowers. There is no need to say more. You want to sell these lunar cassia flowers, right? 10 lunar cassia flowers can be sold for a good price. However, it is not a price that will move you. You should keep them for yourself. At this point, Enchong suddenly stopped. A strange expression appeared on her face. She looked at Xiaochen and said, don't tell me you still have a large number of lunar cassia flowers. Otherwise, you would not have called me over alone. Xiaochen was startled in his heart. This woman was indeed very intelligent. With just a little thought, she had already guessed the situation. More or less. I have a large number of lunar cassia flowers that I need you to sell. However, you need to ensure that my identity does not leak out. I can give you these 10 lunar cassia flowers as compensation. Enchong smiled faintly and stretched out her hand, not standing on ceremony as she accepted the 10 lunar cassia flowers. She said, this is simple. The flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Leisure Feather City will be holding a large auction soon. At that time, all sorts of people will be there. Given my position there, I can help you get rid of a large number of lunar cassia flowers without anyone noticing. Leisure Feather City was one of the 3 largest cities in the Profound Domain. Cultivators of the various races gathered there. There were countless experts in the city. If there was an auction there would definitely be a lot of good things. Xiaochen felt excited. Right now, he was quite wealthy. There were many things that he wanted to buy and was qualified to participate in the auction of that level. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of something. He said, I recall that the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion is a business of your clan, right? Qiong denied it. No, it is a joint business of the sovereign noble clans of the various races. In name, it is managed by an emperor venerate. However, in reality, 12 holy venerates manage the daily affairs. Below the holy venerates are 36 heavenly venerates. Below them are the great venerates of the various branches. I am one of the 36 heavenly venerates. The authority I can use is rather large. There is no problem in helping you. However, how many lunar cassia flowers do you want to sell? Xiaochen thought for a while before replying calmly, about 500. Qiong sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Xiaochen incredulously and said, 500. Did I hear wrongly? Don't tell me you found a laurel tree that had just bloomed. When the lunar cassia tree bloomed, white flowers would fill the treetops. However, when the wind blew, the flowers would fall off easily. In less than 30 days, all the lunar cassia flowers would be gone. This was another reason why lunar cassia flowers were so rare. 500 lunar cassia flowers would cost tens of millions of astral coins. This was not a small number. If the number were not too large, Xiaochen would not have sought Qiong's help. How could several dozen lunar cassia flowers attract any attention? The lunar cassia tree was a treasure trove. It bloomed only once every 500 years. If it were not so valuable, Xiaochen would not have taken the risk to scam the ghost race and the corpse race. Qiong recovered his wits and smiled bitterly. It looks like your harvest in the Sage Mark Monument is no worse than Diwuk's. I have to think carefully about the faction that can buy 500 lunar cassia flowers in one go. Is it very difficult? Xiaochen asked with a frown. Qiong said after some thought, it is not difficult to sell them. However, if you sell so many lunar cassia flowers at the same time, the other party will definitely lower the price. I have to help you think about it carefully. Otherwise, you will suffer a huge loss. Just wait for my news. After Qiong left, Ao Jiao asked in confusion, Xiaochen, why are you in such a rush to sell the lunar cassia flowers? You already have tens of millions of astral coins now. You do not lack money. Xiaochen put down the wine cup in his hand and explained, the cost of teleporting from the Kunlun realm to the Sky Dome realm is astronomical. I definitely have to bear the cost myself. Furthermore, after returning to the Sky Dome realm, I intend to stay there for a long time before leaving. I need to prepare sufficient cultivation resources. When Ao Jiao heard Xiaochen's explanation, she did not say anything more. However, she still reminded him, you just advanced to Martial Sage, and you want to return? The Sky Dome realm is not like the Kunlun realm. Your cultivation speed will definitely slow down. Now is the time for the younger generation to put in effort. It was not easy for you to catch up to them at the starting line. In the past, Xiaochen's cultivation had always lagged behind his peers. He had been chasing after them bitterly. Now that he had reached the new starting line of Martial Sage, he finally stood at the same starting line and charged into the Martial Emperor's Dao together. If Xiaochen gave up on this opportunity to advance at the same time, he would have to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Xiaochen stood up and walked out of the booth. He said, don't worry. Since I already decided to return, naturally, I have already considered everything clearly. I'm just reminding you, not worrying about you. Don't overthink. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything. Inside the room of the inn, Xiaochen cultivated calmly, consolidating the foundation that he had just advanced to Martial Sage and familiarizing himself with the various changes that came with advancing to Martial Sage. Xiaochen, who was in a leisurely mood, did not know that the rumors about him in the outside world had already caused a huge commotion. 10 days had already passed. The ghost race, corpse race, and deity race cultivators waited for 3 days. However, they still did not see Xiaoqin appear. Their patience had worn thin. With nowhere to vent their frustrations, one could easily imagine how depressed these people were. However, most of them were worried about why Xiaoqin did not come out of the Sage Mark Monument. Since ancient times, no one had ever heard of someone not appearing in the Sage Mark Monument. Chapter 844. The moment the Qing Emperor's descendant appeared, he was trapped in the Sage Mark Monument. There were all sorts of rumors flying around. The most exaggerated one was that Xiaoqin had already fallen in there. However, this version was the most widespread. Occasionally, when Xiaoqin ate at an inn, he heard others talking about this. He could not help but find it laughable. Half a month later, Enchanting appeared before Xiaoqin, somewhat fatigued. When he saw Xiaoqin's complexion and aura becoming more stable, he could not help but feel that Xiaoqin's improvement was really fast. I contacted the buyer. The buyer is the Kunlun Realm's alchemy holy land, the Medicine God Valley. 500 lunar cassia flowers are valued at 25 million astral coins. The main reason is that the quantity is too large, enough for them to use for 10 years. Xiaoqin calculated in his heart. Then, he raised his head and said, "This is a very fair price. You must have put in a lot of effort. When are we going to make the transaction?" 10 days from now, at Leisure Feather City. We have to depart now. A warm look flashed in Enchanting's eyes. He continued, "The elder in charge of the transaction would like to meet you." Of course, I did not reveal your identity. Xiaoqin decisively rejected, "Never mind. I am not interested in these people." Only Xiaoqin dared to reject the Medicine God Valley's alchemy grandmaster. The Medicine God Valley was not strong, but they had connections with the various experts of the Kunlun realm. Even martial emperors could not guarantee that they would not need the Medicine God Valley's help when they needed it. They would have to ask the Medicine God Valley for some medicinal pills refining fees. Enchanting did not find this strange. This was not his first day knowing Xiaoqin. He said, "All right, I'll help you reject him." Leisure Feather City towered in the sky. Aside from the main city, there were 5 satellite cities connected by rainbow bridges. Many people came and went in the sky. The city was vast and majestic, looking very prosperous. Cultivators of the various races gathered in the main city. Experts of the deity race, corpse race, ghost race, human race, and fiend race could be seen everywhere. This was especially so because of the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's auction. Martial sage experts could be seen everywhere in the city. The threshold for this auction was extremely high. Without being a martial sage, one would not be allowed to enter. This was the auction with the highest standards in the continent. If Xiaoqin wanted to find an auction of a higher standard than this, he could only search the boundless starry heavens. Grandmaster-level martial sage auctions were common there. Because it was necessary to be cautious, Xiaoqin put on the Sky Sea cloak, and he did not stand out in the crowd. There were many true inheritors of the noble clans and sects here. A secret treasure that looked dazzling would not attract too much attention when compared to the many king-grade secret treasures of the noble clans and sections. After Enchanting helped Xiaoqin trade for the lunar osmanthus flower, he used his heavenly venerate status to easily arrange a VIP room for Xiaoqin. "Let's meet again after the auction. If I can obtain the position of Holy Venerate in the flourishing Heaven Pavilion, my status as the Yin clan successor will be stable. I still have some work to do, so I'll take my leave first." As the 2 old men took Enchanting away, Xiaoqin entered deep thought. This was the first time he felt the pressure of this girl. It was not easy to obtain the position of Holy Venerate from the 36 Heavenly Venerates. Furthermore, Xiaoqin still had to deal with the overt and covert attacks of the clan. The power struggle of a large clan was truly chilling. Just as Xiaoqin stepped into the flourishing heaven pavilion, a few gazes that he did not sense slowly left his back. Is it him? It is him. On the way here, Qiong did not have a second person accompanying him. Good, 500 lunar osmanthus flowers in one go. He definitely has a mature lunar osmanthus tree. Perhaps he also has a peak-grade immortal spirit ring on him. Otherwise, he would not be able to make the lunar osmanthus tree mature. The VIP room was luxuriously decorated, dazzling with gold and jade. However, it did not look tacky at all. Xiaoqin carefully looked around and discovered that the sparkling decorations were not the gold, agate, or jadeite of the mundane world. Instead, they were other rare metals, each of which was very expensive. They added a sense of weight to the room, diluting the tackiness of the extravagance. The exquisite wooden chair was covered in the soft fur of a superior-grade spirit beast. When Xiaoqin sat on it, he felt very comfortable. He could not help leaning back. Spirit fruits unique to the Kunlun mountain were placed on the ebony tables and chairs at the side. A faint fragrance came from them, making one drool. From the details, one could see the difference between this auction and the previous auctions. A light flickered on the wall in front, and the scene on the auction platform turned into a water screen before Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin felt surprised. This should be a formation laid by Emperor Wu, who cultivated a water-attributed cultivation technique. To them, this was just a small trick. A spirited old man walked up the auction platform. His hair and eyebrows were all white, and his eyes gleamed with vigor. As he walked, he exuded a calm aura. Xiaoqin was mildly startled. This was actually a superior-grade martial sage. Furthermore, his cultivation was very deep. This old man's family name is Hong. I am the MC of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's auction this time. Everyone here is a reputable person. Everyone here knows the rules of the auction. If there are any disputes, please resolve them outside the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Even without this old man saying it, you all know the consequences of those who maliciously disrupt the order of the auction. After Old Hong finished speaking, he did not bother with any nonsense and directly revealed the first auction item. The first auction item is a peak sage grade medicinal pill, the Rising Dragon Overlord pill. It contains the bones of 18 different inferior dragons, refined by a Grand Master alchemist of the Medicine God Valley. After consuming it, it can increase a cultivator's aura by 30%. If one is lucky, it might even produce a trace of dragon might. After giving a simple introduction of the medicinal pill's effects, Old Hong announced the starting bid. The starting bid is 180,000 astral coins. Each increment must be no less than 20,000 astral coins. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows. Auctioning off a peak sage-grade medicinal pill at the start was really bold. Medicinal pills were normally divided into 9 ranks. Above rank 9 was sage grade, and above sage grade was king grade. Above king grade were emperor grade medicinal pills. As for whether there were teleportation immortal pills above emperor grade, Xiaoqin did not know. The Rising Dragon Overlord pill was second only to king grade medicinal pills. In a regular auction, it would not be strange for it to be used as the finale item. Unexpectedly, it was only an opening item here. Xiaoqin was very interested in this medicinal pill. He had consumed the monarch blood grass before. His bloodline already contained a trace of an ancient sovereign's aura. If he consumed this Rising Dragon Overlord pill, that arrogant and unparalleled sovereign's aura would be even stronger. 200,000. 200,000. 300,000. The effect of aura on cultivators went without saying. Ordinary rank 9 medicinal pills that could increase a cultivator's aura would be bought by many. As a peak sage grade medicinal pill, the Rising Dragon Overlord pill would naturally be hotly contested by cultivators. After selling 500 lunar cassia flowers, Xiaoqin's net worth reached more than 35 million astral coins. He was no less wealthy than a Grand Master-level martial sage. Xiao Chen was determined to obtain this medicinal pill. However, this place was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He could not appear to be unparalleled and attract attention. When the bid reached 500,000 astral coins, Xiao Chen started to raise the bid unhurriedly. He did not increase it by too much or too little, just keeping it up like this. When the bid reached 1,500,000 astral coins, only one person remained competing with him. Xiao Chen tested the waters a few times and discovered that only one person followed. So, he suddenly raised the bid by 500,000 astral coins. That martial sage, who had been following Xiao Chen for 20,000 astral coins, immediately stopped following. In the end, Xiao Chen managed to obtain this Rising Dragon Overlord pill for 2,200,000 astral coins. After several auctions, Xiao Chen had gained some experience. If one were to use a sky-high price to scare everyone away, not only would the auctioneer not agree to it, those who weren't interested in the item would also turn their attention to it. Perhaps, they might even argue with the auctioneer about it. Xiao Chen could only slowly grind it down until he was certain that there were not many people competing and that he knew the bottom line of the bidders. Only then could he kill it in one strike and obtain what he wanted. Of course, nothing was absolute. This was just a general technique, it was not a law. Soon, a maidservant brought out the Rising Dragon Overlord pill. Xiao Chen paid the bill straightforwardly. Then, he held the jade bottle containing the medicinal pill in his hand. After pouring out the medicinal pill, Xiao Chen took a look at the second auction item. He was not interested, so he swallowed the medicinal pill and used this rather boring time to refine it. Boom! The medicinal pill melted the moment it entered Xiao Chen's mouth. Then, it split into 18 dragon-shaped energies that rampaged wildly in Xiao Chen's body. Instantly, there seemed to be a tsunami surging endlessly in Xiao Chen's body. As he slowly refined the medicinal energy, Xiao Chen clearly felt the sovereign's aura in his bloodline grow denser, gaining the sharpness of an absolute overlord. Xiao Chen clenched his fists and activated his sovereign's bloodline. A surging tyrannical aura surged out, and there seemed to be 18 berserk dragon roars reverberating in the air. The light in Xiao Chen's eyes disappeared. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. He gained a new understanding of the sovereign's aura that was originally unfathomable. With Xiao Chen's current aura, he should be able to hold his own against Grandmaster-level martial sages. He would not be suppressed by the other party's aura before the fight even started. Ao Jiao thought to herself, only Xiao Chen can have such an effect. Without the accumulation of a sovereign's bloodline, others would not have such startling improvements in their auras. An inferior grade martial sage could fight against a Grandmaster-level martial sage with his aura. How shocking would that be? The auction continued. Occasionally, Xiao Chen glanced at the items. Sometimes, he even bought things that he had no use for. This made Ao Jiao feel strange. No matter how rich Xiao Chen was, he could not spend it like this. Xiao Chen smiled faintly but did not explain. When he returned, he had to bring something to take care of some old friends. Clearly, he could not return empty-handed. There were many good things in the auction. After Xiao Chen, he managed to win 2 more secret treasures that he was rather satisfied with. One was a pair of jade-white absolute heaven gloves, a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure that could increase one's speed by 20%. The other was a pair of boots that could increase one's speed. Compared to the pair of gloves and boots in the treasury hall, these were slightly inferior. However, they were sufficient. At the very least, their effects would not weaken before he advanced to Grandmaster-level martial sage. Chapter 845. There were many good things. However, not many of them made Xiao Chen's eyes light up. Occasionally, there were treasures that shone brightly, but they were of no use to Xiao Chen. Even if he managed to obtain them, he could only waste them. Xiao Chen could not help feeling bored again. He asked, "Ao Jiao, the dragon mark fruits in the Immortal Spirit Ring have reached 700 years of age, right?" "Yes, they have reached that long ago. If I consume the last 10-odd rank 3 spirit veins, I should have no problem reaching 800 years of age in 1 month." Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "Never mind. I'll take them out now. Keep the remaining spirit veins' origins. I have other uses for them." Although Ao Jiao did not understand, she still did as he said. She flicked her finger, and 5 dragon mark fruits with alluring spirituality floated out. Xiao Chen placed the dragon mark fruits beside him. Right now, a casual strike of his could bring his vital qi to 1,150 tons of force. His explosive power could reach 1,180 tons of force, but he was still far from reaching 1,500 tons of force. After he consumed all 5 800-year-old dragon mark fruits, his explosive power should be close to 1,500 tons of force. The next item to be auctioned is a king-grade secret treasure. This secret treasure was originally an ancient warship from the Immortal epic, the Blessed Light Ship. After the Qing Emperor modified it, it became the standard king-grade warship of the Dragon's Gate. After the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, most of the Blessed Light ships were destroyed. This is one of the few that survived. I do not need to explain its significance. The Dragon's Gate's warship starts at 2 million astral coins. Old Hong's words on the auction platform immediately made Xiao Chen, who was preparing to consume the dragon mark fruits, stop what he was doing. Then, he stared at the simple, exquisite, yet tyrannical warship. 2,100,000. 2,200,000. 2,300,000. As soon as the starting price was announced, many fervent bidders immediately surged out from all directions, and every single bid was an increment of 100,000, causing them to seem extremely frenzied. The Blessed Light ship formed the Dragon's Gate's fleet. It had once followed the Qing Emperor and swept through the world, becoming unrivaled in the starry heavens. In the battles with the demons, it had created countless glory. It was the only king-class warship that was comparable to an emperor-class warship and could be mass-produced. Its combat power was far superior to other king-class warships of the same kind. Aside from the emperor-grade warship, no other warship could compare to it. Be it speed, firepower, or the level of formation runes inscribed, they were all incomparable. Unfortunately, in the final battle of the Sky Dome realm, the unrivaled fleet was completely destroyed. The Qing Emperor also died and left the Kunlun realm. When the Dragon's Gate was at its peak, its headquarters were destroyed. In an instant, the Dragon's Gate collapsed. If not for the fact that there were still some peak major characters who had a good relationship with the Qing Emperor, it would have been a problem for the Shao clan's direct bloodline to continue. The blueprints for the Brahmin ship of Radiance had disappeared a long time ago. It was truly not easy to find such a ship. The major figures of the various sects were all competing with each other in the hopes that they would be able to replicate it. If they could, then the strength of their sects would definitely increase qualitatively. Only king-grade warships could travel freely in the starry heavens. Such a Dragon's Gate's warship could rival a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The price soared rapidly. Soon, it reached 5 million astral coins. However, there was still an endless stream of people bidding. The bustling scene did not diminish at all. A fanatical flame appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. No matter what, I have to buy this Brahmin ship of radiance. I have to buy it. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly. However, he thought rationally and did not rush to make a bid. 10 million astral coins. It was unknown who the honored guest in VIP room 7 was, but he called out 10 million astral coins in one go, immediately scaring off several martial sages who followed suit. Only 5 or 6 people with the ability to compete remained. Xiao Chen did not make a move, continuing to observe the situation unhurriedly. When the price continued to soar to 15 million astral coins, only 2 people remained bidding. 15 million astral coins already surpassed the value of a king-grade secret treasure. If not for the Qing Emperor's glorious deeds in the Dragon's Gate and the military merits of the Dragon's Gate's warship, 10 million astral coins would already be an astronomical price. When the price was finally set at 16 million star coins, one of the 2 remaining people could not continue and had no choice but to withdraw with regret. Old Hong revealed a satisfied expression. 16 million astral coins was more or less the price he expected. He could finally strike the gavel and close the deal. 20 million astral coins. Just as Old Hong was about to speak, Xiao Qin, who was in VIP room 7, calmly called out his own bid. The entire place fell silent. The 3 old men in VIP room 10 were slightly stunned. One of them, a white-clad old man, flew into a rage. He had spent so much effort to pay 16 million astral coins. How could he have expected to be instantly outbid at the crucial moment? The 2 old men on the left and right said, "Old Bai, don't be anxious. The 2 of us still have some astral coins on us. It should be enough to help you obtain this warship." The white-clad old man thought quickly, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. He said, "There's no need. It is not worth it to pay more astral coins. I have my own ways." Good. 20 million astral coins going thrice. This Dragon's Gate's warship, the Blessed Light ship, goes to the distinguished guest in VIP room 28. Old Hong was slightly stunned. Then, he beamed and closed the deal. Inside the VIP room, Xiao Qin smiled faintly. Then, he picked up a dragon mark fruit and placed it in his mouth. As he refined the medicinal energy of the dragon mark fruit and nourished his vital qi, he quietly waited for the maidservant to bring up the Dragon's Gate's warship. After refining the 5 dragon mark fruits, Xiao Chen's entire body surged with heat. His vital qi surged like a great river, giving him an inexhaustible supply of vital qi. The glove on his right hand flickered with a jade-white luster. Half of the 5 fingers were exposed. Then, Xiao Qin clenched his fist. The crackling of his bones sounded like small claps of thunder, resounding continuously in this average-sized VIP room. A strong wind formed by the surging energy surged wildly in the room. However, under Xiao Chen's control, the wind did not break anything. The exquisite paintings and the paintings on the walls remained intact. Not only did Xiao Chen's vital qi increase, but his control over his strength had also improved. The finer details were even more extraordinary. Creak. The doors to the VIP room opened. A pretty maidservant carried out a jade plate and brought up the Blessed Light ship. The strong wind in the room immediately found an outlet. It immediately hauled out like a berserk saber that could break a sharp blade. The pretty maidservant could not help but pale in fright. Under the cloak, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He quickly opened his tightly clenched right hand, and the strong wind instantly scattered. Only the maiden's clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. This esteemed guest, the Dragon's Gate's warship, the Blessed Light ship, has arrived. Please inspect it. The maidservant calmed herself and carefully walked over. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand, and the 1-meter-long Blessed Light ship flew over. When Xiao Qin looked carefully, he saw 18 sails on the ship, stacked together densely, occupying most of the ship's surface area. When Xiao Qin extended his spiritual sense, he discovered dense talisman scripts carved on each of the sails. When he scanned them with his spiritual sense, they gave off motes of light. Several blue dragon patterns hidden in the clouds were carved on the 2 sides of the ship, looking very realistic. The dragon's eyes looked ferocious, exuding might. The dragon mouth opened slightly, and Xiao Qin touched it. Then, he closed his eyes and felt it. There was a complicated formation in the innermost part of the ship. There were 18 grooves in the formation. There should be astral cores or peak-grade spirit stones in them. However, they were empty, so the formation could not be activated. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the bow of the ship stood straight in front of him. Amid the boundless light, supreme Sanskrit chants rang out. The blue dragon carvings on the two sides of the ship seemed to come to life. A formless dragon roar resounded in Xiao Chen's mind. Good. It is indeed the Dragon's Gate's warship. Furthermore, it is an intact warship. After Xiao Chen inspected the ship, he happily paid the bill. The maidservant smiled as she took out 18 inferior-grade astral cores. Then, she said respectfully, "These 18 inferior-grade astral cores are a complimentary gift from our pavilion. There is also this golden VIP card. In the future, as long as you spend money in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, you will enjoy VIP treatment." Xiao Chen put away the golden VIP card and the astral cores. After thinking for a while, he said, "The Flourishing Heaven Pavilion should have superior-grade astral cores for sale, right?" The maidservant nodded and said, "Naturally, we do. One superior-grade astral core costs 100,000 astral coins. However, superior-grade astral cores are one of the few treasures that are not discounted. Even an individual cannot buy more than 20 at a time. I hope this guest can understand. Superior-grade astral cores could only be obtained by hunting extremely high-ranked astral beasts. Not only was the risk high, but the efficiency was also low. Even in the starry heavens, they were extremely rare treasures, all the more so in the profound domain." Xiao Chen knew about this. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Just give me 20 superior-grade astral cores and 100 medial-grade astral cores." Just as the maidservant was about to leave, Xiao Chen suddenly called out, "Help me put this transaction on the Ghost Pavilion's heavenly venerating Cheong. It is because of him that I am spending money in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion." Xiao Chen guessed that there was a lot of competition between heavenly venerates. By doing this, he should be able to help the other party a little. The maidservant's expression changed slightly. She exclaimed, "So, it turns out that you are an honored guest brought in by a heavenly venerate. I apologize for my lack of manners. I will do as we agreed. 20 superior-grade astral cores and 100 medial-grade astral cores cost Xiao Chen close to 4 million astral coins. Now, the 35 million astral coins he had were less than 10 million. To prevent any changes, after the maidservant left, Xiao Chen started to place his spiritual mark on the Dragon's Gate's warship. When the spiritual mark was completely placed, the 1-meter-long warship paused for a moment and directly entered Xiao Chen's body, merging with his flesh and bones. After the king-grade secret treasure merged with his body, Xiao Chen's aura could not help but gain the weight of time, becoming as heavy as a mountain. Xiao Chen felt excited. He had not expected the Dragon's Gate's warship to have such an effect. When he subdued the reincarnation lamp in the past, there had not been such a huge change. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and remained silent. Then, he sat cross-legged in the booth and started to slowly refine the Dragon's Gate's warship, getting the various formations and laws it contained to become more compatible with his body. However, Xiao Chen did not expect to completely refine the warship in one day and achieve 100% compatibility with his body. Chapter 846. If Xiao Chen wanted to completely refine a king-grade secret treasure, he still needed to raise his cultivation. He could not rush this. Soon, the maidservant returned with the astral core. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and thought for a while. Then, he prepared to leave this place immediately. There were many people eyeing this Dragon's Gate's warship. It was hard to guarantee that no one would make a move on him. After making his preparations, just as he was about to leave, Xiao Chen suddenly noticed the next auction item. It was an extremely rare saber monarch grass, which could improve a bladesman's saber intent. Xiao Chen immediately stopped. He decided to bid for this saber monarch grass before leaving. Little did he know, this decision in the blink of an eye prevented him from getting rid of some trouble. In booth 36, the white-clad old man that Shao Qin used to instantly destroy the Dragon's Gate's warship held a 9-colored disc in his hand as he continuously formed hand seals. 9 different colored circles were spinning continuously on the round plate. Waves of mysterious energy were surging into the round plate non-stop. The white-clad old man's expression turned extremely grave. His eyebrows were deeply furrowed, looking like a large, Chuan character. Ka-xie. Ka-xie. Beams of light shot out from the disc, and a scene appeared on the disc. It showed the booth Shao Qin was in. The scene showed a pretty maidservant bringing the astral core to Shao Qin. Then, Shao Qin put away the astral core and prepared to leave. Ka-xie. The old man stretched out his hand and pointed. The beams of light on the disc gathered and encased Shao Qin. When the light faded, a green dot appeared on the disc, flickering continuously. The white-clad old man relaxed his frown and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "All right, my heavenly secret divination disc has already planted a trace of heavenly secrets in him. Now, no matter where he runs, he will not be able to escape." The ferocious-looking old man on the left asked, "Why did it take so long?" The heavenly secret divination disc. Could it be that the other party sensed that trace of heavenly secrets and took precautions? The white-clad old man shook his head and said, "No, the cloak he is wearing is somewhat strange. It is ethereal and slippery like a fish. I spent a lot of effort to catch it." The old man on the right said, "This fellow has quite a few good things on him. I wonder which sect's old monster he is from." The 3 of them were inner sect elders of the Heaven and Earth sect. The Heaven and Earth sect did not have any race requirements. They were rather famous in the profound domain and had considerable power. However, they were only slightly weaker than some sects and clans with sovereign martial emperors. The white-clad old man exuded a scholarly aura, looking very righteous. He looked at the heavenly secret divination disc in his hand and sneered, "We are alone. Even the old monsters of other sects will die if they encounter the 3 of us." Inside the private room, Shao Qin frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of irritation. He sent out his spiritual sense to check carefully. However, his expression remained unchanged as he continued to bid for the Saber Monarch herb. Blade's men were a rather different group of cultivators. Shao Qin did not have many competitors. He spent 2 million astral coins to successfully purchase this Saber Monarch grass. After Shao Qin obtained the Saber Monarch grass from the maidservant, he did not linger and left this place in a rush. Although Shao Qin did not sense anything with his spiritual sense, he kept feeling that something was wrong. After leaving the flourishing heaven pavilion, Shao Qin looked around. Then, he followed the crowd to the bustling streets, heading out of the city. Young Master Huang, that person left from the side door of the flourishing heaven pavilion. He left before the auction ended. In a restaurant across from the flourishing heaven pavilion, a youth in embroidered clothes listened to the reports of 2 of his subordinates. This youth was called Huang Bai. He was the son of one of the 3 grandmaster alchemists of the Medicine God Valley. His talent in alchemy was extraordinary as well. This time, Huang Bai had come with the elders of his sect to make a deal with Ying Qiong. He had sent people to investigate in secret and discovered that Shao Qin was only an inferior grade martial sage. Hence, he felt evil. Behind the elders of his sect, Huang Bai prepared to make a fortune, be it 25 million astral coins, a complete lunar cassia tree, or a peak-grade immortal spirit ring. Any one of these would be sufficient to tempt him. Huang Bai nodded and said to the 2 beside him, "He is only an inferior grade martial sage. With the 2 of you being medial grade martial sages, you should be more than enough to deal with him. Make your move after you leave the city. I will wait here for your good news." The 2 obeyed and left. They swallowed a medicinal pill, and their auras immediately vanished. With their mental energy, they found that their cultivation was no different from that of an ordinary person. This was the rarely seen aura concealing pill. After consuming it, one could hide one's cultivation for 2 hours. Even if the target discovered it, they would not care. After leaving the city, Xiaoqin gently pushed off and landed on the ground in Leisure Feather City. After getting his bearings, he headed for the Tianwu Domain's Haotian sect. There were still many cultivators on the main road. Xiaoqin did not stop moving. However, the further he went, the more he deviated. This made the two cautiously following behind rejoice. If there were fewer people, they would be able to make their move immediately. Suddenly, the two were stunned. When they looked up, they discovered that Xiaoqian's figure had disappeared. Xiaoqian, who was clearly in front of them earlier, suddenly vanished. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two no longer carefully hid themselves. They quickly flew over to where Xiaoqian had disappeared and looked around. Strange, why can't I see him? The two exchanged glances, feeling suspicious in their hearts. Are the two of you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. The two's figures flashed as they quickly turned around. When they saw Xiaoqian wearing the heavenly sea cloak, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, they were extremely astonished. Under the cloak, Xiaoqian revealed a faint smile. His earlier actions and the aura he gave off had exposed the two's cultivation. Just 2 medial-grade martial sages wanted to target him. They were too naive. Xiaoqian's worries turned to nothing. Back in the booth, Xiaoqian had felt that something was wrong. However, he could not detect it. Only when he left the city and checked with his spiritual sense did he see these two ordinary people. Only then did he understand. It turned out that there were experts who had consumed medicinal pills to hide their cultivation and were following him. When the 2 medial-grade martial sages saw that they were exposed, they did not say anything more. Their auras burst forth, and a weapon appeared in each of their hands. Then, they pressed forward and charged at Xiaoqian. If it were when Xiaoqian had just advanced to martial sage, he would have felt some pressure when facing 2 medial-grade martial sages and would not have dared to attack rashly. However, now that he had not been a medial-grade martial sage for several decades, Xiaoqian would not fear regular medial-grade martial sages. He had too many trump cards he could use. After activating the sovereign bloodline in his body, the horrifying aura that Xiaoqian gained from the rising dragon overlord pill surged out. In an instant, a formless dragon roar resounded behind him. As Xiaoqian's aura soared, the 2 medial-grade martial sages suddenly felt a huge pressure bearing down on them. It was like they were facing an ancient sovereign overlord and not some inferior-grade martial sage. When Xiaoqian attacked, openings instantly appeared in his moves. He took a step forward, and his aura was like a mountain pressing forward step by step. Vital qi surged in his right hand. Using his fastest speed, Xiaoqian grabbed hold of the two's openings and attacked. Bang! 2 crisp sounds of bones breaking resounded. Xiaoqian punched the 2 medial-grade martial sages in the chest and sent them flying into the air. Blood leaked out of their mouths continuously. How can this be? We have rank 1 sage bodies. He shattered our ribs with a casual punch. As the two fell to the ground, they saw horror in each other's eyes. Xiaoqian was clearly only an inferior-grade martial sage, but the aura that he burst out with instantly suppressed them. His casual punch seemed to have more than 2 million kilograms of vital qi. This was simply horrifying. Xiaoqian did not give the two any time to think. He pushed off the ground again, and the 2 wings on his shoulders moved in different trajectories in the air. He moved so fast that only a blurry afterimage and 2 long afterimages could be seen. All the vital qi in Xiaoqian's body surged like a flood, surging endlessly. With a casual punch, he could achieve 1,600,000 kilograms of force. Occasionally, he would explode with a force that could approach 1,500,000 kilograms of force. The sound of his fists tearing through space was like a clap of thunder in the two's ears, causing their ears to buzz. The ripples in the air even affected the two's movements. Fighting 1 against 2, Xiao Chen held the absolute upper hand. The two could not see Xiao Chen's movements clearly. They could only see 2 undulating streams of energy spinning in the air. Xiao Chen turned into many afterimages. As he attacked, his fists flickered, forcing the 2 back several times. In less than 100 moves, Xiao Chen severely injured these 2 and made them vomit blood. They became incredibly weak and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Xiao Chen stopped moving, and all the afterimages slowly vanished, revealing his true body. He said coldly, "With your insignificant cultivation, you dare to target my Dragon's Gate's warship? I really don't know how to evaluate you." "What Dragon's Gate's warship?" "We are the Medicine God Valley's people. You'd best let us go. Otherwise, with the Medicine God Valley's connections, there will be no place for you in this world." The 2 people on the ground spoke intermittently, trying to use the Medicine God Valley's position to pressure Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression changed drastically. However, it was not because of the Medicine God Valley but because they did not know about the Dragon's Gate's warship. In that case, the strong enemy that made Xiao Chen feel strangely frustrated was someone else. Haha! Unexpectedly, the one who won the Dragon's Gate's warship alone is actually a little friend. A voice resounded in the air. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a white-clad old man slowly descending from the sky. He looked around and saw 2 other old men in 2 other directions, sealing off his escape routes. Xiao Chen checked the cultivation of the 3 old men, and his heart immediately sank. Unexpectedly, all of them were bona fide superior-grade martial sages. The white-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen and said sullenly, "Hand over the Dragon's Gate's warship and the cloak you are wearing, and I can spare your life." Xiao Chen carefully sized up the white-clad old man in front. Then, he glanced at the 2 old men in the other 2 directions. One of them looked ferocious and wore black robes. He had an indistinct, sinister smile on his face. The other wore green robes and had a skinny face with a small goatee. Xiao Chen committed the appearances of the 3 to memory and evaluated their strengths. Then, he came up with a rough countermeasure. Chapter 847. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked calmly at the other party. Then, he grasped something with his right hand and said, "Sir, have you heard of this saying before? It is better to bully an old man than to offend a young man. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. Today, you rely on your age and cultivation to suppress me with numbers. Have you ever thought about your future?" The expressions of the 3 old men could not help but freeze. Unexpectedly, after Xiao Chen saw the 3 of them, he did not panic. Instead, he remained strangely calm and said such words. The white-clad old man snorted coldly and said, "Junior, you overestimate yourself. You might scare most people. This old man is an inner sect elder of the Heaven and Earth sect. Emperor Wu is in the sect. Even if you become Emperor Wu in the future, what can you do to me? Cut the crap. Hand over the Dragon's Gate's warship in your cloak, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving today." Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. He raised his head and said, "In that case, I will stand here. Let's see how you will not let me live." Xiao Chen's aura clashed fearlessly. The aura of an overlord allowed Xiao Chen to fight 1 against 3 without any pressure. The clash of auras created intense shockwaves that howled endlessly in the air. The wind howled deafeningly. When the white-clad old man saw the fearless Xiao Chen's sharpness, he felt bewildered. He did not know what gave Xiao Chen the confidence to remain so calm at this moment. "You are just bluffing. You're just bluffing. Let's see how long you can keep up the act." The white-clad old man steeled himself. He did not think that with 3 superior-grade martial sages here, they could not do anything to an insignificant inferior-grade martial sage. That would be a huge joke. The white-clad old man's figure wavered, and two beams of light, one black and one white, flickered around him. Then, he charged at Xiao Qin as fast as a meteor. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and released his tightly clenched right hand. Many superior-grade astral cores gave off dazzling light like flowers scattering in the sky, encasing him. Bang! The 20 superior-grade astral cores gave off a bright light. When Xiao Qin infused his energy into them, they exploded. The energy contained in one inferior-grade astral core could injure an inferior-grade martial sage. The might of 50 superior-grade astral cores exploding together was easy to imagine. Intense explosions blended together, shaking heaven and earth as surging shock waves swept out. The white-robed old man, who was charging forward at an extremely fast speed, was simply unable to dodge and was directly hit by the explosion. The white-robed old man came quickly and left even faster. His clothes were completely blown away, leaving behind only a saint-grade inner armor. His hair was in a mess, and his skin was a bloody mess. It was an extremely horrifying sight. His scholarly temperament was completely gone. A second ago, he was still in high spirits, but in the next second, he was in a sorry state. Although his internal and external injuries were not fatal, his combat power was reduced by at least 50% in a short period of time. The other two old men were greatly startled. Clearly, they had not expected Xiao Qin to consume such a precious superior-grade astral core in one go. And it wasn't just one or two, it was a total of 20. Whoosh! A light flashed. Right after the explosion ended, an electric light appeared under Xiao Qian's feet. His figure shot forward, and he kicked the white-robed old man, who had just landed, back 1 kilometer. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin sent a bona fide superior-grade martial sage flying with a casual kick. After him. The two old men reacted and casually summoned out a spirit beast. Then, they carried the white-robed old man in the direction that Xiao Qin had taken, giving chase. The white-robed old man coughed intensely a few times. Then, he changed into a new set of clothes. After recuperating for a long time, his injured face recovered somewhat. "Old Bai, are you all right?" the ferocious-looking black-robed old man could not help asking. The might of 20 superior-grade astral cores exploding struck the black-robed old man. Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Fortunately, Old Bai wore a peak sage-grade defensive inner armor. Furthermore, Old Bai's physical body was already a rank 2 sage body. Not to mention anyone else, even if it were the black-robed old man, it would be pretty good if he could still breathe. Old Bai's expression turned sullen. He did not answer the old man's question. Instead, he took out the heavenly secret divination disc and looked at it. Then, he raised his head and said, "Turn around. This brat is really crafty." Unexpectedly, he circled around behind us. If I didn't have the heavenly secret divination plate, I would have really let that guy slip away. The green-robed old man controlling the spirit beast waved his hand, and the huge bird he sat on spread its wings. A strong wind blew, scattering the white clouds. Then, the bird sped towards the spot of light on the heavenly secret divination disc. This bird was called the White Rock. It possessed the bloodline of the legendary Kuan Peng and could fly very fast. In the entire heaven and earth sect, there were only 2 of them, 1 male and 1 female. Xiao Qin executed the Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. Using the heavenly sea cloak speed, he managed to leave the 3 far behind several times. However, when he slowed down, the other party immediately caught up. This was extremely strange. Xiao Qin carefully checked his body and did not find anything that had been tampered with. Left with no choice, he asked Ao Jiao, "Are there any secret treasures that can figure out the position of others or leave a mark on you that you cannot shake off?" Ao Jiao quickly answered, there are many. I know a few: the divine calculation and manipulation, the ask not mirror, the 8 trigrams derivation diagram, the heavenly secret divination disc. Xiaochen could not help but stop. When he saw the black spot appear behind him again, he could not help but frown. He said, it looks like I really fell for it. No wonder I felt something was wrong at the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Actually, there is no need to worry. You have the Haotian martial emperors will clone. You can instantly kill these people, Ao Jiao said without much concern. Xiaochen shook his head and said, I can't. I can only use the martial emperors will clone in desperate situations. Right now, I am still far from it. They are just superior grade martial sages. I already used 20 superior grade astral cores. How can I waste the will clone? What do you plan to do then? There is no way to run. That might not be the case. Xiaochen looked up at the clear sky and summoned out the Dragon's Gate's warship, making it quickly grow larger. He said, let's go to the starry heavens and head directly to the Haotian star. I don't believe that 3 superior grade martial sages will dare to go through the barrier of the sky with me. Xiaochen gently leaped up and landed on the deck of the Dragon's Gate's warship. Then, he quickly went into the hold and placed 18 inferior grade astral cores in the grooves of the formation. A light flickered, and the entire warship immediately came to life. It was like a huge, sleeping dragon awakening from a dream, filled with boundless energy. With his spiritual sense, Xiaochen could feel every part of the warship. It was like this warship was his incarnation. With a thought, he could control it as he pleased. Unfortunately, he had only refined it for 1 day and could not bring out much of its combat prowess. Otherwise, with this warship, Xiaochen would be able to easily kill off the pursuers. Whoosh! Xiaochen appeared on the deck and controlled the warship to fly up continuously, 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers, heading for the formless barrier of the sky. Oh no! This fellow is going to use the Dragon's Gate's warship to go through the barrier of the sky. The ferocious-looking old man on the white rock said with an unsightly expression. It looked like Xiaochen was about to catch up, but he soared higher and higher. Without a king-grade warship, one would have to be a grandmaster-level martial sage to break through the barrier of the sky. The white-robed old man, who held the heavenly secret divination disc in his hand, showed an uncertain expression. As he watched the Dragon's Gate's warship slowly break through the barrier of the sky, he showed a conflicted expression. The 3 bona fide superior grade martial sages personally made a move. In the end, not only did they fail to catch up to Xiaochen, but they even got tricked by him. Without half a year of recuperation, they would not be able to recover to their peak. I planted a strand of the heavens in him. I don't believe that he will never return to the Kunlun realm, the white-robed old man said hatefully when he saw that he could no longer catch up to Xiaochen. The Dragon's Gate's warship passed through the barrier of the sky. When the white-robed old man saw that he could no longer catch up to Xiaochen, he could not help but say this hatefully. A faint azure barrier encased the Dragon's Gate's warship, preventing the chaotic flows of space in the starry heavens from invading. Chapter 848. As Xiaochen stood on the deck, he turned his head back and glanced at the formless barrier of the sky. He felt startled. He wondered where the Immortal epic got such a grand feat to create such a huge barrier, surrounding the entire Kunlun realm. What kind of enemies were they dealing with? Could it be just astral beasts? When Xiaochen thought about it, that should not be possible. The highest-ranked astral beast, the Destroyer, was only slightly stronger than a sovereign martial emperor. During the Immortal epic, those powerhouses would not have been frightened by these astral beasts. Hence, Xiaochen somewhat disagreed with the views of the later generations. Everyone believed that the barrier of the sky was to prevent astral beasts. It was just that the peak of the martial epic had passed. To them, astral beasts were horrifying existences that could not be dealt with. Once Xiaochen descended to the Kunlun realm, there would be a great calamity. He used his own strength to consider the thoughts of the ancient people of the immortal epoch. The star beasts that were a headache in the eyes of the warriors might not be a problem in the eyes of the immortal cultivators. The real trouble might come from a more distant starry sky. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to the vast sea of stars. Being in the starry sky of the universe, all he felt was insignificance. Xiao Chen was slightly troubled. He had heard that the Haotian planet was only 10,000 miles away from the barrier of the sky. Moreover, most of the sect's bases were at this distance. Even if they couldn't find the Haotian planet after breaking through the barrier of the sky, they would still be able to find the bases of the other sections. That way, they wouldn't be lost in space. However, when he came out, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. As far as the eye could see, all he could see were stars, innumerable and endless. There were all kinds of them, big and small, and it completely exceeded his expectations. There were also other things in the star state, such as the asteroid belts, the river of light, and the black holes. Once trapped in those forbidden areas, one would definitely die. At this moment, he finally understood the importance of a star chart. Without a star chart, it would be impossible to move an inch in the Milky Way. Back then, when Xiao Chen followed the Heavenly Battle Palace's 2 palace masters, he felt that the journey was very peaceful. Occasionally, he encountered trouble, but he easily dodged it. Now that he was steering the ship through the starry skies, it didn't feel like that at all. Don't worry, there should be a starry sky relay station nearby. Since I didn't reject your decision to enter the starry sky, there must be a way out. Ao Zhao's voice rang out at the right time, which calmed Xiao Chen down. Xiao Chen did not dare to act rashly. He only let the Dragon's Gate's warship drift with the chaotic space. He asked, "What is a starry heaven relay station? How come I have never heard of it before?" Ao Zhao smiled and said, "With your experience, naturally, you have not heard of this before. Grandmaster-level martial sages and above already possess the basic strength to travel the starry heavens alone. The Starry Heavens Relay Station is a place for these Grandmaster-level martial sages and above to stay. Some were established by independent martial artists, purely for the sake of appreciating the beautiful scenery of the starry sky, or for personal romantic pursuits. The establishment of this kind of starry sky relay station is relatively simple. It only needs the fixing star stone and an array formation that can roughly defend against starry sky meteorites and cosmic storms. There is another type that is more specialized. It is the relay stations established by the large factions. Their relay stations are spread throughout the Kunlun realm's starry heavens, allowing people to travel back and forth between relay stations. These relay stations are very resistant to cosmic storms and the various unknown dangers of the starry heavens. Xiao Chen now understood a little. It looked like the world of the starry heavens was much more marvelous than he had imagined. However, how should he find these starry heaven relay stations? Ao Zhao noticed Xiao Chen's doubts. She smiled and said, "Without a star chart, you will not be able to find the relay stations. Don't act rashly for now. Just let the Dragon's Gate's warship circle around the barrier of the sky. Sooner or later, you will run into a starry heaven relay station. There are many starry heaven relay stations established by independent martial artists around the barrier of the sky. There is no need to worry about not being able to find one." Not having a star chart was really problematic. However, since Xiao Chen had already made his decision, it was not time to regret it. He perked himself up and asked, "How long do I have to wait?" "Don't worry. It will not take long. Those starry heaven relay stations all have fixing star stones. They are fixed in place in the starry heavens. As long as you circle the barrier of the sky, you will run into one sooner or later. Furthermore, it will be very easy to discover them." When Xiao Chen saw this, he did not ask any further. Instead, he reflected on his experiences on this trip. Now that Xiaochen had reached his current cultivation realm, he could no longer limit himself to the younger generation. Martial sages were already roughly at the top of the pyramid. The number of older generation experts that Xiaochen would have to face would increase. He had to consider these experts that he could only look up to in the past. In the future, it would be normal for him to run into superior-grade martial sages or even grandmaster-level martial sages. When he ran into such experts, he would have to think carefully about how to deal with them and how to protect himself. He also had to prepare some trump cards that would allow him to escape easily from these experts. After a while, Xiaochen took out the Saber Monarch Grass. He planned to use this time to absorb the saber intent contained in it. There was a dangerous place in the Kunlun continent called Heavenly Thunder Peak. During the ancient era, a powerful saber emperor comprehended his Tao here. Eventually, he successfully broke through and became a sovereign saber monarch. After that, he mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind many legends in the Kunlun continent. Some said that he became an illusory martial god, others said that he died long ago. Aside from the legends, there was a kind of very ordinary grass growing on the heavenly snow peak where that Saber Emperor comprehended his Tao. However, the instant that Saber Emperor advanced to Sovereign Martial Emperor, this grass mutated, storing the saber intent that he inadvertently leaked. This grass became very precious. Furthermore, it continued to grow. Every time spring arrived, there would be many martial sages going to fight for the Saber Monarch Grass. Xiaochen placed the Saber Monarch Grass in his palm and circulated his spiritual sense. Then, he closed his eyes and started to absorb the saber intent contained in the grass. Buzz! 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 Buzzing saber intent resounded in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. Thousands of strands of saber intent scattered everywhere, kicking up huge waves in his sea of consciousness. Every strand of saber intent was surging and terrifying. The waves in his sea of consciousness made Xiaochen tremble for some reason. With some effort, Xiaochen merged the saber intent in the Saber Monarch Grass with the saber intent that he comprehended. The saber intent in the grass was too tyrannical and ferocious. The process was very slow. However, Xiaochen gained a lot. With every strand of saber intent that the Saber Monarch left behind, Xiaochen could feel his saber intent improving significantly. When all the strands of saber intent were collected, Xiaochen's 80% comprehension had reached peak 90% comprehension. The originally formless saber intent in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness could be vaguely seen. An indistinct small saber floated in the sea of consciousness. This should be the shape of the saber soul. When one saber intent reached 100% comprehension, it would undergo a qualitative change, giving birth to a soul. Swordsmen had a sword soul, and bladesmen had a saber soul. When a cultivator comprehended a soul, when they executed various martial techniques with their weapons, the sharpness of the weapons would be able to pierce one's heart, making them tremble in fear. The saber techniques they executed would be much sharper. However, it was not that simple to condense a soul. Out of 10,000 bladesmen, only one would comprehend saber intent. Of those who comprehended saber intent, only 1 in 10,000 would be able to condense a saber soul. One could easily imagine how difficult it was to comprehend a saber soul. The saber intent in the Saber Monarch Grass in Xiaochen's palm drained, turning into withered grass and disappearing. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and with a thought, his gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the boundless starry heavens. It was incredibly sharp, deterring others from looking directly at him. Xiaochen raised his head and looked around. Then, he asked, Ao Jiao, how long did I take to absorb the saber intent? Ao Jiao counted on her fingers. Then, she said, about half a month. Hee, I even missed a starry sky relay station. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and said, let's head back. I don't want to drift anymore. You should remember the route to that starry sky relay station, right? Naturally, I'll help you remember it. Turning the bow of the warship around, Xiaoqin controlled the 18 sails of the Dragon's Gate's warship to advance at full speed in the direction Ao Jiao pointed out. The 8 jets at the stern of the warship released a scarlet tail of flames. The Dragon's Gate's warship was like a blue dragon soaring through the clouds in the starry heavens, looking very imposing. In less than half a day, a jade-green spot of light appeared in Xiaoqian's vision. That was the unique light of the star-fixing stone. It was unique in the boundless universe. Xiaoqian's face lit up in joy. He could not help but increase his speed. The talisman scripts on the sails flickered with light as they buzzed. The star-fixing stone was one of the top 100 stones on the Starry Heavens Strange Stone ranking. It did not provide any practical help to cultivators. Its wondrous use lay in the word fix. Any object connected to the star-fixing stone would be firmly fixed in space. No matter how strong the starry heavens storm was, it would not be able to blow it away. This was because it was already connected to the structure of that space. The star-fixing stone was the foundation of a starry heavens relay station. Without the star-fixing stone, there would be no starry heavens relay station. A relay station that always drifted in the starry heavens would not be of any help to cultivators on an adventure. The price of the star-fixing stone was based on its size. A palm-sized star-fixing stone would cost a regular superior-grade Marshall Sage 10 years of savings. The larger the star-fixing stone, the more expensive it would be. That jade-green spot of light slowly closed in on Xiaoqin. When it was 5 kilometers away, Xiaoqin, who was on the bow, could already see the relay station clearly. Although it was called a relay station, it was actually a mountain peak that had been chopped off and turned upside down. All sorts of buildings had been erected on that flat platform. The jade-green light came from the inverted triangular ground below. The star-fixing stone was probably embedded in the core of this triangle. This starry heavens relay station was very small, no more than 1 kilometer in radius. With Xiaoqian's cultivation, he could circle it 4 or 5 times in one breath. The buildings on the platform were very simple. Aside from a shop, a few wooden houses, and a courtyard, the other places were all planted with flowers and trees. 2 old men sat at a stone table in the courtyard, drinking tea and playing Go. Not far away, a girl about 7 or 8 years old practiced her saber alone. The entire scene looked very harmonious. Xiaoqin put away the Dragon's Gate's warship. Then, he stood on 2 clumps of electric light. In a flash, he arrived at the top of the platform and was blocked by a formless restriction. The 2 old men glanced at Xiaoqin and did not pay him any more attention. However, the girl practicing the sword shouted in a tender voice, "Daddy! Daddy! There is a guest. Business is here." Chapter 849. Whoosh! A jade pendant flew out from below, passing through the restriction and flying towards Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Then, he passed through the restriction without any obstruction. When the girl saw the cloaked Xiaoqin, she felt very curious. She stared at Xiaoqin with her large eyes. A lazy voice came from the shop in the courtyard. It said, "Little girl, don't get distracted. Continue practicing the saber." The girl giggled and made a funny face. Clearly, she was not afraid of the person speaking. However, she still obediently continued practicing the saber. The girl did not hold a real saber in her hand. Instead, it was just a saber carved from bamboo. While it looked very proper, it was actually full of openings. When Xiaoqin saw this scene, he smiled faintly. Unexpectedly, he could see such a leisurely scene in the deep starry heavens. It made him feel calm for some reason. Xiaoqin stepped forward and arrived at the shop. There were some old, miscellaneous items on the shelves. Clearly, no one had touched them for a long time. Behind the counter was a middle-aged man with a long beard. There was a startling scar on this man's face and 2 thick eyebrows. One could still vaguely see the sharpness of the past. This person's appearance perfectly described the word ferocious. However, at this moment, he held a small teapot to his lips in his right hand and a book in his left. He looked very refined. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, the vague, wrinkled 90% comprehended saber intent suddenly trembled as though it had seen something very scary. The relay station's owner raised his head and exclaimed softly. Then, he smiled and said, "Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." Unexpectedly, a demonic genius of the younger generation came to this rundown place. "Furthermore, you are a pretty good bladesman." The owner's words did not contain the shock that most people would show when they saw a genius. Instead, it was more of a mocking and joking tone, an indifference that came from being accustomed to the world of mortals. Xiao Chen felt some fear in his heart. This person was not simple. Not only did he have an unfathomable cultivation, but he was also a very strong bladesman. "Senior, do you sell star maps here?" Xiao Chen asked from under his hood. When it came to business, the owner of the relay station put down the ancient book in his hand and forced himself to be spirited. However, there was still a hint of laziness in his voice. "Star Atlas, how big do you want it to be? What level of Star Atlas do you want? Different levels have different prices." Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Just give me the most ordinary one. Then it's a primitive one. 100,000 star coins, no bargaining." The relay station owner tossed over a jade slip. Xiao Chen caught it and sent his spiritual sense into it. Instantly, a vast three-dimensional map of the starry sky appeared in his mind. On the star map, the major relay stations were marked. Planets with sects stationed on them would also be marked with words. Dangerous places would be marked with color, and there were even simple text descriptions. Unknown forbidden lands were marked with a simple question mark. This star map was much more detailed than the one that Xiao Chen had seen in the past. Soon, Xiao Chen found the location of planet Haotian. Then, he quickly drew a route from here to planet Haotian in his mind. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense, and he revealed an expression of joy. He happily paid 100,000 astral coins and prepared to leave. However, the relay station owner stopped him and said, "Young man, you still have something that you have not given me." Xiao Chen was stunned for a while. Then, he recalled that the other party had tossed him a jade pendant at the start. After thinking for a while, he did not rush to return it. He said, "I see that Senior's relay station does not seem to be marked on this star map. If Senior takes this jade pendant away, it will not be easy to find this place in the future." However, the relay station owner smiled and said, "This is a small place in the first place. I only do business with some friends. If not for your young age and the fact that you are a bladesman, I would not have let you in." Xiao Chen wanted to make friends with this person. He wanted to keep the jade pendant with him, so he thought about how to broach the subject. "Xiao Chen, most of these starry heaven relay stations were once famous people of the Sky Dome realm. They were tired of the fighting and killing of the cultivator world and retired to the starry heavens, putting an end to all worldly grudges. Normally, they do not wish to be disturbed by others." Ao Jiao explained softly from the immortal spirit ring. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but feel sad. It was rare for him to meet a true bladesman expert. If he missed this opportunity, it would be a pity. "This humble one has been rude and disturbed you." Xiao Chen was rather straightforward. After he heard Ao Jiao's explanation, he did not say anything more and directly handed over the jade pendant. The relay station owner smiled faintly and received the jade pendant. He said, "You are rather open-minded. I know what you are thinking. If you can drift to this place again in the future, we will be truly fated. At that time, we can have a good chat." Xiao Chen performed a cup fist salute and left this place. As the middle-aged man watched Xiao Chen leave, he sighed softly. After not appearing for so many years, the Kunlun realm unexpectedly produced such a young outstanding talent. The relay station owner shook his head and picked up the teapot with his mouth. Then, he leaned back on the chair and continued reading. With the guidance of the star chart, Xiao Chen piloted the Dragon's Gate's warship and flew through the starry heavens. He immediately felt much happier. Half a month later, Xiao Chen successfully descended on planet Haotian and arrived at the base of the Haotian sect. When the various elders saw Xiao Chen's true body, they all revealed joyful expressions. This was especially so for Shui Lingling. Although she had received Xiao Chen's voice projection and knew that he was safe, she only relaxed when she saw him in person. When the various elders left, leaving only Shui Lingling and the first elder, Han Qinghe, Xiao Chen spoke of his purpose. What? You want to return to the Sky Dome realm at this crucial moment? Did I hear wrong? The usually calm Han Qinghe was extremely shocked when he heard this, somewhat unable to accept it. Shui Lingling also showed a confused expression. She asked, "Junior brother, why? Now is the start of the age of geniuses. All sorts of ancient wondrous lands will appear one after another. There will be endless fortuitous encounters. No younger generation genius would let go of such an opportunity. Why are you thinking of returning to the Sky Dome realm?" Han Qinghe continued, "Furthermore, the spiritual energy of the Sky Dome realm is very thin. With your luck and talent, going there will be a waste of time. If you get left behind by the other geniuses, it will be very difficult to catch up." Xiao Chen had already made up his mind long ago. He said calmly, "I know what you are talking about. However, my cultivation technique has reached a critical juncture. There are things in the Sky Dome realm that I have yet to resolve. If I cannot resolve this knot in my heart, it will be hard for me to undergo a heart tribulation. Furthermore, I really want to go and meet some of my old friends in the Sky Dome realm. I have to return on this trip. Otherwise, the regrets in my heart will remain forever." The first elder, Han Qinghe, and the first senior sister, Shui Lingling, tried to dissuade him. However, Xiao Chen had already made up his mind and did not budge. Han Qinghe shook his head helplessly and said, "Never mind. Since you are so determined, it is not good for me to say anything more. However, everything has to be done according to the rules. If you want to use the Haotian sect's transportation formation, you have to go to another realm. The inner sect elders can use it for free once every 10 years. The first elder and the vice sect master can use it at will. Given your qualifications, you will not be able to enjoy this. Xiao Chen, you can understand this, right?" Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Traveling between realms required a significant number of astral cores. Furthermore, they were all superior-grade astral cores. Naturally, the sect's resources could not be wasted. Good. 2 trips back and forth will cost a total of 5 million astral coins. This is the best discount we can give you, Han Qinghe said sullenly. 1 trip would require at least 50 superior-grade astral cores. Elder Han was already giving Xiao Chen a lot of face by only offering this condition. Shui Lingling still wanted to salvage the situation. She said, "Junior brother, after you go back, I believe that you will not be able to return within a year. 1 year is sufficient for many things to change." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks to First Elder and Senior Sister for asking me to stay. However, my situation is rather special. I cannot resolve this knot in my heart or clear my heart tribulation. To me, this is just a form of cultivation. It does not matter where I am." Ha! What a great knot in your heart and clear your heart tribulation. This time, I'll send you off. Suddenly, a carefree voice rang out in the air. When Elder Han and Shui Lingling heard this, their expressions changed. The sect master actually arrived. Space rippled like water, and a crack appeared. Then, the Hautian Emperor's figure slowly walked out. He released his Emperor's might and withdrew it immediately, not putting any pressure on the group. The Hautian Emperor smiled gently and landed on the ground. Then, he said warmly, "Qinghe, Lingling, you really don't have to worry about Shao Qin. He will have his own fortuitous encounters when he returns." The Hautian Emperor shifted his gaze and stared at Shao Qin. In that instant, it felt like the other party could see through every inch of Shao Qin's body, including his internal organs and every inch of his flesh. "Although I'm not sure what cultivation technique you are cultivating, the bottleneck of this cultivation technique should have been troubling you for a long time, right?" Before Shao Qin came to the Kunlun realm, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had already reached the 6th layer. Now that more than 2 years had passed, he was still stuck at the 6th layer. This had long since affected his cultivation speed. The Hautian Emperor's eyes were as sharp as torches, he could tell with one glance. Shao Qin answered honestly. There was no need for him to hide much from the Hautian Emperor. "Yes, it has been more than 2 years. This bottleneck requires me to undergo 2 tribulations, the external lightning tribulation and the internal heart tribulation. Honestly speaking, I am not confident of clearing them." Han Qinghe and Shui Lingling exchanged glances, feeling confused. They had heard of lightning tribulations before. Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu had to undergo 9 layers of lightning tribulations before he could become a sovereign martial emperor. There were also some cultivation techniques that surpassed heaven rank that required one to face lightning tribulations at the end. However, they had never heard of a heart tribulation. What cultivation technique did Shao Qin cultivate? Could it be even more horrifying than those cultivation techniques that surpassed heaven ranked? Suddenly, the Hautian Emperor asked, "Shao Qin, when did someone plant a strand of heavenly fate in your body? Your journey back must have been very difficult, right?" Shao Qin organized his thoughts and explained what happened. "The people of the Heaven and Earth sect. I'll help you erase this strand of heavenly fate first. Then, I'll settle the score with that group of old fellows. They know that you are from my Hautian sect, yet they still dared to make a move on you." A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Hautian Emperor. Boundless clouds churned endlessly in the depths of his eyes. Rings of light flickered within them, materializing the might of the Hautian Emperor. The Hautian Emperor stretched out his hand, wanting to erase the strand of heavenly fate in Shao Qin's body. Shao Qin quickly waved his hand and said, "Sect Master, those 3 people do not know my identity. I do not intend to erase this strand of heavenly fate." Chapter 850. The moment the Hautian Emperor heard this, he understood Shao Qin's meaning. He smiled and said, "It looks like you want to do it yourself. Very well, in that case, I will not make the decision on my own. I still have to discuss this with the Sky Dome Realm's Hautian sect. I will come and look for you 3 days from now. You should use these few days to make your preparations. Words cannot express my gratitude for this great favor." Shao Qin performed a cupped fist salute. With the Hautian Emperor making a move, Shao Qin would be able to save a lot of resources. However, all this was just an empty promise. It was more of an indication of the Hautian Emperor's attitude. While the others were still hesitating, the Hautian Emperor did not hesitate to step forward to support Shao Qin. He was betting on Shao Qin's future, betting that Shao Qin would be able to bring back the glory of the Qing Emperor. He was betting that his judgment was right. He had already made all the necessary preparations. Actually, Shao Qin did not have much to do. After learning that Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu had been sent to the Heavenly Battle Palace to cultivate as true inheritors, Shao Qin sought them out and informed them of his purpose. This was within their expectations. The 2 had not dared to imagine that Shao Qin would go to the Sky Dome realm at such a crucial time. Right now, the 2 of them were in the Heavenly Battle Palace. Their cultivations had advanced by leaps and bounds, already reaching half-sage. Furthermore, they had heard that the Haotian emperor would forcefully break open the barrier of the savage battlefield half a month from now, giving everyone a chance to seek fortuitous encounters and see if they could find an opportunity to advance to martial sage. There were endless fortuitous encounters and endless fortuitous encounters. If they were lucky enough, they would have a chance to rise again on this stage. If the two returned to the Sky Dome realm at this moment, they would definitely not agree. When the two learned that Xiao Qin had made up his mind, they each left a message and some resources for him to bring to their clans. 3 days later, the Haotian emperor arrived as promised, appearing before Xiao Qin. The Haotian emperor closed his eyes, trying hard to sense something. Streams of mental energy pierced through the void, shooting toward an unknown place. Moments later, the Haotian Great Emperor opened his eyes. In the void, he saw figures formed by light and shadows. Each of them looked like a deity, and they seemed to be able to destroy the earth with just a lift of their hands. Shi! Zhang Xian pointed forward, and the flashing figure in front of him came to a halt. It was a handsome man who wore a jade robe made of gold and had a purple fork on his head. Judging from his appearance, he looked very much like the Taoist priest of the Immortal court that Xiao Qin had met in his previous life. Found it, let's go. A smile appeared on the Haotian emperor's face. With a wave of his hand, the handsome man dissipated into light, and a golden gate appeared behind him. Dense talisman scripts were carved on the gate, and a purple talisman was stuck between the cracks of the gate. The Haotian emperor shouted and punched. The talisman shattered, and the gate opened. The Haotian emperor extended his hand and led Xiao Qin in. A dark passage of time appeared, and the two moved at the speed of light. That person earlier was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. During the Immortal epoch, the Sky Dome realm was his residence. He was also the strongest Immortal Lord of the 3,000 Immortal Lords. As the Haotian emperor flew forward, he spoke softly. This startled Xiao Qin. Clearly, he had not expected the Haotian emperor to tell him such a secret. The 3,000 great realms were actually the residences of the 3,000 Immortal Lords during the Immortal epoch. The Haotian emperor smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to make a fuss over nothing." The Immortal Lords were already the peak experts of the Immortal epoch. The only ones stronger than the Immortal Lords were the Immortal Emperors. As for the residents turning into a great 1,000 realms, there is nothing strange about that. When one reaches Emperor Wu's level and comprehends heavenly laws, one can create a small world of one's own with some effort. There is no other meaning in telling you all this. Sooner or later, you will advance to Emperor Wu. Then, you will be able to personally tear open the gates of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence. As they spoke, Xiao Qin felt a familiar aura. It seemed like he was about to reach the Sky Dome realm. Boom! A spatial tear opened, and the scene before Xiao Qin changed. He arrived at the summit of the Great Ji Nation's Haotian sect in the Sky Dome realm. Inside the spatial tear, the Haotian emperor waved his hand and smiled. Due to some agreements, Emperor Wu cannot appear in the Sky Dome realm. I will not be going out. When we meet again, let me see a reborn you. The spatial tear closed, and the space-time tunnel opened by the Haotian emperor closed completely. Xiao Qin looked around. When he felt the spiritual energy in the air, he felt extremely uncomfortable. He smiled bitterly and said, "The difference is really obvious. Cultivating in the Sky Dome realm is probably not even half as good as cultivating in the Kunlun realm. Be it quality or quantity, the difference is too great." Whoosh! A figure flew over from below. Xiao Qin scanned with his spiritual sense and clearly saw the appearance of this person. This person was the Supreme Elder of the Sky Dome Realm's Haotian sect, Senior Feng. This was also the Senior Feng who had sent Xiao Qin and Yu Chenxi to the Kunlun realm. He could be considered an old acquaintance of Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin did not dare to put on any airs before this person. Electric light flashed under his feet, and he rushed over to welcome him. "It's you. Why are you back? When Senior Feng saw Xiao Qin, his eyes were filled with shock. He had only heard that the Kunlun realm's main sect had an honored guest. Furthermore, the Haotian emperor had personally sent him over. Unexpectedly, the one who came was Xiao Qin. Furthermore, after not seeing Xiao Qin for 2 years, Xiao Qin had actually advanced to martial sage. Xiao Qin's cultivation was so deep that even Senior Feng could not see through it. Xiao Qin performed a cup-fist salute and said, "Greetings, Senior Feng." Senior Feng smiled bitterly and said, "How could I dare to address myself as senior? Just address me as Senior Feng. Come, follow me to a room first." Xiao Qin looked around and thought of something. Feeling it was strange, he asked, "What's wrong? The Haotian sect master is not around. Why did Senior Feng come over?" Senior Feng was a supreme elder. In terms of seniority, his position was even higher than the sect masters. Since Senior Feng had appeared, it was strange that the sect master had not. Senior Feng smiled and said, "Little brother Xiao Qin, you came at a good time. The frost flood dragon guarding the heaven and earth tomb in Desolate City is undergoing its tribulation again. Rumor has it that this time, the frost flood dragon will either fail and die or advance further, turning into a dragon and leaving this world. Either way, it will not be able to continue guarding the heaven and earth tomb." Xiao Qin felt excited. He had been to Desolate City's hidden dragon lake once before. That was where he learned of Chu Chaoyun's true identity. Back then, the frost flood dragon had sent Xiao Qin flying with one claw strike. However, in reality, it had helped Xiao Qin deal with several bruises and hidden injuries that he had not noticed. At that time, Xiao Qin had won 100 matches in a row in the wrestling ring. While it looked impressive, in reality, there were some hidden injuries in his body. If they were not dealt with in time, they might turn into hidden injuries. The frost flood dragon had done Xiao Qin a favor. However, Xiao Qin did not know why it had helped him back then. When Senior Feng saw that Xiao Qin seemed to be very interested, he smiled and said, "Let's go to the hall first. I will tell you in detail." In the main hall of the Haotian sect's branch, Xiao Qin and Senior Feng sat side by side. The female disciple who came to serve tea looked at Xiao Qin suspiciously. The female disciple felt very curious. Where did this major character come from? Why is he sitting side by side with the Supreme Elder? Based on Senior Feng's expression, he did not treat Xiao Qin as a junior. Senior Feng's position was even higher than the sect master's. Normally, only the sect master could sit beside Senior Feng. The female disciple sized up Xiao Qin, finding him somewhat familiar. However, she did not know where she had seen him before. When Xiao Qin and Senior Feng picked up their teacups, she had no choice but to leave. When the female disciple walked out of the hall, she thought of something and took out a register. The words, "True Dragon Ranking," were written on it. When she flipped to the first page, the person in the illustration entered her eyes. When the female disciple thought back to that person's appearance, her heart could not help but pound heavily. Unexpectedly, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Qin had returned. Furthermore, he was sitting side by side with the Supreme Elder. If this news spread, who knew what kind of commotion it would cause? The clan heads and sect masters of the 8 noble clans and 10 great sects all rushed over. Xiao Qin asked calmly after he heard Senior Feng's introduction. He put down the teacup in his hand and asked calmly. Senior Feng nodded slightly and replied, "Almost all of them." Most of the martial sages of the entire Sky Dome realm rushed over. It is hard to say what is hidden in the grave of the first-generation Tianwu Emperor. The first-generation Tianwu Emperor was a sovereign martial emperor 10,000 years earlier than the Qing Emperor. There were countless legends about him in the Sky Dome realm. On the other hand, Xiao Qin rarely heard anyone mention him in the Kunlun realm. Such a person, who even possessed a strong heavenly flame, did not leave any records of his deeds in the Kunlun realm. This was extremely strange. Could it be that this first-generation Tianwu emperor was like the people who left their vague marks at the top of the Sage Mark Monument, mysteriously leaving this world and not truly dying? Putting aside these guesses for now, the first-generation Tianwu emperor was definitely an extremely strong person. Since his grave had been passed down, it would be hard to avoid people coveting it. Xiao Chen compared his strength to Senior Feng's. Senior Feng was a superior grade martial sage, but he did not give Xiao Chen any pressure at all. Compared to the three superior grade martial sages of the Heaven and Earth sect, Xiao Chen could not be mentioned in the same breath. There was a huge difference in accumulations between advancing to martial sage in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen finally understood it now. No wonder some of the martial sages of the Sky Dome realm were unwilling to go to the Kunlun realm, even though they had accumulated sufficient resources. If they went to the Kunlun realm with their strength, they would not even be qualified to be bystanders. They might as well stay in the lower realm and live a peaceful life. Xiao Chen thought for a while and thought of another question. He asked, "What's going on with that Frost Flood Dragon?" Based on Senior Feng's tone, it seems like this is not its first time undergoing a tribulation. Senior Feng nodded and said, "It has undergone a tribulation several times already, probably once every 1 or 2,000 years. This flood dragon did not choose to take human form, choosing another path of cultivation for spirit beasts. Its life force is extremely strong. Although it did not advance to martial emperor, a regular emperor would not be able to do anything to it. This time, it has already reached its peak. If it succeeds in its tribulation, it will turn from a flood dragon to a dragon, becoming an ice true dragon. At that time, due to the agreement between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world, it will not be able to stay. However, it is more likely that it will fail its tribulation and die. It has already lived for too long, and its luck is nearly exhausted. All the martial sages are waiting for it to die so that they can make a move on its heavenly emperor's grave." Xiao Chen knew that there was no Emperor Wu in the Sky Dome realm. However, for some reason, this was the second time he heard about this agreement. What exactly is this agreement? Can Senior Feng tell me? Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Senior Feng took a sip of tea and said, "It is not a secret. There is no harm in telling you. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the Bushan Palace and the demonic world came to an agreement to work together to suppress the development of this realm.